And we're live at Coletco, I hope. I need to send Ed a message. All right. Sorry I'm late. The store is full of boxes again. A lot going on here, as usual. All right, we got Patrick, Laura's here, Henry's up front marking stuff. Tanner just left with Otis. I didn't even get to give Otis a treat. He looks sad. No questions till 8 p.m. Yeah, I'm sorry I'm late. Mike commented. I got a notification. It said, Mike said, here we go again, with a roly face emoji. He knew I was late again. I don't consider it late. I don't consider it late. I consider it it's not late. It's like I keep y'all on the edge. I gotta be unpredictable. Let me go up here, and I'm walking and talking. Thanks everybody for joining us tonight. I'm gonna grab this crate because we're gonna have to pull it tonight. The 9 a.m. video didn't get uploaded on time. Facebook screwed on that one, but it's live right now. Right here, this crate. People are claiming stuff out of it right now. This crate was posted this morning. We're going to go ahead and knock it out. And we got a bazillion auctions. And we got round 2 of this guy's storage unit in the store. Wait till y'all see. I mean, it's just insane. I don't know, where did they put all the other stuff at? Where did they store all that at? I'm kind of confused. So, if you're on time, you're late. Oh, gosh. Okay, I apologize. We got a big night ahead, though. Here we go. Here we go. Let me grab this little empty crate over here. What did they do? Where's all that guy's stuff at is what I want to know. Some of it has to be... Where do they put all that at? I'm not for sure. Anyways, we're here and I found a crate. We got 4 crates of new vinyl. Henry's bringing me stuff. Patrick's doing stuff. Laura's doing stuff. Stuff here, stuff there. All right. Here we go. Oh, yes. Great neck adjustment just happened there. All right. Here we go. And how much for those cassettes? You're about to get an opportunity to buy them individually, one at a time. I just want to tease everybody, let them know that they're there. What's Craig said here? Craig says, and he told everybody he was going to be on time yesterday, not sure what to think. Either on time or you're not on time. There is no in between. Golly, everybody's giving me a hard time. Let me read that again. And he told everyone he was going to be on time yesterday, not sure what to think. You're either on time or you're not. There's no in between. Golly, everybody's on my case tonight. Holy moly. Golly. Man, I thought there's no freedoms in America. Even when you think, oh, I got all the freedoms in the world. No, no, no. Golly. Oh my gosh. Whew. Hey, listen, I made a new effort today because It's, you know, we was starting these things at 7. Okay. I know. Hey, listen, every once in a while you gotta, that's you gotta get snapped into reality. I got y'all, you know, I don't really have a boss, so y'all were my boss. Y'all are yelling at me right now. Sometimes I need that, you know. Sometimes I feel I don't have to answer anybody until I get on here and I'm start answering to y'all. They're like, dude, what's your problem? We're sitting here refreshing. We're ready to freaking buy stuff. What's your problem, Chad? We're here supporting your livelihood, and we're here waiting, wanting to give you money, and you're up there eating steak, which is exactly what I was doing. Okay, first auction of the night is Kiss Killers. I have Kiss Killers going up for it. This is the Holland import, $10 start. Nice. It's got the pad, great jewel case. Kiss Killers, that's the original jewel case too. That's going to go up for a $10 start. That's Kiss Killers. That's up for bid. That's up for bid, $10 start on Kiss Killers. And then let's get right back into some of these 45s. I've got Testament, and let's see which one we have here. We still got some of these Testament singles. Kiss Killers is a $10 start. And over here, I have Orange Vinyl Testament. That's Native Blood. Testament's a $10 start, okay? Now, last night we were trying to sell this Guns N' Roses box set. It's a $300 buy it now. I had an offer for $285. I turned it down. I'm trying to get $300 for the Guns N' Roses. It was a $350 start. So if you want that, it's yours. The price, $300. All right. Kiss already has a bid for 10. Testament Native Blood is a $10 start. And let's go ahead and pull up this morning's video. And I want to let everybody know that the 9 a.m. video didn't get uploaded. The 9 a.m. video didn't get uploaded on time. And the it's live right now. So if you missed the 9 a.m. video, it's up right now. Sorry, it's one of those things where I hit upload and maybe I got distracted and I got on my phone, and when that happens, it messes up the upload and it never does load. And I just assume it's scheduled, but in fact, it's not scheduled. So that happens a lot. Basically, when you hit upload on a video on a phone, you can't move the screen until it's 100% uploaded. If you swap off Facebook, it really can cause an error. So, and I end up I probably got distracted, pulled back up, you know, like eBay or Facebook or, you know, a different app. And then next thing you know, it didn't get uploaded. Killers is a final call for $10, and Testament's a final call for $10. Over here, we have that's the vinyl box set. The Guns N' Roses vinyl box set for $300. So we sold Drive-By Truckers, Randy Holden, Three Doors Down, Split Ends, Willie Nelson, Temple of the Dogs, McCartney, Guns N' Roses 1, Ramones, Temple of the Dog, U2, and then the Monster Mash. All right, let's get started then. So I have Disclosure Energy, a 5th anniversary Zoetrope picture disc. That is $39.99. And the Doobie Brothers. And the Doobie Brothers is on Sea Blue vinyl. That's $29.99 for Sea Blue vinyl. Over here, we have Kiss. This is sold to Jeff Brindley for $10. Kiss Killers is sold for $10. Let's move over here to Testament. Testament is tied at 10. So Hessen Session bid 10. Oh, Hessen Session bid 10 again. And let's go ahead and sell Testament for $10 to Hessen Session. Boom, that's done. See you later. Let's go ahead and put up another Kiss cassette. And that one is You Wanted the Best, You Got It. And this is in the original red jewel case with the red cartridge. That's pretty cool. Red jewel case and red cartridge. That is Kiss, You Wanted the Best, You Got It. $10 start on Kiss. That's now up for bid. And then let's go ahead and try another Testament. And let's see what color this one is. There's Kiss. That's a $10 start. This Testament is another one on orange vinyl. How about we go ahead and make it a buy it now? Who wants that one for $10? Testament Native Blood. $10 buy it now on that one. Also, we have Iggy Pop, The Idiot. Iggy Pop is $33.99. I have Guns N' Roses, Use Your Illusion 1, and that is sold to Mark Hammer. Thank you. That one has November Rain on it. It's a 2 LP. That's $49.99. Jerry Torres gets the Testament for $10. That's sold to Jerry Torres for $10. That's Testament Native Blood. Thank you on that one. Let's put up another one for auction. Testament Native Blood. This one's on blue and black swirl. Blue and black swirl. Testament is now a $10 start. That's now up for bid. Kiss is at 12. Jeff Brindley, you're out. There's Guns N' Roses, Use Your Illusion 2. $49.99 on that. The Ramones, self-titled, $33.99 for Hey Ho, Let's Go, $33.99 for the Ramones. Let's go ahead and put up one of our first LP auctions. And boy, there's a lot of stuff around me. Let's go ahead and see what's going on right over here. Let's go ahead and run, here we go. Roger Waters, The Pros and Cons of Hitchhiking. Roger Waters is an 84. It is uncensored. The vinyl's pretty low grade, though. It's G+, VG-, and Roger Waters is a $5 start. $5 start, but it is the uncensored cover there. And thank you for that, Patrick. And then we have U2, The Best of U2, 1990 to 2000. U2's a 2 LP compilation, $44.99. And the Ramones, Leave Home. The Ramones is $33.99. $33.99 on the Ramones. Kiss is at $15, now $18. Testament did not get a bid. Let's make that a buy now for $10. That was a blue smoke-colored vinyl. Another Testament single, $10 buy now on that one. And then we have the Roger Waters, just a $5 start on that, going once, going twice. Also, Phil Collins, No Jacket Required, $29.99 for No Jacket Required. That is remastered. And Turnstile, Nonstop Feeling. Turnstile is $29.99. Now Kiss is at $20. Jeff Brindley does get the Testament single for $10. That's sold to Jeff Brindley for $10. Thank you on that one. All right, now let's put up a Slayer. Uh-oh, Slayer. Let's see what color we have here on Slayer. Slayer over here. Hold on one second. Give me 1 second. Hadn't got to the Ramones yet. Slayer here, black vinyl. This is When the Stillness Comes. Slayer is a $10 start. When the Stillness Comes, $10 start on that. Ramones, Leave Home right here. This is sold to Matt Nichols. Thank you, Matt Nichols. This is sold to you. Matt Nichols on the Ramones, Leave Home. Thank you on that one. See, she's out on Kiss. That means this is sold to Jeff Brindley for $20. Jeff gets the Kiss cassette for $20. Roger Waters is now at 15 with Line Stink. We have a 5, and a 15. He meant to put 5, okay? So Jerry Stone technically bid 5 first then. So Line Stink, you're out. Slayer's a $10 start. And then the Guns N' Roses, yeah, this is a vinyl box set. Forgive me, I forgot the exact details because I don't have the hop sticker, but it's all vinyl. It's a huge vinyl box set. There's very little other media in here. There's lots of extras. I forgot the exact stats, though. I know there's at least 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. There might be as many as 12 or 14 LPs here. There's a bunch. There's a lot of vinyl, and it has extra stuff, too. And it's last night it was a $350 start. I've marked it down to $300. Somebody offered $285 last night. I was like, that $15 might be the difference because it's going to take a lot to ship it. So here's our next cassette, Kiss cassette, Crazy Nights. Kiss is going to go up for a $10 start on that one. Slayer's at $15. Yeah, it's complete and everything's near mint. It's complete and everything's near mint. Yep. Also, U2 War. This is sold over here to Amenities. Thank you, Amenities. Alfredo Fuentes gets that one. I got 1 copy of War left. So Roger Waters is now at 10. So Jerry Stone, you've been outbid. He did bid 10. It is low grade, VG-, but that album is out of print. Slayer's at 15, and Kiss is a $10 start. We also have Kings of Leon, Come Around Sundown. Kings of Leon's a 2 LP, $33.99. And Guns N' Roses is sold to Jeff Brindley for $300. Excellent. I'm actually going to put that down in the crate. No, let's just set that over here on the table. All right, so that's sold over here on the table. Thank you, Jeff Brindley. That's sold to you. That's a great bargain. We sold a sealed one the other night for $400, so I figured that was about right. All right, let's jump over here and see what's going on. I got Volbeat, Gods of Angel Trust. Volbeat is $49.99. Also, we have Iggy Pop, Just for Life, $33.99. And we have Guns N' Roses, Appetite for Destruction. That is $36.99. So Slayer is sold to Nathan Bishop for $15. Thank you, Nathan. That's sold to you for $15. Pros and Cons of Hitchhiking. The last bid on that was Line Stink at $10. It's up to Jerry Stone. Kiss has a high bid right now of $10. And we have Justin Moore's Greatest Hits. That's $29.99. Jerry's out, so let's sell Roger Waters for $10. That's sold to Line Stink for $10. And then Kiss is at 10 with Doug Reeder. That's Crazy Nights. Clash, London Calling. That's a 2 LP, $44.99. All right, let's see what I got here. Here's what I'm willing to do because we have sold so many of these. I have random. Here we go. You ready? Because I don't know. I hadn't looked at all of them. I'm willing to sell the rest of these Testament singles for $12 a piece. And maybe that way everybody can get one. You're going to get a random color. Most of them should be colored vinyl, but that's what's left on the Testament singles. We got way too much other stuff to auction. We auctioned Testament singles last night for 5 hours, and we still didn't get through them all. $12 a piece, random. I'm just going to shuffle them up here. If you want one, comment Testament. Okay? $12, and I'll tag you for one. Okay? That's going to be the rest of those. All right, and then let's see if we have another Slayer over here. And here's a different Slayer. This one's going to go up for auction. This one's white vinyl. When the stillness comes, $10 start on that. $10 start on Slayer when the stillness comes. Kiss is sold for $10 to Doug Reeder. Thank you, Doug. Testaments are sold for $12 to Cindy Yarborough for $12. Nathan Bishop for $12. Red Cave Collections for $12. Doug Reeder for $12. Okay? And that leaves 5 Testament singles. $12 a piece if anybody wants those. Slayer's a $10 start, white vinyl. The Ramones Rock at the Rush is $33.99. And Courtney Barnett is $44.99. What's that? Okay, thank you. Over here we have Kiss, next auction. Actually, let's do this Ozzy Randy Rhoads tribute. Uh-oh. This one's going to stir up some feathers. This is Ozzy Randy Rhoads tribute, a $10 start. That is now up for bid. And we have Michael Ruttman on a Testament single. Thank you, Michael. That's sold you for $12. Anybody else? Final call on, oh, actually, I just put down Slayer. Ozzy Randy Rhoads tribute, $10 start on that. And then we have Accept Predator, $38.99 for Accept Predator. And we have Temple the Dog. We had 3 copies left. Let me see who all got one. I know one sold over here to Scott Corcoran. Thank you, Scott Corcoran. And then we sold one over here to Alfredo Fuentes, Amenities. All right, thank you on that. So one Temple the Dog, $34.99. Ozzy is at $10, and that's going once, going twice. Let's do another Kiss cassette. And our next Kiss cassette is going to be let me figure out which one I want to do here. Let's do Kiss. This is always popular. Oh, well, let's do this one. Let's do Ace, the Ace Frehley solo album. That's going to go up for a $10 start. Okay. Anybody else on this before I grab the other crate? Next thing over here is Ozzy 12, and Slayer is a no bid, white vinyl, When the Stillness Comes. Let's make that a buy it now for $10. Slayer, When the Stillness Comes, white vinyl, $10 buy it now on that. Let's grab another LP over there. So the Ozzy Randy Rhoads tribute, the Ace Frehley cassettes, cassette, that's a $10 start on that. Ozzy's already at 12, and let's go ahead and put up another auction. And that next auction is this right here. Steely Dan, 2 Against Nature. And Steely Dan is a 2021 record store date, limited to 10,000 sealed. Steely Dan, a $55 start. $55 start. Jerry Torrey's on Slayer for $10. Jerry Torrey's on Slayer for $10, okay? Thank you on that one. Kiss is at 10. Ozzy's at 15. Ozzy at 15. Ace is at 10. Ace is at 12. Ozzy's at 20. All right, so let me make sure I didn't miss anything else in here. GNR, we got that. McCartney, Willie Nelson, Split Ends. That's all in the next crate coming up in just a moment. All right, so here's what's left in here. Disclosure Energy, $39.99. Doobie Brothers was $29. Iggy Pop, $33. We have Guns N' Roses, Use Your Illusion 2, $49. The Ramones, $33. U2 Best of 1990-2000, $44.99. We have Phil Collins, $29, Turnstile, $29, U2, $36, Kings of Leon, $33, Vault Beat, $44, Iggy Pop, $33, Guns N' Roses, $36, Justin Moore, $29, Clash is $44, Ramones, $33, Courtney Barnett, $44. Also over here we have Accept Predator for $38, and Temple the Dog is $34.99. $34.99. Are we live on YouTube? We're live on YouTube. Someone says YouTube's not working. Jake, are we live on YouTube? I think we are. Okay, so over here, Ace, the last bid on Ace was Chris Frazier at 15. Chris Frazier has Ace for 15. Ozzy was at 21 with Amenities. So Ozzy's at 21. Doug Reeder's out. Ace is at 15. Steely Dan's a $55 start. All right, I'm going to do the same thing on the Slayers as I did on Testament. Random Slayer, they could be any different color vinyl. When the Stillness Comes, $12 a piece. Slayers, $12 a piece. Your pick. Here, we'll pick at one and see what it is. Red. That one's going to be red. I'm going to shuffle them up here. We'll pick out another one here. Let's see what color. This one was white. Different colors. I'm sure they're probably either all different or there's a couple of each in there. Slayers for $12 a piece when the Stillness Comes. We have Michael Ruttman for 1. Sean Holford wants 2 Slayer. Red Cave Collection wants a Slayer. and YouTube test comment didn't populate. Okay, so that's not good. I hadn't seen a YouTube comment in a while. Test 1 2, test 1 2. Anybody over there on YouTube having trouble commenting? Let me open this up and see what's up with that. That's not good. Let me find our current live feed. There it is right there. And the last comment says test ... Yeah, there's no, doesn't look like they're coming through over there. All right, and then Stanley Richmond on Slayer. Stanley Richmond gets a Slayer for 12. All right, that means Aussie. Aussie over here. It says there's 56 watching on YouTube, but there's nobody commenting. Okay, Aussie over here then is sold to Amenities for $21. Chris Frazier gets the Ace Frehley for $15. And then Steely Dan's a no bid. And Steely Dan's a no bid for $55. 2 Against Nature. That is a no bid, sealed for $55 on Steely Dan. Okay, $55, and that's sold to Blaine Zapnick. There we have it. Over here, and then Steely Dan 55. I know you said random, but if there's a Blue Testament, I'll take one of those as well. Price on YouTube, $19.80, $19.90. This is actually $19.90 to $2,000. $44.99 on that one. And Rock Show put ALP. What was ALP? Cindy Yarborough said flag. Cindy Yarborough is throwing a flag on something. She bid $16 on Ace. Chris Frazier, you're outbid. Cindy Yarborough has Ace for $16. Chris, I got bad news. All right, there it is. Twitch wouldn't let me comment. We've had some problems lately with people commenting and it not hitting restream. Big thing tonight, make sure your comments are appearing over here, especially bids. Cindy's definitely showed up, but I just couldn't see it. All right, let's go ahead and put up another cassette then. This is Ozzy, No Rest for the Wicked, and this one's going to go up for a $10 start. Ozzy, No Rest for the Wicked. Somebody wanted to see Phil Collins again. Phil Collins is right here, and Phil Collins is called No Jacket Required. It is remastered, $29.99, okay? And now we have 16 on Ace. Now we have 18 on Ace. Ozzy's a $10 start. Let's put up another album. Yeah, advertised auctions could start as soon as right now. I'm putting up stuff right now, actually. David Allan Coe, Compass Point. David Allan Coe is a 1979 USOG VG Plus in shrink. VG Plus David Allan Coe, $10 start on that one. Okay, so right now I got random colored Slayers and random colored Testaments for $12 a piece. Okay, so random colored Slayers for $12 and random colored Testament for $12. That's what I have left. I got 3 Slayers and I got 4 Testaments. Those are $12 a piece if anybody wants them, okay? Ace has a new bid for $20. And then over here, Sandy Villa said she will take Phil Collins. All right, let's go grab that other crepe over here. Are the Wasp records going up for tonight or tomorrow? Was that in the flip video you seen today? That's probably for tomorrow night's metal night. Yeah. Of course, we had 5. Yeah, we had 5 Wasp records last night that wasn't really advertised. But for sure advertised and guaranteed, yes, definitely tomorrow. What could pop up tonight? Who knows? I don't know. Big Scary Dave is like, dang it, why does this guy got to be this way? Why did you just don't tell us when it's being sold? He's always keeping us guessing and wondering. He's unpredictable. He is unpredictable. Hey, there's the empty crates. I'm going to need those later tonight. I was wondering where some more were. Here we go. Here we go. All right. Any doing straight price metal? I did some. Was you watching last night, Deckelman? Was you watching last night, Deckelman? I did some last night. I just didn't ever see your name pop up. All right. So here's what happened. We had Ace at $20. Chris Frazier, it's up to you. Cindy has that for 20. 20 on that one. Sandy got Phil Collins. Did you pull War from me? I have. We got another crate to go through, though. David Allan Coe has a bid for 11. And then over here, we are back down to the bottom. Ozzy doesn't have a bid yet. That is a $10 start for Ozzy. 4 crates of new vinyl came in. There are 4 crates of new vinyl. Bob Marley, Songs of Freedom, The Island Years. Bob Marley is $139.99. $139.99. $139.99. No, the auction crates, the trickster stuff's right over here, right, Patrick? Laura just asked. The crate with the trickster stuff. It had, let me see if I get my, Laura, I'll go find out right now. Let me see if,
this is where most of the metal is.
Yeah, this is it right here. Yeah, that's most of it right here. Yep, it's right up here, Laura. Top crate on the left lids off of it, and Patrick can show you too. But yes, it's up here. And there's a video posted today, and that's where a lot of people's going to expect that stuff. Okay. Over here, we had what? Aussie, $10. And sleep, so I guess to miss. Yes, it was definitely after midnight. We were pricing stuff live until 2 a.m. Sean Holford wants a Testament. So does Sean Holford for $12. Thank you, Sean. And let's do this over here. And then, okay, Bob Marley, $139.99. What happened? Drive-by truckers. Drive-by truckers is so does Sean Drake. There's that. Bob Marley is on black vinyl. Drive-by truckers is $34.99. Have we got all this figured out? I think I'm almost. I'm going to have to start skipping some stuff. Here we go. We have David Allen Coe, and David Allen Coe is sold. Nathan Bishop, only bidder $11. David Allen Coe is sold. Ozzy got one bid, and Ozzy is sold for $10 to CJ Shooter. Are you a first-time buyer? No Rest for the Wicked is sold to CJ. And let me see if Chris Frazier bid on Ace. He put A. He sent a capital A, nothing after it. This is a final call to Cindy Yarborough for $20. Cindy's had this for 4 minutes. Chris, I was going to make sure if you were going to bid again. Panic at the Disco is a 2 LP, $56.99. $56.99 for the Panic at the Disco. And then over here, yes, but no worries, I'll message you. He said, Ozzy, No Rest for the Wicked if you want to look it up. Info on Ozzy. Ozzy is CJ Shooters for $10. This got one bid for $10, and that is sold to him. If you're a first-time buyer, let me know. I need your name, address, $8 in limited shipping. That now belongs to you pending payment. That invoice will be sent on Monday. Cindy, he is still bidding on Ace. It's at $22 for Ace Frehley. They are still bidding on that one. Let's go ahead and put up something else then. Next one I have is going to be another LP over here. And the other LP I'm going to put up right now is this, Corrosion of Conformity. Corrosion of Conformity Deliverance is a 2 LP. This is a 2022 Revolver Magazine exclusive, limited to 400 red and orange splatter. And that's going to go up for a $55 start. $55 start. And that is Corrosion of Conformity Deliverance. Also, we have 3 Doors Down Greatest Hits. 3 Doors Down. One is sold to AJ Clark. Thank you on that one, AJ Clark. That's sold to you. Yes, these singles are $12 a piece. Slayer is $12 and Testament's $12. Slayer is $12 and Testament. They're random colored vinyl, meaning I know what they are if I look at them, but I'm not going to keep it simple. Random color. Cindy's out. Chris Frazier gets Ace for $22. Corrosion Conformity has a bid for $55. Another 3 Doors Down Greatest Hits. This is $34.99 for 3 Doors Down's Greatest Hits. Gal Costa, that's $38.99. Still have that available. Also, we have Slipknot Iowa. That's a 2 LP, $38.99. Slipknot Iowa. I thought there was a claim for this. Maybe not. Also, we have the Punk 45 compilation. There is no such thing as Society. A 2 LP, $46.99. Corrosion of Conformity Deliverance is a 2022 U.S. Revolver Magazine exclusive, limited to 400 on red and orange splatter, sealed. One bid, final call, John Durden, $55. Joseph McCormick gets a Slayer for $12. That's sold to Joseph McCormick. There's that. And then CP Dean put Test. Is that a test comment or for a Testament record? Okay, there's that. And then over here, let's see what else is going on. My next Kiss auction is going to be Kiss Dynasty. And this is going to go up for a $10 start. This is a $10 start. There is Kiss Dynasty. Also, Pat Metheny Side Eye. Pat Metheny is a 2 LP. That's $39.99. New for this Friday. Split Ends over here. Split Ends over here. This is $38.99. $38.99. And Split Ends is sold to Cynthia Herdron. Thank you, Cynthia Herdron. That's sold to you. And Kiss is a $10 start. Are those Slayers buy it now? $12 a piece on Slayer. If you want one, random colored vinyl. U2 box set. Here it is. U2, The Seeds of the Joshua Tree, numbered 66 of 200. This is an unofficial 2021, limited 200 copies on blue aquamarine colored vinyl. 2 full shows, Arizona State. And April 2nd and 4th, 1987, $125 start. Hoopy says, I'll take a Slayer. Slayer sold to Hoopy for $12. And I have 1 Slayer left and 3 Testaments. $12 a piece on those. Over here, we also have My Days of 58, Bill Callahan, $39.99. Now Yearbook Vault 82, $64.99. And Will and Nelson Phases and Stages. That's sold to Scott Smith. Thank you, Scott Smith. That's sold to you. Nobody bid on Kiss. That's a $10 buy now. Corrosion Conformity just got one bid for $55. That's sold to John Durden. U2 has a bid for $125 to Jason Fornerat. And Bob Marley. This is called the Songs of Freedom, the Island Years. That is a 6 LP box set, $139.99, $139.99. Also, Randy Holden Population 2. One is sold to Blaine Zapnick. I have one left. This is limited edition purple vinyl, $36.99. Okay. Over here, let's see what's going on. U2, $125, going once, going twice. And then we have Kiss. Chris Frazier got Kiss Dynasty for $10. That's sold to Chris Frazier. Next thing was Jeff Brindley was next. Then Sarah Wyberdink. 007 wants a Slayer and a Testament. Sold and sold. The only thing I have left are 2 Testaments, unless that's what David Dwayne wanted. Now, some people are putting test. I don't know if they're wanting a Testament or if they're wanting to put a test comment. But those are $12 a piece. There's only 2 left. U2 130, U2 150. Let's put up another auction. There is some requests for Pink Floyd in the shrink wrap. I'll sell that one at 8 o'clock on the dot. 8 o'clock on the dot is when I'll sell Pink Floyd in the shrink wrap. 8 o'clock on the dot. I'll go ahead and promise that one at an exact time. 8 o'clock on the dot. Next is the Electric Prunes, Mass and F minor. The Electric Prunes is a German reissue, unknown year, VG Plus, a $15 start on the Electric Prunes. That's now up for bid. Also, the Weekend Highlights, that's a 2 LP, $49.99. The Monster Mash, this is on purple vinyl. We did sell a Monster Mash, and that was sold to Deidre Schultz. Thank you, Deidre. That's sold to you. And then we have one left, purple vinyl. NWA's Greatest Hits was 38, and Paul McCartney, Man on the Run. This is sold to Scott Corcoran. If anybody else wants one, that's the new Amazon documentary that comes out, $36.99. Okay, U2's at $150 with Jason Fornerat. Black Yale, you're out. The Electric Prunes is a $15 start. No one's bid yet. Going once, going twice. Next auction is going to go up right now. Kiss, Smashes, Thrashes, and Hits. This cassette tape is going to go up for a $10 start. Smashes, Thrashes, and Hits. And that is a $10 start. All right, let's look at the last 2. And these are $12. I got Testament. What's left? Testament on like wine-colored vinyl for $12, and the other Testament is on green. Wine and green, that's the last 2 Testaments left, $12 and $12, okay? Next thing, Kiss is at $10. This crate is all brand new sticker price stuff. This is all brand new from distribution. Honestly, if I took any less, I'd probably be at a break-even point. U2 over here, the last bid on that was Jason Fornerat at $150. Electric Prunes is at $15. Kiss has a bid for $10. Here's what's left in here. The Bob Marley box set, $139.99. Also, Drive By Trucker, Southern Rock Opera, $34. Panic at the Disco is $56. Three Doors Down, Greatest Hits is $34.99. Gal Costa is $38.99. Slipknot Iowa, $38.99. Punk 45 is $46.99. Pat Metheny's $39.99. Bill Callahan, $39.99. Now Vault 82 is $64. Randy Holden is $36. The Weeknd's $49. Monster Mash is at $38. NWA is at $38. And Paul McCartney is $36.99. Okay. All right. Kiss got one bid of Jeff Brindley. That's sold for $10. The Electric Prunes is at $15 with David Smith and Nick Saranjenko out. And ST says I asked for Iggy a long time ago. I hadn't got to it because that was in the last crate. He wanted Lust for Life. Got it right here. Thank you. When the crate's already left the table, you might have to ask me again and then again and then again if I don't remember. This is sold to ST, Iggy, Lust for Life. If anybody else wants one, let me know. I never did hear back from Blackie L. Lost them. Their internet must have crashed and burned. So I'll sell this to Jason Fornerat for $150. Blackie's internet has been disconnected. There's the Electric Prunes at $15. Final chance on that. Next auction is going to go up right now. And this is going to be New Order. And New Order's a 1989 USOG, no condition notes. This is Round and Round. And New Order's a $15 start. That's now up for bid. Electric Prunes is a German reissue, unknown year. It's a 70s pressing probably. It's probably a 70s pressing. German reissue, VG Plus condition. It's got a high bid for $15. I'm waiting for Nick Saranjenko. I think his internet has crashed and burned too. I've lost. Some people have major internet connections. They crash or they decide to go outside and walk their dogs, cats, gerbils, what other, feed their fish, and they go, man, I wonder if they won that auction. Then they come back and find out that they've been outbid and they've lost the auction. And they're like, holy crap, I can't believe I've been outbid and lost the auction. I didn't mean for that to happen. Paul McCartney's on black vinyl, and let's go ahead and go through a crate of new stuff, okay? And New Order has a bid for 15. That's going once, going twice. I'm about to sell it. You better bid quick tonight on this early stuff. If you're not bidding like immediately, you're probably not going to win the auction. If you're not bidding like over and over and over, you're probably not going to win the auction. Kiss Hot in the Shade is at $10. You got to like bid and then start bidding again, start bidding again, start bidding again. CJ Shooter, do you want to put up Aussie Lights will be in tomorrow. New Order has no condition notes, okay? New Order has no condition notes. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to bring over a new crate, put down CJ Shooter for an Aussie Light. Those should be in tomorrow. CJ Shooter for an Aussie Light, okay? And it looks like we got some new stuff right over here. And let's go ahead and start trying to knock that out if I can. Let's see what's in this crate right here. And yeah, let me do this right here. I'm gonna need to get my laptop computer. I'm gonna need another monster, and let's start going through some of this stuff right here. Hope everybody's ready, okay? Now, CJ Shooter, make a note to put him down for an Aussie Light. I'll take care of that. New Order has no condition notes. Now we have Electric Prunes, and here we go. Let's put this right over here. So what happened? Let's see what's going on. First thing is this. I left off by saying Electric Prunes was at $15. New Order got a bid for $15. Paul McCartney's on black vinyl. New Order 17. New Order 17. We have New Order 16. Prunes out. Any Japanese? Yes. New Order 17. New Order 20. Kiss is at 10. New Order at 25. Kiss has another bid for 10. The first bidder was Jeff Brindley. Sarah Wyberdink, you're out. And then the Electric Prunes is at 17. New Orders at 18. New Orders at 26. And then we have Electric Prunes is at 18. We have Kiss is at 12, and New Orders is at 29. So the Electric Prunes is at 18. The Kiss cassettes at 13. And the New Order's at $29 right now. First thing we have is Van Halen live at Wembley, and that is $29.99. Let me go get my laptop computer right quick. And then we're going to put up another cassette tape right quick. And the next cassette tape we're going to put up is Rollins Band Wait. Rollins Band Wait is going to go up for a $10 start. Rollins Band, that's not too easy to get on vinyl whatsoever. $10 start on that, okay? First thing I need to do, though, is get my laptop because we're now officially into some waiting list territory. Also need another Monster Energy drink to obtain complete focus. This is busy time of the night. If you've got a question about what's something for sale, I would hold it. Not saying that to be rude. I'm saying that to make the sale much more enjoyable for everybody else. If it's not about an auction, you may have to hold it because at this point I can barely even talk. Put 3 sentences together, much less have a press conference here. So no time for a press conference right now. But if you do have a question about something I'm selling, I will answer it very quickly and fastly, and I'll probably say it 2 or 3 times. Make sure you got your volume turned up and you're engaged because you're going to miss something quickly. If it's about something happening tomorrow, something happening in the future, probably can't answer it. But if you have something about a record I'm selling right now, I'll be glad to answer it. Otherwise, it's going to get really, really busy, and I won't be able to keep up. You won't be able to keep up. Nobody else will be able to keep up. Then there'll be confusion. People will be running around screaming. Absolute chaos. Next thing you know, it's just a terrible situation. So, okay, so I'm back here. Let me cancel this. Let me minimize that. Let me open this. I'll take 3 of those. Give me 2 of these. Let me open this. I'm going to open this up right here. Let me refresh that. I got to minimize this. Let me close out this. Internet's not working. Let me connect to my hotspot. Can't trust Wi-Fi nowadays. Let's see if the old iPhone will connect to a hotspot. Refresh, 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 refresh. There it is. Command F and Van Halen. At this point, Patrick's like, golly. You want to come fill in, Patrick? First thing we have is Clifford Umstead on Van Halen live at Wembley. Van Halen live at Wembley. This is sold to Clifford Umstead. Thank you, Clifford Umstead. He was on a wait list. All right, let's get back up to the top and figure out what happened. So the first thing that happened was Kiss got a bid for 13. New Order got a bid for 29. And then over here we have Nick Galletti on Van Halen, but he passed. New Order got a bid for 31. Kiss got a bid for 15. Rollins 10. New Order out. And then Charles Berry put Test. And then over here, New Order out. Rollins Band 11. Rollins Band 15. Nick Galletti passed on Van Halen. And then Rollins Band out. Chad Anarchy, Van Halen price. Van Halen live at Wembley, 1995 is $29.99. $29.99. So Kiss. The last bid that came in on Kiss, Jeff Brindley out, sold to Sarah Wyberdink for $15. That sold. The last bid that came in on the Electric Prunes, that was EP. I'm looking for EP comments. EP comments, and this is sold to Danae De La O for $18. Thank you, Danae. That's sold to you, Rollins Band. Last bid that came in on this was Jeff Brindley, sold to Jeff Brindley for $15. Rollins Band is gone. And then over here, new order. And I see that Jason Fornerat went out. John Durden went out. Amenities gets new order for $31, okay? There's that. Let's put that away. And then we got Jason Fornerat sold on Van Halen. That's sold. And then next thing is the songs of the story so far. There was a wait list for this too. Let's put up some other auctions though. This is story so far. This is sold to Josh Tanner. If anybody else wants one, let me know. Thank you, Josh Tanner. This is sold to you for $29.99. If anybody else wants on a wait list for that, let me know. Let's put that right over here, and then let's go ahead and put up some other auctions. Next auction is Kiss, Hotter Than Hell. This is a cassette tape, $10 start on that. Very nice. That's now up for bid. Next auction's whoop. Let's put that right there. Next auction is about to be up, which is going to be an LP, and we have Megadeth 13. I don't think we have any more wait lists for Megadeth 13, so these are available $39.99. Let's go ahead and grab another LP over here, and let's see what's going on. Next thing we have is this right here. We have Rod Stewart and the Faces, live at the Fillmore 1970. That sounds pretty cool. It's a 3 LP limited edition white vinyl, San Francisco, California, sealed. $55 start on Rod Stewart. That is now up for bid. Also, we have Megadeth Super Collider. That one's also available for $36. Let me check that. I think all these backstock Megadeths, there's no longer any waiting list for these anymore. I think all those have been officially spoken for. So yeah, there shouldn't be any. Let me go over here, and what shouldn't be, let me check my old waiting list. Megadeth, yeah, 13, that's an old one. System has failed, never did happen. That was one somebody wishes they could win on a wait list for. We had some people saying, Chad, put me on a wait list for Megadeth, and I was writing them down, but they don't even exist, or they're not even in print. They were hoping they were in print. So, yeah, these are available, $36.99. I got 2 copies here of the Melvins, and this is Lost Melvins Tres Carabones, and there's probably a wait list for this. So let me try to find that right quick. Let me pull up our new wait list system. I'm going to do Command F. And I'm going to search over here Melvins. And I think there's several. There's one guy that's been buying the heck out of these. This is Fred Cardinals. Thank you, Fred Cardinal. This is sold to him. There's one extra Melvins left if anybody wants it for $29.99. Sean Holford gets the other one. So Fred Cardinal and Sean Holford, thank you and thank you. Megadeth 13 is sold to JCB over on YouTube. Thank you. Kiss did not get a bid. This is a $10 bite now on Hotter Than Hell. $10 bite now on that. That's a no bid. $55 start on Rod Stewart and the Faces. This is live at the Fillmore. It's a 3 LP white vinyl unofficial box set from London Calling. Kiss is a no bid, $10 start. Next auction is going to go up right now, and that is this. Oh boy, what do we have here? Ozzy, Diary of a Madman, a 1981 U.S. Terre Haute OG, VG plus condition. Does have some cover damage. The cover is probably like VG minus. Ozzy, a pretty solid OG copy though, $20 start on that. We have 1 copies of Melvin's Bad Moon Rising. This one's $29.99, and this one is also sold to Fred Cardinal. It's our only copy though, but if anybody wants on a wait list, let me know. Melvin's is sold to Fred Cardinal. Sarah Wyberdink gets the Kiss for $10. That's sold to Sarah Wyberdink. Cindy Yarborough was next. Final call on Rod Stewart. It does have a bid for $55. Our next auction is going to go up, and let me find, where did the box that had the, okay, here we go. Yeah, I got some pretty interesting cassettes in here, stuff that I don't see as often, like Dead Milkmen. Here's Dead Milkmen Beelzebub. That is a $10 start. Sean, I'll put you on a wait list for Bad Moon Rising if that's okay, unless another one pops up. I don't think it will, though. And the next thing we're going to do is Simple Plan. Simple Plan is no pads, no helmets, just balls. Simple Plan is on limited edition clear vinyl, $29.99 on a Simple Plan. So Sean Holford on wait list for Melvin's Bad Moon Rising. And we have one here of In the Beginning There Was Rhythm. Soul Jazz Records, this is $38.99. This looks like some sort of compilation maybe. In the Beginning There Was Rhythm. I believe that's some sort of compilation there, $38.99. Joe Steele's on Simple Plan. If anybody else wants one of those, it will have to be a wait list, but thank you on that one. And the next thing we have is Robert Vladicek on the wait list for Simple Plan. Robert Vladicek on the wait list for that. Danae on the Soul compilation, or whichever that could be. Deg Milkman's at 19. Let's go ahead and say Ozzy has one bid for $20. So CJ Shooter bid 20 on Ozzy. Charles Berry bid 20. Dead Milkman 10. Joe Steele's got Simple Plan. Milkman got another bid for 10. And then Danae got the Soul. Vladicek waiting list for Simple. Milkman 19. Anderson Williams. Milkman's at $19 right now. And then put down Blaine Zapnick for In the Beginning, okay? I'm not for sure what's going on over here. To Hell with Poverty, exclusive limited edition album, essential link history, Bodyguard. Man doesn't have a simple collection of post-drunk rhythms. Yeah. So yeah, let's figure out. Let's put Blaine Zapnick on a wait list. Let's put Troy Robinson on a wait list. Carol Puckett, the Rod Stewart, is sold to you for $55. Thank you. That's sold to Carol Puckett. Let's go over here to Ozzy, which is at $22 right now, and the Dead Milkman's at 19. So Ozzy's an OG VG plus VG minus cover. Dead Milkman's at 19 with Jason Fortner. Moving on, here's another Melvin's Hostile Ambient Takeover. Unfortunately, I only have one, and it's sold to Fred Carnell. So Fred Carnell, this is sold to you. I bet Sean Holford wants on a waiting list. We'll find out, though. This is $29.99. Melvin's is sold to Fred Carnell. He was on a waiting list. And then I've got one copy here of what? Demu Bigore, and this is $38.99. Oh, boy. What's this one called? Symbol, letter, symbol, letter. $38.99. Silver and white and black marble vinyl, $38.99. Let's find another LP to put up for auction. Oh boy, what do we have here? Fly By Night, Rush. Let's see what's going on with that. It's an 81 US Keel press, which is a reissue, but it's super clean. It is near mint minus for a $40 start. $40 start on that one for all TID. Thank you, Deckelman. Testament on green vinyl sold to Stanley Richmond, and that was my last two. So who wants the last Testament single, which is red wine-colored vinyl, for $12? That was a special order for me. Sell this to Justin Deckelman. All right, there might be one in another crate with your name already on it. Danae says pass on Soul Jazz. So was you the first person who claimed it? I think she was, so give it to Blaine Zapnick instead. Give this to Blaine Zapnick instead, and then put Troy Robinson on the wait list. I don't think Troy, just so you know, I don't actually think this is, it's on by Soul Jazz Records, but I think it's post-punk. I think it's a post-punk compilation. I don't think that's Troy's style of music, but if it is, Troy, let me know. Rush info again, an 81 US Keel reissue, near mint minus, $40 start. We have not sold AC/DC. Dead Milkman is sold to Jason Fortner for $19. And then Ozzy is a final call, and that's about to be sold to CJ Shooter for $24. Jimmy LaCroix's out. Charles Berry, you're out. And then Rush is a $40 start. Let's go ahead and put up another Kiss cassette. And our next Kiss cassette is going to go up right now. And I have the double set of Kiss Alive. And this is going to go up for a $10 star. Volume 1, Volume 2. Volume 1, Volume 2. Kiss is a $10 star. That's now for bid. Next thing over here is Exodus, and this is Exhibit B, The Human Condition. Exodus is a 2LP Gold Vinyl, $44.99. Let's see if we have a wait list for Exodus. Exodus, Exhibit B, Tony Riddle and Cindy Yarborough, sold and sold. Tony Riddle and Cindy Yarborough, these are sold and sold. If anybody else wants one, let me know. Those are now sold out, no extras, okay? Over here, we have Jerry Stone on the Simple Plan wait list. Jerry Stone on Simple Plan wait list. And we have the Demu Bigore as a pre-order, but only one came in. Okay, we need to make a note of that then. I'm sure Deckelman probably... I bet his is ordered from a different distributor then. It's probably in a different crate, or it just hadn't come in yet. But we'll give that to him. We'll know he's taken care of, and then we'll go to the pre-order if any more pop up. Rush is at 40. Kiss has a bid for 20. Any UHQR left? No. Any Japanese sold yet? No. Kiss is at 13. Kiss is at 15. And then Ozzy over here is about to be sold. Just FYI, it's at $24 with CJ Shooter. This is Exhumed, All Guts, No Glory, $29.99 for Exhumed. Let's see what's going on with that one. Let me go over here to Exhumed. That's EX, and that is not that one, not that one, not that one, not that one. Exhumed, All Guts, No Glory, Sean Fairweather. Mr. Master Moss 666 on Exhumed. That's $29.99. The Kiss cassettes are $20. Does Rush have a bid? Rush does have a bid with D-Kong for $40. We're about to sell it. And then next thing is Megadeth. That is Super Collider for $36.99. And we still got a copy of Megadeth 13. And Megadeth 13 was $39. So two different Megadeths, and they're still available. LL Cool J, Mama Said Knock You Out, $33.99. The Best of Creed, $29.99. And Our Lady Peace Clumsy. There was a wait list for this, Our Lady Peace. Let's see who was first on that waiting list. Our lady, Josh Brown was first, then Tim Vigari. So there's one copy in here. There's one for Josh Brown. We'll see if Tim Vigari, if another one pops up in just a second, but that is sold to Josh Brown. Ozzy over here didn't get another bid, so this is sold to CJ Shooter, and this is sold to him for $24. Let's put that away, and that is done. That is sold. Thank you on that one. Boom. Let's see what else we can find over here. Kiss is at $22. Amenities is out. D-Kong gets the Rush for $40. That is sold to D-Kong. Thank you on that. Sold. And I need to get to this crate down here below me. There's just so much stuff I got. Here we go. Here's a couple books if anybody wants these. We'll say these are, let's put these up for auction. Let's do Kiss Hotter Than Hell, the stories behind every song, and the Kiss years. These are going to be two different Kiss books here, and we're going to put them up for a $25 start, okay? This is Kiss Hotter Than Hell, the stories behind every song, and the Kiss years, Barry Levine. Let's put these up, both up for auction, a $25 start, okay? Kiss books, now up for bid, and then the Kiss cassettes are at $22. Let's not keep that, let's try not to mix that up. We probably just did, but that's okay. Time is ticking on the cassettes. I might have to go ahead and sell those. Let's find something else over here to put up. Going to be doing a lot of cassette bite nails later, trying to find some of the best ones right now to put up for auction. There are a lot of them. I mean, there's a lot of them over here. We got some great looking stuff like Striper. This is Striper and God We Trust. This is going to go up for a $10 start. There's Striper. The Kiss cassettes are at $26. Chris Frazier, you've been outbid. And then over here, Kiss Books is at $25 of Matt Nichols, okay? So there is LL Cool J. There's Creed. No claim on those yet. That's surprising. And then we have Toots and Maytals, Funky Kingston. Now, Jeremiah, I called him earlier when he was leaving, and Jeremiah said this is Reggae Month. And so shout out Reggae, $34.99. There's Toots and Maytals. That is $34.99. Ha! Here's the crate I've been trying to get to. Here's one of them. Golly, there's a lot of stuff over here. Okay, let me move this stuff over here. Golly. All right, that's all price stuff. And I've been told tomorrow may be one of the best Thursday night metal nights in a long time. That's what I've been told. That's what my staff is informing me of. Tomorrow night might be one of the best Thursday night metal nights in a long time. Here we go. This is pretty incredible here. This is called Music Bank by Alice in Chains. This is a very desirable bootleg, I'll put it that way. Alice in Chains is a limited edition 5LP vinyl box set. Has the poster, has 3.5 hours of music. Nothing like this has ever been officially released, and it's a $495 start. It's on colored vinyl, $495 start on Alice in Chains. So that's up for bid. 5LP sealed, unofficial. Next thing over here is this. We have the Kiss cassettes at $22, the Kiss cassettes at $26, the Kiss books at $25. LL Cool J, as Mama said, knock you out. LL Cool J, $33.99. The Kiss books have a new bid for $30. Kiss books over here has a bid for $27. Toots is sold to Scott Hughes, $34.99. Scott, if you're a first-time buyer, just say yes, first-time buyer. And then over here, Matt Nichols has requested Tad. Kiss cassettes have a new bid, and those are now at $28. So amenities, you're outbid. The Kiss cassettes are at $28. What are the Kiss books? Amenities also just bid $28. Now the Kiss books is at $35. All right, nobody bid on Striper. I'm going to go ahead and make Striper a buy it now for $10. Okay, so let's make sure you put Kiss cassettes or Kiss books. The Kiss cassettes are Alive 2, Volume 1 and 2 together, and those right now are with Chris Frazier at $28. Amenities, you tied him because you was at $26 and he did a +2. So now he's at $28 and so are you. The Kiss books are Kiss the Years, Barry Levine, and then Paul Elliott doing Kiss Hotter Than Hell. These have a high bid right now of $35. The Alice in Chains box set is a $495 start on that one. Now the Kiss books are at $40. Bob Marley and the Wailers, Catch a Fire, $29.99. If anybody's a first-time buyer, thank you and welcome. Make sure you message our Facebook page. We need your email address. We need your mailing address. $8 in limited shipping. As much as you want to buy, we'll invoice you on Monday, okay? We'll invoice you on Monday. Bob Marley Exodus, that one's $36.99. The Best of Bob Marley, $36.99. And Peter Tosh, Mama Africa, that's on red vinyl, $29.99. C gets the Striper cassette for $10. That is sold. And then the Kiss books is now at $40. Chris Frazier, Chris Frazier, you're out on the Kiss cassettes. Alive is at 29. Amenities has it. And Bob Marley wants, right here, Mike Massey wants Bob Marley. Bob Marley wants Mike Massey. There's that. And then the Kiss books are at 40 with Brad Waits, Matt Nichols. It goes back to you. Peter Tosh wanted Dread or Alive, and that one's on yellow vinyl. $33.99 on Peter Tosh. This Peter Tosh right here is so to Shane. And I think Moses wants on a waiting list, right? Moses wants on a wait list for Mama Africa. There's another Peter Tosh wanted Dread or Alive. The Kiss books are at 45. Allison Chains, once again, nothing like this has ever been officially released. Probably one of the more expensive bootlegs I can think of. I mean, it's Allison Chains. It's a greatest hits, 5 LPs, 3.5 hours of music. It has got a lot of stuff in it, and it's a $495 start. These two Kiss cassettes right here are sold to Amenities, and those are sold to Amenities for $29. And I'm going to take this first gigantic stack of stuff we've sold before there's a catastrophe. That's singles, cassettes, everything else. Let's put that raw right over here, and let's put this right over here, and let's put that right there, okay? Boom. All right, that's our first stack of fantastic miscellaneous done. Now, over here, so there's another Peter Tosh. If Moses is on the wait list for the first one, that one's still available. There's Peter Tosh again, $29.99. There's Peter Tosh again, $29.99. So this is the album about the Canadian maple leaf. This is called Legalize It, $29.99. And then here is No Nuclear War, and that's on yellow vinyl, $29.99. The Kiss books are at 50. Matt Nichols, you've been outbid. If anybody wants Allison Chains, it's $495. Let's put that right over there. Allison Chains is $495. Next auction is going to go up right now, and that is the Offspring Smash. And the Offspring Smash is a 20th anniversary. This is a 2014. It includes a booklet, CD, 180 gram, anniversary edition box set. Offspring, $85 start. That's now up for bid. Also, the Black Crow Shake Your Money Maker, $33.99 for that. Remastered, $33.99 for the Black Crow Shake Your Money Maker. 2 copies. Also, the Black Crow Southern Harmony, a musical companion. That one is $33.99. Only one Creed Greatest Hits. Yep. Creed Greatest Hits or Best of, $29.99. Kiss books are at $50. That goes back to Matt Nichols. Offspring is at $85. And let's go ahead and put up another auction. And that next auction is going to go up right now. Tad, 8-Way Santa. Tad is a 1991 US OG, either on standard black or translucent green or green and black swirl. You don't know unless you open it. It's sealed, $195 start, $195 start on Tad. Next thing over here is Moses on Tosh Dread. So let's sell this one right here. That's sold to Moses Z. Got you down for that one. Kiss books out. And then over here, Melanie Jennings wants Tosh Legalize It. That's sold to Melanie Jennings. And there's that right there. And then Black Crow Southern Harmony, that's sold to Scott Hughes, and Dennis Daly on Creed Best Of. And now the Kiss books are sold, and the Kiss books are officially sold, and those are sold to Brad Waits for $50. Okay, thank you on that. Tad already has a $195 bid. Offspring's an $85 start. Here's your next chance on some Kiss cassette. Let's do Peter Criss next. Let's do Peter Criss for a $10 start. He's now up for bid. We sold Ace earlier. There's Peter. And then we got 4 copies here of As I Lay Dying, and there was a wait list for this. Orange Smoke Vinyl. As I Lay Dying was $39.99. So that's As I Lay Dying. And that's for Cameron Lingafelt, Natasha Pickett, and Stanley Richmond. That is Cameron Lingafelt, Natasha Pickett, and Stanley Richmond. $39.99. Orange Smoke Vinyl. And there's 1, 2, 3 sold, and there's 1 left. $39.99 for As I Lay Dying. Okay, first thing is Tad does have a bid for $195. Peter Criss is a $10 start. Cindy Yarborough's in. Nobody bid on the Offspring. That's an $85 buy it now. $85 buy it now on the Offspring. Can I convince one person to buy the last Testament single? We auctioned off Testament and Metal singles last night for like 8 hours. I have one left on wine red colored vinyl. Testament Native Blood is $12 if anybody wants that. So Peter Criss is tied. Tad still has one bid for $195. And let's keep going with more Kiss stuff. Uh-oh, Kissology, here we go. Y'all wanted the best, you got it. I have Kissology DVD. Let's see what's going on with this one. What is the bonus disc in this one? The bonus disc in this one is what? Let me figure out what this is. I always try to figure out what's going on here. Kiss, that's always the question. What's the show or something other? I never can keep these straight. $10 start on this. Be sure you put Kiss DVD. Be sure you put Kiss DVD on this one, okay? And I think this is, I don't know. You'll have to help me if you have a question on that one, but that's a $10 start on that one. Okay, As I Lay Dying is sold to Dwayne Caldwell, and now my crate's full. Let me swap out crates right quick. All 4 of those are sold. If anybody else wants on a wait list, let me know. Let me put that right there. Let me go grab another empty crate over here. Let me grab another empty crate over here, and here is this, and let's get started. Wait a minute, we're already started. Okay, over here, this was Kelly Morin, Don't Trust Mirrors, $34.99. And then Mitski, which I think was a pre-order. Let's go ahead and pull this up right here. Mitski. David Johnson already throwing some shade on Kiss. You better watch out, David. This Kiss army will ride up. They will rise up, and they will ride up to your house, and you will wish you would be praising Kiss. These guys are savages, so I would be very, very, very careful. Over here, we got Mitski on yellow vinyl, $25.99. $25.99. David Johnson is getting really, he's about to have a conniption fit. Robert Barnett, Autumn Betts, Bob Reiger, and Cynthia Herdren on the new Mitski. 4 copies sold, nothing about to happen to me. This is on yellow vinyl, $25.99. There's 1 Mitski left for $25.99 if anybody wants it. Next thing is the Kiss DVD, going once, going twice. I don't see a bid on that one. And Peter Chris over here, Cindy Yarborough has it for $20. And then Tad is sold to John Mince-Moyer for $195. David Johnson, oh gosh, conniption fit brewing. He is about to wig out. Hopefully we can remain him calm. He is, hey everybody, he's throwing shade on Kiss. Look out. He is starting to get frustrated. Some people start seeing that K word and they start to lose their cool. They can't take it. They're about to freak out on me. They're about to freak out on y'all. We have Ozzy. This is called Waiting for Darkness. Good gosh. Ozzy Osbourne is a purple white splatter unofficial, $125 start. That is now up for bid. Comes with this little cool insert photo of Ozzy as well. That Ozzy unofficial, never seen it before. $125 start on that. Peter Chris has bids for 22 and 22. Nobody bid on the Kiss DVD. That's a $10 buy now on Kissology. Did anybody get that Last Testament? Sean Druin did. Thank you, Sean Druin. This is sold to you, and he got that for $12, okay? Thank you, Sean Druin. There's that. And then the Kiss DVD is sold to Steve McGee for $10. All right. And now Peter Chris is at 22 of amenities. Chris Frazier and everybody else is out. And let's run through these one more time. Ozzy's $125 start. Let's put up another auction right quick. David Johnson is about to lose his mind. He said, listen, man, I'm here for Japanese pressings. If I see another Kiss record or anything with the word Kiss on it, I'm just going to lose my cool. AC/DC High Voltage, a 1976 US Presswell OG with the company or sleeve. EX edition, a $25 start. $25 start. Steve Riley got that last copy of Mitski. Steve Riley got that last copy of Mitski. If anybody else wants one, that's a wait list. Shout out to Laura for posting that pre-order. Thank you, Laura. And then over here, Peter Chris, Amenities has it for 22. Chris Frazier now bid 25. This is Ozzy. It's called Waiting for Darkness. He just posted the track listing. I don't know, Mr. Crowley. We got Bark of the Moon, Revelation, Mother Earth, Suicide Solution, Center of Eternity, Iron Man, Crazy Train, and Paranoid. Ozzy is a $125 start. AC/DC has a bid for 25 and 25, and Peter Chris is at 25. Amenities is out. Amenities is out. OUT out. OUT out. Let's go ahead and put up some Buy It Now singles. Buy It Now cassettes. These are $9.99 each. $9.99 each, okay? These are not going to be auctions. These are $9.99 each if you want to go ahead and grab them. How much are these, Chad? They're $9.99. Steelheart, self-titled, Pink Floyd Relics, Whitesnake self-titled, and Led Zeppelin 3. Those are all $9.99, $9.99, $9.99, $9.99. Also, what's left in this first crate? Megadeth 13, a 2 LP. Megadeth is $39.99. Megadeth Super Collider, $36.99. We got Toots and the Maytals, Funky Kingston, $34.99. We got LL Cool J, Mama Said Knock You Out, $33.99. Bob Marley and the Wailers, Exodus, $36.99. The Best of Bob Marley, Legend, $36.99. No Nuclear War, Peter Tosh, that's on yellow vinyl, $29. That's the only Peter Tosh left. Black Crows is $33. Shake Your Money Maker. Oh my gosh, Twice as Hard, Jealous Again. Could I Have Been So Blind? That's my favorite one on there. She Talks to Angels. Good gosh, $33.99, and then this one's good too. This is Southern Harmony Musical Companion, $33.99, and then Kelly Moran, Don't Trust Mirrors, $34.99. Amenities gets the Led Zeppelin cassette for $9.99. That leaves Whitesnake, Pink Floyd, and Steelheart if anybody wants that. Last bid up came in on Peter Chris was $26 with amenities. Chris Frazier, you're out. So Chris was at 25 on this. ACDC 25, ACDC 25. Ozzy has a bid for 140. Peter Chris is at 26. ACDC 28, ACDC 30, ACDC 27, ACDC 30, Ozzy 150, and Jerry Stone wants on the Mitski wait list. That is sold to Jerry Stone. Mitski wait list, okay? Ozzy over here. This is called Waiting for Darkness. It's on Purple Splatter, and this is Ozzy live from the Blizzard, from the Bark at the Moon tour. 1983 Paris. 1983 Paris. Never had that one before. Really cool bootleg there, 150. Now, I want to let everybody know over here that I scored the Black Crows. Let's see here. Scott Hughes. I don't think I've pulled a Black Crows. Did I pull a Black Crows? I don't think I've pulled a Black Crows. If you want one, I'll sell it to you right now. Let's see here. Where did you comment that? But no, I need to probably go ahead and pull that. Let's go ahead and pull that for Scott Hughes. Southern Harmony and Musical Companion. That's so to Scott Hughes, okay? Thank you on that. So to Scott Hughes. Let me go make sure I didn't pull one from that other crate. I'm going so fast, I want to make sure I'm actually calling people's names out. I don't think I did, though. Let me make sure. I'll go over here right quick and check. I think there was only... No, there's one in the crate. Yeah, there's one in the crate. Somebody got one. It was probably you. It was probably you. Let me go back and find that. Let's see right here. Never called my name. I think I pulled a couple things without saying names. Let me make sure. Let's say As I Lay Dying. And then I pulled out a Southern Harmony and Musical Companion, but I never did say who. But I don't see a claim on here for it. That's weird. That's really weird, actually. I'll take best. Yeah, you did. Okay, there it is. Scott Hughes. Yeah, you got it. Okay, so there's still a copy left. Yeah, there's did. Okay, sorry. I did say it, and I did pull it, okay? So there's that, and then Mike Helton wants one each of the Megadeths, okay? So to Mike Helton and so to Mike Helton. There we go. Sold and sold. Thank you on that one. All right. I want to invite everybody to our private group, Whole Lot of Records. If you're new or you hadn't been noticing, Jeremiah is posting about 10 to 12 pre-orders every day. Now, they're not under Chad Williams. They're under Coletco. So the best thing to do is to click on this button right here. See that little filter button? And then go new post. And when you go new post, it will do it in chronological order. Make sure you're looking at them by new post. And this is all the pre-orders. Human League. There's the 9 a.m. vintage video because I forgot to upload it this morning, or it didn't upload correctly. Fraggle Rock up for pre-order. Halloween up for pre-order. The Exploited up for pre-order. Mississippi John Hurt for pre-order. Wall of Voodoo up for pre-order. Macho Man Randy Savage up for pre-order. Sex Packets. Quicksand. I also post videos up there every morning. Failures up for pre-order. Dave Matthews Band. Converge. Dream Theater issues. No one's ordered any of those yet. All 4 Dream Theater issues. Black Crow's new album. Aim on the Sniffers. Also, customers upload post. Just give me a few days to approve them. Corrosion Conformity. Wayne pre-order. Jimi Hendrix pre-order. More videos to watch. Sin City. That's been posted twice, by the way. Laura posted that, and I told Jeremiah to post it, and now it's been posted twice, I've realized. Hannah Montana pre-orders. Youngblood pre-orders. Jimi Hendrix. Elvis pre-orders, Moby pre-orders, Johnny Blue Skies pre-orders, Kishi Bashi, Duran Duran The Wedding Album, that's a big one, Pink Floyd. There's more videos. You can just keep scrolling and pre-order. You can pick up stuff off the racks. You got Signs. We got Randy Rhoads. We got Pearl Jam pre-orders. Make sure you're in our group. There is the new Melvins pre-order. There's Peter Gabriel. There's the Donnas. There's the new Pretty Reckless. There is Avenged Sevenfold, Tom Tom Club, Testament. You can just keep scrolling. Aerosmith, Dio box set. Just keep scrolling. There's Ringo. There's Otis. There's Ringo. Just keep scrolling. There's all kinds of pre-orders. So join that and then scroll. Remember where you left off and then do it again, okay? So next thing is Peter Chris out. Sean Druin wants a Megadeth 13. I have those in stock, Sean. They're just not in this crate anymore. Put down Sean Druin for a Megadeth 13. Exodus was $44.99. It's a wait list, and we're down at the bottom, okay? Here we go. So Peter Chris, time for new auctions. I just hadn't done a shout-out on pre-orders in a long time. Peter Chris is Chris Frazier's at 27, and then Chris Frazier went out, and amenities went out. Okay, we have a major problem. The last bid on Peter Chris was amenities at 26. Chris Frazier bid 27. Amenities went out, and Chris Frazier went out. This is sold to Chris Frazier for $27. Peter Chris is sold to Chris Frazier for $27. Ozzy The last bid on Ozzy that came in was 007 Platinum, and this is sold to him for $150. I hope everybody else was done bidding. This is sold for $150. That is done, and then AC/DC is at $38. $38 of Blaine Zapnick. That's a real OG US copy of High Voltage, TNT. It's a long way to the top if you want to rock and roll. Pull Cinderella Live. Where did you see that at? Next auction is going to go up right now. This is U2, Walk Till You Run. U2 is live in Madison Square Garden, 1985. U2 is numbered to 400. It's a $150 start. There hadn't been a comp anywhere show up since 2021. Probably because bootlegs are banned online. You can buy it right here, though, $150 start on U2. Put down Chris Frazier on Exodus wait list. AC/DC has a new bid for $40. All right, that was crate number 1 of new stuff tonight. Sorry, that one took a while. We almost sold everything out of there. That's what happened the other night when we went through our first crate of new vinyl. We sold almost everything. But wait, there's more. But wait, there's more. There's some great stuff in this one, including more waiting lists. So a lot of waiting lists showed up in some of these. That's why a lot of it's already boom, boom, boom gone. And we have more waiting lists. Cinderella from the flip crate, okay? I'll start trying to find that in just a second. ACD still getting bids. And Super Collider, $36.99. Sorry, Bob Panozniak. I promise I'm not ignoring you. $36.99 for that last Megadeth. And then Sean Druid, like I said, I promise I have Megadeth in stock. I'll just have to go hunt it. Okay, I'll have to go hunt it. But here's Megadeth Super Collider, $36.99. Last copy in that crate, but I think there's more around here somewhere. All righty, and Cinderella, I'll find that. Here we go. These are $10 starts, and I have what? I have Kiss Revenge for a $10 start. $10 start on that. U2's $150 start, Kiss Revenge. Chad needs something to drink. I've already talked my lips off tonight. We hadn't even got started. It's just 7 o'clock. This is what time I'm usually starting the stream. We've already sold 2 crates full of vinyl. Imagine if I start at 4 o'clock. Imagine if I start doing this at 4 o'clock. Y'all in? 4 o'clock start tomorrow? New schedule, 4 to 4 every night. 4 to 4 every night. First thing is the Strokes, the new abnormal. There is a wait list for this. Let's go over here and find it. That is STROKES, Strokes. There is not a wait list for this. The new abnormal is $29.99. $29.99. Over here we have what? AC/DC's at 50. And then over here we have next, we have K-Pop Demon Hunters. That is $36.99. Soundtrack from the Netflix film, $36.99 on that. And then we have a wait list for Space Jam. Space Jam is on limited edition red and black vinyl. And let's go over here and find Space Jam. Space Jam, Ryan Eaton and Brad Waits. 2 copies sold to Ryan Eaton and Brad Waits. If anybody else wants one, let me know, okay? There's one sold. There's another sold. And then Kiss didn't get a bid. That's a buy it now for $10. What about Super Collider? Was that claimed? That was asked about by Bob Panozniak, $36.99. And then over here we have AC/DC has a new bid for $50. Final Chance on U2 for $150. Kiss is a buy it now for $10. We have a request for David Lee Roth. Let me figure out where all these are at. Hold on. A lot of stuff being requested I honestly have not even seen yet. And then they requested again and then requested. So I feel bad because I don't even know where it is yet. So give me a second to try to find it over here. Give me a second to try to find it. And there's David Lee Roth. Okay, this one's been asked about several times already. A 1991 USOG. This is called A Little Ain't Enough. It's in the shrink wrap. It has the inner sleeve. It's a $40 start. U2 has a bid for $150, going once, going twice. So right now, we still got 2 copies of the Strokes for $29. We got the K-Pop for $36, and then Space Jam, $44.99. Not many records you can get with Michael Jordan on the front of them. AC/DC, the last bid was Blaine at $50. I have not heard back from Matthew Hendon. I've lost him. Scorpions, Virgin Killer is on colored vinyl, 180 gram. Scorpions is $34.99. And Paul Di'Anno's Warhorse, $33.99. Let me see if we needed anybody else on a Paul Di'Anno, PAOU. And there was, yeah, Micah Black, Hattori Hanzo. No. Micah Black, Hattori 822.0. They know who that is. I don't know who it is. I think I do. I don't know some of these people's real names. Micah Black. They know who that is. That's sold over here. David Lee Roth 40, David Lee Roth 40. AC/DC is sold, David Lee Roth 50. AC/DC is sold to Blaine Zapnick for $50. Let's go ahead and put that away. Thank you. You two got one bid with Travis. Now it's about to sell for $150. And David Lee Roth is in shrink. It's $50 right now. No condition notes. Also, Scorpions Love at First Sting, $33.99 on the Scorpions. This is the Laughing Hyenas Crawl Hard Times. That is $29.99. The Laughing Hyenas. 2 copies of Creed, My Own Prison. Creed is $33.99. And David Lee Roth is at $60. Next auction is going to go up right now. And that next auction is going to be this right here. A Japanese pressing of Bob Seger, 9 Tonight. David Johnson was just about to have a stroke, but don't worry, here it is. Bob Seger, 9 Tonight, and 81 Japanese. That is a $35 start on Bob Seger. No autographs tonight. Still working on a new batch for a big night. Not ready to unveil anything yet. Not ready yet. Still working on some stuff. Japanese compilation. Japanese Funk, 1970-77. Lots of waiting lists for these. Here's the first one. Japanese Funk, and this is 1970-1977. Dene De La O and Amenities. Dene De La O and Amenities. This is Japanese Funk, 1970-77, $38.99. There's 1, 2 sold, and there's 1 left. Okay, there's 1 left right there. First thing is this. We have David Lee Roth. So here's the bid history on David Lee Roth. 50, 40, 40, 60, 70, 75. What was the name of the Laughing Hyenas? The Laughing Hyenas that was right here was called Hard Times. That is called Crawl Hard Times, $29.99. Next thing is what happened with the Kiss Lost and Found pre-order. Next is David Lee Roth 85, and U2 is sold to Travis Woods for $150. That's sold to Travis for $150. Thank you, that's sold. Last bid on David Lee Roth was Cindy Yarborough at $85. Bob Seger is a $35 start, going once, going twice. Next Kiss cassette, if anybody wants to bid, is going up right now. And that one is going to be this one right here. This is Kiss Asylum. $10 start. That's now up for bid. Also, we have the other Japanese. So this is Japanese 1968 to 1980. 1968 to 1980. This one was Terry Gearhart and Amenities. Terry Gearhart and Amenities. Terry Gearhart and Amenities. So these 2 are sold, and now there's 1 left. So these are really cool. Japanese Funk and Rare Groove, 68 to 80, $38.99. David Lee Roth, this was Cindy Yarborough at $85. Danzig Sings Elvis, purple vinyl. Danzig is $24.99. Scorpions Fly to the Rainbow, special edition, 180-gram colored vinyl, $34.99. And this is Judas Priest live in Atlanta, 1982. It's a record store day. First time on vinyl, officially, a 2 LP red vinyl, 44, and there should be 1 person waiting for this. Joseph McCormick. Thank you, Joseph McCormick. This is so to you, and if anybody else wants one, there's 1 left over here for $44.99. Next thing is on Danzig, and that is so to Mega Blast. Troy, I have sent an email. I'm waiting for a reply. I have sent an email. I'm waiting for a reply. Nobody bid on Bob Seger. David Johnson must have already went to bed. That's a $35 buy it now. And then David Lee Roth is sold to Cindy Yarborough for $85. Thank you, Cindy. That's sold to you for $85, and let's keep rolling. All right, next auction is going to go up right now, and that is Led Zeppelin. All the warmth we can find. Whoa, Led Zeppelin. This is live in Germany, 1980. That had been the last year Led Zeppelin would have toured. 2024, numbered 79 to 250, $175 start on Led Zeppelin. Wow. Nobody bid on Kiss. That's a $10 buy it now if anybody wants Kiss Asylum. Next is Bob Seger is sold to James Kemp for $35. That's sold. Also, we have over here G.G. Allen, the singles collection. Expose Yourself. There was a waiting list for G.G. Allen. I'm going to tell you right now who had it. G.G., it was Mike Pierce. Thank you, Mike Pierce. This is sold to you. I have 1 extra if anybody wants it. Led Zeppelin's $175. There's G.G. Allen. Let's put that right over here. Next auction. Let me see if I can find some stuff other people's requested. I know there's several over here. Let me see what I can find, though. Soundgarden, Pink Floyd. Is it 8 o'clock yet? No. No, I promised that at 7. What time did I promise Pink Floyd? 7 or 8? I can't remember now. Did I say 7 or 8? I don't know. If I said 7, it's time. Steelers are next auction. Steelers, a 1983 USOG EX edition, a $20 start on that one. $20 start, 8 p.m., okay? 8 p.m. There we go. 8 p.m. All right, 8. Thank you. All right, so Led Zeppelin 175, 190. Zeppelin at 8. Okay, Pink Floyd at 8. Don't let me forget. I kind of meant to say 7, but that's okay. This is Thelonious in Action. Thelonious Monk Quartet with Johnny Griffin. That is $24.99. And then Men I Trust, Equus Calaveras. I don't know if I said that correctly. $46.99. That looks interesting. And then NXS is a live unofficial. This is called Original Centers. NXS is $24.99. Let me see if I have an old wait list for this. NXS, nope. Well, maybe. Lillian McCurry. Lillian, are you watching? I have you on an old waiting list for this. I don't know if this is something we had back ordered or if this is something Jeremiah recently ordered. $24.99, okay? If Lillian, if you're watching, I had you on an old waiting list for that, but that's like months ago, but they might have just now come back in. There's another album by Simple Plan, Harder Than It Looks. Simple Plan's on blue marble vinyl, $29.99. So here's the bid history on Led Zeppelin, 175, 190, and then we had Steeler at 20, Steeler at 25, Zeppelin's at 200. So Zeppelin 200 with Danzig. Sean Drake has Steeler for 25. And here's what we're going to do. We're going to put up Kiss Love Gun, and this is going to go up for a $10 start. Kiss Love Gun cassette, that's going to go up for a $10 start. Now we have Steeler at 26, now Steeler at 28. Chevelle, point number 1. There was a waiting list for this. I didn't even remember seeing this Chevelle before. Out of all the Chevelles I ordered, Jeremiah found this one somehow, somewhere, and Chevelle, let's look this one up right quick. Chevelle was 2 people, Chris Bryant and Bob Riger. Mr. Bryant, you got one. That's Chris Bryant, and Mr. Riger, Bob Riger. So 2 of these are sold, 1 and 2. There's one Chevelle left for $29.99. Also, I've got 2 copies of David Crosby, classic album here. If I Can Only Remember My Name. Members of Jefferson Airplane played on here. Grateful Dead, Santana, Joni Mitchell. Also, Stephen Stills played. Neil Young played. I mean, it's kind of like everybody joined in on that one. $29.99 for David Crosby. And then here is a restock of Youngblood Idols. And I know we had a wait list for Youngblood, so let's look up that one. Youngblood, if I could spell it correctly. There's no U in it, is there? No. Sarah Wyberdink, Chris Kirkley, and Stanley Richmond. That is 3 people. That's Sarah Wyberdink, Chris Kirkley, and Stanley Richmond. These are $39.99. Includes signed artwork print. There's 1 copy left if anybody wants it. Okay, so Steeler, the last bid was $28. Led Zeppelin's at $210. Final chance to bid on Kiss for $10. And then let's go ahead and add another LP auction. Actually, let's see what's going on right over here with this right here. Ozzy, a DVD, Speak of the Devil, live at Irvine Meadows, 1982. DVD concert from Ozzy, $10 start. $10 start on Ozzy. Jerry Stone wants a David Crosby. There's Ozzy, a $10 start. Which album was the Bob Seger? You got a Japanese pressing of 9 Tonight for $35 minimum bid. David Johnson's already went to bed. He said, I've seen enough Kiss, I'm out. Led Zeppelin's at $210. Ozzy's a $10 start. Speaking of Kiss, nobody bid on Love Gun. That's a $10 buy it now. Here's what's left in here. The new Abnormal, that's The Strokes. The Strokes is $29.99. We have K-Pop Demon Hunters. That's $36.99. Also, we have Space Jam. That's a 2 LP. That's on red and black vinyl. Space Jam's $44.99. Scorpions, Virgin Killer, $34. Scorpions, Love at First Sting, $33. Creed, My Own Prison, $33.99 for Creed. Japanese Groove Disc Guide, Japanese Funk 1970-77, that's $38.99. The Laughing Hyenas, this is Crawl and Hard Times for $29.99. Japanese Groove Disc, that's Japanese Rare Funk and Groove, 68 to 80. That one's $38.99. Scorpions Fly to the Rainbow, $34. Judas Priest Live in Atlanta, 2 LP Record Store Day, $44.99. Okay. First thing, Steeler out. This is sold to Mark Steele for $28. Steeler is sold for $28 to Mark Steele. That's done. Led Zeppelin is up to Alex Miller. He's out. Led Zeppelin is $210. That's with Danzig going once, going twice. Ozzy has 1 bid with CJ Shooter for $10. That's going once, going twice. And then our next auction. Now, somebody asked for Cinderella Live, and I hadn't forgot about you. I've just been trying to locate it. It's in the flip video. Okay, now I think some people's getting confused with the flip video that says these will be sold Thursday Night Metal Night and the flip video that was in the comments for tonight's advertised auctions, okay? So there is a video. It's a whole tub, and it's got like Danger, Danger. It has lots of Wasp. There was Cinderellas. There's Tora Tora. Those are not for tonight. Those, the caption said, those will be sold on Thursday Night Metal Night. Now, if that's what you're looking for, those aren't tonight, because I've already had 2 people say Tora Tora, and I've had 2 people say Cinderellas. Those are not for tonight. It's really hard for me to advertise anything in advance because people assume if they see it, it's for that night tonight. It's not. Those are for tomorrow. Now, there's a flip video that is loaded with crazy good stuff in the comments of the hot picture. And I always make sure to date stuff and put exactly when they're being sold now. So if you just go straight to the pictures, don't assume that they're being sold that night. Here is the Black Crowes, and this is an unofficial pressing on blue marble vinyl, and that's going to be a $75 start. Black Crowes, $75 start on that one. Who is playing guitar on Ozzy? Ozzy is Brad Gillis on guitar. Black Crowes has a bid for $75, and Led Zeppelin here is officially sold to Danzig for $210. Another few more read-throughs in here. G.G. Allen, the singles collection, $29.99. Monk was $24.99. Men I Trust by Equus Cabalawas by Cab Lewis, that's $46.99. NXS Original Centers, $24.99. And then Simple Plan, Harder Than It Looks, $29.99. And then Chevelle Point number 1's $29, and then David Crosby $29, and Youngblood Idols is $39. Okay, all right. Black Crowes does have a bid for $75. Let me try and put up. These need to go in here. I'll set it if they'll fit. Yeah. Not much space. First thing is, let me grab the new crate, but also I'm going to go ahead and put up a Kiss cassette. This is Kiss Creatures of the Night with that alternate artwork. And Kiss is going to be a $10 start. And Mike Owen on NXS. That's so to Mike Owen. I'm going to go ahead and give Lily McCurry one. She was not watching, and I was going to make sure. That's an old waiting list, but she never was tagged for one. So tag that for Lily McCurry, and hopefully she still wants that. Maybe she's still watching. CJ Shooter, you get the Ozzy DVD for $10. That's so to CJ Shooter. Final Call on the Black Crowes. It does have a bid for $75, and there's Kiss Creatures. All right, let's get right into another crate then. I'm going to condense this over here with the first crate of new stuff that came in. Got new vintage stuff to go through. Going to be several discount bins tonight. We have a lot going on. We got enough auctions over here to keep us busy for like 20 hours. That's why I'm going so fast. So make sure you get in your bids quickly and fastly, and then I'm going to sell it, and then we'll move on, okay? Now, somebody asked earlier about a Kiss pre-order. Now, unfortunately, I have no knowledge of pre-orders until they come in. They don't really ever email us and say, hey, this has been pushed back, or hey, these are sold out. They don't tell us that stuff. We basically have to look it up manually, okay? So if there's something that was scheduled for a release date and it didn't come in, two things have happened. They've pushed it back, or we didn't even get any, or we didn't get enough and you hadn't been tagged. So if there's ever a pre-order, there's a chance that those dates could change. Chad, did I miss Pink Floyd? No, we were just talking about it. 8 o'clock on the dot, we're putting up the Pink Floyd Wish You Were Here in shrink wrap, and I hope everybody's ready to bid. Nobody bid on Kiss. That's a $10 buy it now. And then the Black Crowes by your side is sold to Jeremy Rourke for $75, okay? There's only been 2 no bids tonight. The first one is Offspring Spash, which is a 20th anniversary box set. Offspring is $85, and then the Alice in Chains Music Bank is $495. $495 for Alice in Chains, and Offspring $85. Those are there, and those are there, okay? And then here we go. There's no autographs tonight. No autographs tonight. No autographs tonight. No autographs tonight. Next auction is Motorhead. Let's go ahead and put this up. Another perfect day. Motorhead is an 83 UK. This is an EX edition, a $25 start for Motorhead. Another perfect day. The cover does have some creases. $25 start on Motorhead. First thing here is Dropkick Murphys for the people. Dropkick Murphys is $36.99. There was a wait list for Dropkick, and this is Vlodarchek family. This is a 2 LP jade colored vinyl sold to the Vlodarcheks. This is Dropkick Murphys, $36.99. Motorhead's a $25 start. Speaking of Motorhead, I got about 5 Motorhead autographs to auction at some point. We'll get them rolling one night here. Just give me time to get them together, get them advertised, etc., etc. Prince Graffiti Bridge. Prince is a 1990 USOG EX++ near mint minus. Don't get that one too often. $40 start on Prince. That's available. And then over here, and Motorhead's at $25. Next is Quicksand, Manic Compression. Quicksand is a 30th anniversary on Open Heart Red Vinyl, $38.99. And Whiskey Myers Tornillo. Whiskey Myers is $24.99. There was a lot of people on this wait list. I think everybody's trying to complete their Whiskey Myers collection, and all of a sudden one popped up that we didn't have in a long time, and that's Tornillo. And there was several people on the waiting list, and this is sold to Chris Kirkley, Sean Miller, Scott Dwallow, Nick Bargeron, and Brandon Jones. Chris Kirkley, Sean Miller, Scott Dwallow, Nick Bargeron, and Brandon Jones. $24.99. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's Chris Kirkley, Sean Miller, Scott Dwallow, Nick Bargeron, and Brandon Jones. There's 3 extra copies if anybody wants one. Those are just $24.99. There's 3 extra copies of Whiskey Myers, okay? Let's go back up at the top. First thing is this, Motorhead 25, Motorhead 30. Motorhead does not have a comic book. Neil and Black on Whiskey. Blaine Zapnick on Whiskey. That's sold and sold. Prince is a $45 start. Graffiti Bridge, no bid yet. Going once, going twice. Going once, going twice. Next, buy it now. Let's go ahead and say these are all $9.99 each. $9.99 each. If anybody wants to buy these, they are available for $9.99 each. $9.99 each. Destroyer, Lick It Up, Unmasked, Self-Titled, and Animalize. Those are all $9.99 each. Next over here is Mersbo, Red Magnesia Pink. Mersbo, $49.99. Sorry, that's a mouthful for me. Also, we have Megan Maroney Cloud 9, Megan Signature Pink, $38.99 on that. And John Doe, Forever Hasn't Happened Yet, $29.99 for John Doe. Also, we have Monk's Dream, Thelonious Monk Quartet on blue vinyl, $29.99 on that. And 2 copies of The Best of Sade, and Sade does have a waiting list. And let me just look that up right quick. That's spelled Sade, S-A-D-E, and that was sold to Lonnie Jolly. Thank you, Lonnie Jolly. Lonnie Jolly, and this is sold for $38.99, and if anybody else wants one, let me know. There's 1 extra. So right now, here is the high bid on Motorhead, $30 to Debbie Lassiter. I've lost Nick Bargeron. Are we surprised? We're not surprised, right? We've lost Nick Bargeron. Final call on Motorhead for $30. Mike Owen bid $45 on Prince. That's a final call. It's OG 1990 double LP, original sleeves, EX++ near minus. Kiss self-titled sold for $9.99. Kiss Destroyer sold for $9.99. What color is the Kiss Unmasked cassette? It is on this white cartridge. These are $9.99 each. Moving on, we have Kevin Morby. This is a photograph, limited edition gold nugget colored vinyl, $24.99. And Whiskey Myers Mud. Whiskey Myers Mud, $24.99. I'll go check a waiting list for Mud. Let me see what I got over here on Whiskey. There's one more wait list for Whiskey. And that was who? That was Mud for Sean Miller. Sean, I got you down for a Whiskey Myers Mud. There's 1 extra copy. That's $24.99. New bid on Motorhead for $32. $32. And then over here, Prince is a final call. Motorhead's at $32. The Mersbo title was called Pink Magnesia Red, Pink. Hold on a second. This is Red Magnesia Pink, $49.99. $49.99. Red Magnesia Pink. Okay, and then, yeah, Sean, you already got a Whiskey Myers Mud. I have Jeff Beck, Mick Jagger, Stevie Ray Vaughan, Legends Live. There was a waiting list for this. I think a bunch of people, and we only had 1 come in, it looks like. Jamie Sotar's first. Kelly Bagwell, you're next. So this is sold to Jamie Sotar. Sold to Jamie Sotar, $29.99. If anybody else wants on that waiting list, let me know. Motorhead 35. Prince just got that 1 bid. Sold to Mike Owen for $45. Sold to Mike Owen for $45. Okay. There's that. Let's put that away right there. Next thing is going to go up, and these are also $9.99. And here are the next Kiss cassettes for $9.99. Stand by. These are Kiss. This is $9.99, and this is Rock and Roll Over for $9.99, Kiss Alive 3, and Dress to Kill. Dress to Kill, Alive 3, and Rock and Roll Over. Those are all $9.99. Peter Tosh Bush Doctor, that's on red vinyl, $29.99. Eric Johnson, Austin City Limits, $33.99 for Eric Johnson. There's 1 stray copy. I'm going to see if we had a wait list last night. Let me step around the corner. The Band of Heathens, and that's $29. $29.99. Motorhead, Hattori Hanzo 2.0, $37. Let's put up another auction, but first, let me go grab last night's waiting list, and they should be around here somewhere. Have you already got those, Jeremiah? What if Jeremiah's already got them? Let's see here. Mike Owens, this, where are they? Are they around here somewhere? I got to get the stuff, Jeremiah, from our one distributor so we don't get those confused. I wonder if he's already grabbed them. There should be stacks. There should be stacks and stacks of them. Okay, let's jump over here. And Cindy Yarborough got Dressed to Kill for $9.99. Okay, there's that. And then Motorhead is at $40. Next is Geese Getting Killed, $24.99 for Geese. And let's go over here and put up another auction right quick. Okay, and that next auction is going to be this right here. This is the DG's Hail Satin. And this is an unofficial. It's either on purple or on blue marble vinyl, $35 star. Cindy also wants Kiss Unmasked. And that's sold to Cindy for $9.99 as well, okay? Also, we have, this is Mandy, Indiana, Erg, $24.99. Also, Secret Superstar Sounds. This is Scraping Bubblegum Off My Soul, 77 to 80. Looks like another compilation, $38.99. Japanese Groove, let me see if there was a wait list for this one, 78 to 88, $44.99. We've had lots of wait lists for that Japanese Groove. And is this Mellow Funk Disco? Yeah, 78 to 88. Terry Gearhart was first, and then Amenities. Terry Gearhart was first, and then Amenities. So this one sold to Terry Gearhart. Thank you on that one. That's a different Geese that's on pre-order. That's a different one. And then here is some more reggae for you. Toots and the Maytals Pressure Drop, $29.99. DG's, a.k.a. Foo Fighters, has a bid for $50. Motorhead still getting bid. My crate is full. Let me swap out crates right quick. Hope everybody's hit the like button on Facebook, the like button on YouTube, the like button on Instagram and Facebook, you know, YouTube, wherever you may see a like button, even though there's not even one. Find one, make one. Do whatever it takes to obtain some sort of like button and then hit like and follow. Danae over here on Geese, that's sold to Danae. Geese is sold for $24. And then we had Black Crowes Amorica, $39.99, and Black Crowes Lines, and that's on pink vinyl for $38.99. So Motorhead, $43. It's up to Debbie Laster to begin. D Jesus has one bid for $50. That's a final call. And then before I sell these Kiss cassettes in a bundle, here are individually, one more chance to get these. Creatures of the Night, $9.99. They're all $9.99. Love Gun, Revenge, Asylum, Alive 3, Rock and Roll Over, Lick It Up, and Animalize before I put all those into a lot there. Debbie's back in on Motorhead at 44, and final call on the Foo Fighters. So, awesome crate there. Just about a third of it left. Dropkick Murphys for the People, Jade Vinyl, 36. Quicksand Manic Compression, 38. Whiskey Myers Tornilio, 24. Megan Maroney, Cloud Number 9, 38. John Doe, $29.99. Monk is $29, blue vinyl. Best of Sade, 38. Kevin Morby's 24. Whiskey Myers Mud, 24. Mare's Bow, 49. Peter Tosh is 29. Eric Johnson's 33. The Band of Heathens, that one's $29.99. Mandy, Indiana, 24. Also, the Secret Superstar Sounds, 38. Toots and Maytals, 29. Black Crowes Amorica, 39. And Black Crowes Lines, pink vinyl, $38.99. Eric, you've been outbid on the DGs. And now Hattori Hanzo 2.0, you've been outbid. Hattori Hanzo 2.0, you've been outbid on the Motorhead. And let's put up another auction right quick, please. And then another crate of new stuff here, okay? Another crate of new stuff here. First thing is this. We have another cassette. This is XYZ. Oh boy. XYZ is going to go up for a $10 start. Good luck bidding on that. XYZ. Graph tracker on lines. Jeremiah, did you happen to grab yesterday's waiting list, or are they still around here somewhere? I wonder if they're already over here, possibly on Jeremiah's desk. Let me see over here, because I need to grab the stuff that we order from that one distributor. So, because I've already got some stuff going with them, but I'm not for sure. I don't see anything. I see a big pre-order in here. Ooh, a pre-order. All right, let's go ahead and grab this. And we sold Black Crowes Lines. Let me grab that. Let me grab this, and here we go. All right, John Doe is the guy from X, by the way. Foo 70, Motorhead 45, and XYZ's a $10 start, okay? All righty. Now, let's see here. This is an unofficial DGs, of course, aka Dave Grohl Foo Fighters, Hail Satin. And this is either going to be blue or purple. You don't know because it's sealed. And it's at $75 right now. Motorhead is at $45. Debbie Laster, You've Been Outbid by Nick Bargeron, and XYZ, which is a very rare album. That's the cassette there on that, and that's $10, okay? Now, there was only one. There could be more, but there's only one Kiss that I didn't put up individually because it's part of Volume 1, Volume 2, which is double platinum, and I've only got Volume 1. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to bundle the rest of these and sell them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 Kiss cassettes. We're going to say a $40 start, okay? $40 start on those Kiss. That's now an auction, these Kiss cassettes over here. I basically cut the price in half to sell the rest of them. $40 start on the rest of those Kiss cassettes, okay? Foo Fighters is at $90, and now we have Motorhead at $46, Nick Bargeron's out, XYZ's at $11. We have, what here, $29.99, Modest Mouse. There's a wait list for this, I just seen it. Let's pull that up right quick. Modest Mouse, M-O-D-E-S-T, and that was Vladercheks. Vladercheks, I got you down for a Modest Mouse. Building Nothing got a something. This is $29.99. That's sold to Vladercheks, and we have another one here if anybody else wants one. Building Something got a Nothing. Modest Mouse, $29.99. Here's another Japanese light, mellow, funk, disco, and boogie, 44. Is that the one we just had? Hold on a second, because if so, there was one more person. They just got out of order over here. Let me see here. That was the same one we just had. Okay, $44.99. I think Amenities was the next person. They just got separated. So let me pull that back up. That is Japanese. And yeah, Amenities gets this one, and now everybody that was on the wait list got those. All right, so this is sold to Amenities, and there's one left, $44.99. $44.99, okay? That's $44.99 for the Japanese light mellow funk. Also, Psych Funk 101, World Psychedelic Funk Classics, $38.99. All right, so first thing over here is XYZ. We have bids for 10, 10, 11. Foo Fighters is at 80. Motorhead's at 46. Foo Fighters is at 90. We have Kiss at 40. Chris Frazier, they've already got a bid. John Minsmore, sorry, they've already got a bid. Chris has already bid $40. We got to keep them together. Chris Frazier has bid $40. XYZ 15. Motorhead 48. Foo Fighters 100. Jason Fortnrat does want a Modest Mouse. That is sold, and now we have XYZ at 16. Next is another Geese. That's $24.99. That's called Getting Killed. So we just sold one to Danae. There's another Geese if anybody wants it. And Decide Blue Vinyl. This is Joe, DJO. Let me see if there was a wait list for this. DJO, there was not. Okay, so this is still available. It is $38.99. Decide on blue vinyl. All right, and then over here we have Big Sugar, and this is, I think, supposed to go right here like that. This is called Big Sugar, 500 pounds, $24. I'll take the Japanese funk. Okay, so this is volume 3. And James Kemp, if you ever decide you want volume 1, volume 2, we have those as well. This is volume 3, $44.99. The other two are $38, probably because we had to order them at different places. So Motorhead is still getting bids. Debbie Laster has it for $49. Nick Bargeron's out. The DGs is at $125, and XYZ is at $16 with Clay Moore. All these Kiss cassettes right here are being sold together. That's the leftovers, and they're bundled, and Chris Frazier has them for $40, going once, going twice. And then here's the Geese pre-order, okay? This is the Geese that was up for pre-order, live at Third Man Records, and this is $24.99. $24.99. This is Geese live at Third Man Records. And let me pull up this right here. Let me move over here as Chad Williams. Let me pull up this, and let me pull up this, and let me pull up Geese. And Geese is $24.99. And this was sold to Rob Fortham. Thank you, Rob. There's one for Danae DeLao. Thank you, Danae. There's one for Scott Beebe. And there's one for Shane McNatton. Now, this is new for this Friday. Geese at Third Man Records, $24.99, recorded direct acetate. What that means is, like, when they're playing this live, the people at Third Man Records are over like in a control room, and they're literally cutting this direct to an acetate and then it's basically pressed right after that. So this is like, they're live, and I'm pretty sure it's like unedited. If you ever see that right there, they're cutting it direct. They're like in there with like the lathe, And as they're playing this concert, they're cutting it live. I don't know if they maybe edit in between tracks. It might just be like one take from what I understand. This is sold to Brandon Johnson, okay? And that was the live claim. Now we're sold out of geese. If anybody else wants on a wait list, let me know. We just had one extra after the pre-order. Foo Fighters 125. And then Motorhead out, Foo Fighters out, and Foo Fighters 126. There is a Halloween up for pre-order. XYZ is sold to Clay Moore for 16, and Chris Frazier gets all these. So let's go ahead and sell all these to Chris Frazier for 40. Thank you, Chris. Those are sold to you for $40. I'm going to keep that in a separate stack over here. Whoever's watching, those are done. Thank you on that. Let's jump over here and see what's going on. And I have 3 copies here of the Upsetters. This was a pre-order too. The Upsetters, a fistful of dub, and this is UPSETTERS, and the Upsetters, a fistful of dub, is $29.99, and this was sold to Robert Warner and Thomas Reed. Thank you, Robert, and thank you, Thomas Reed. This is new for this week, $29.99. Foo Fighters, 126. 26. That means Eric Fisher, you're out, and Motorhead is sold. We're ready for new auctions. Those took a while. That's okay. And Debbie Laster got that for $49. Thank you, Debbie. That's sold to you for $49. Let's put that away. Boom. And then there's the DG, still getting bids, 126. All right. Boy, do we got a lot of auctions. So the first thing I have over here is this. I have, going up for bid, I have, golly, where to get started. Just all this incredible stuff. All right, let's do Beck Mellow Gold. Boy, we don't get this one too often. 1994 USOG EX++ Near Mint Minus. Wow, a real 94 Beck Mellow Gold, $175 start. That's now up for bid. I've got 2 copies here of Jazz Sabbath Live. That's pretty cool. Jazz Sabbath's been it's basically a band that covers Jazz Sabbath to the tune, Black Sabbath to the tune of jazz standards. Very cool. This is a new live album, $46.99. I've only got 2 of them. That's new. And Matchbox 20, Yourself or Someone Like You. Was there a waiting list for this? If so, we only got 1 in. Let's look up Matchbox. Nope. Matchbox 20, 3 a.m. Clear vinyl, $33.99. $33.99 on Matchbox 20. Jazz Sabbath is sold to Danae. Thank you, Danae. There's 1 extra copy there. James Kemp gets a Jazz Sabbath. If anybody else wants one on a wait list, let me know. Next is a Scorpions pre-order, so let's pull that up. And let's do Joe Steele's on Matchbox 20. Thank you on that. And Candlebox, sure thing. Let me find that. I think I seen that one. Candlebox Into the Sun. Let me figure out which crate that's in. I got Rush, Joe Satriani, Rough Cut, Scorpions. Oh my gosh. This, that, AC/DC, Soul Asylum, Spin Doctor, Skinner, Tom Petty, Runaways, Alice in Chains, U2, Beatles, Elvis, Costello, Zombies, Rush, some kind of jazz record there, UFO, Bad English, David Bowie, Pearl Jam, Stevie Ray Vaughan, Clash, Pink Floyd, Accept, Stones, Allman Brothers, Stones, Zeppelin, Joe Satriani, Blue something, Springsteen. Who is this right here? Could this be Candlebox? Nope, that's Steven Wilson. Jeff the Brotherhood, Alcatraz, AC/DC, Pepper Adams, U2, Beatles, Crocus, Stones, Scorpions, Asia. I bet that's over there, and he saw that in the flip crate. I bet he saw it in this one right here. Screaming Trees, Bullet Boys, Black Crowes, Tesla, Black Crowes, Van Halen, Candlebox. I found it. Candlebox right over here. 2024 unofficial on red opaque colored vinyl. This is an unofficial Candlebox Into the Sun. A $55 start. $55 start on that one. So back up at the top. We sold Matchbox and then Foo Fighters out. And DG's is sold then to Danae D-Lo for $126. That's sold today for $126. How much was Big Sugar? Big Sugar was $24.99. And then this is Scorpions Lonesome Crow. Check this out. Scorpions, for all you Scorpions fanatics. Scorpions, 60 Years, the legendary debut, brand new 2025 mix by Grammy Award winner Hans Martin Buff, based on the original multi-tracks by Coney Plank, includes exclusive liner notes interview with Klaus Mean and Rudolf Schneiker, strictly limited edition transparent vinyl. Limited edition transparent vinyl. This was a pre-order, and the Scorpions was $36.99. We got a bunch of them, and I think a lot of them are spoken for. So here we go. Tad's already sold for $195. We got Scorpions sold to George Jones. That's sold. Scott Smith on a Scorpions. That's sold to Scott Smith. Thank you, Scott. And then Von Gillespie got 2 Scorpions. That's sold to Von Gillespie. Rick Hall and Kevin Knight got 1. Rick Hall and Kevin Knight. Nick Bargeron wants 2 copies. There's 2 for Nick Bargeron. Let's give 1 to Jerry Stone. And we got 1 for Jen Cast. Jerry Stone and Jen Cast. And then Scott Beebe and Danny Tardif. So 1 for Scott Beebe, 1 for Danny Tardif. And then we have 1 for Alan Montgomery and Scott Markheim. Alan Montgomery and Scott Markheim. Mike Massey, Tom Kelly, and Clifford Umstead. Mike Massey, Tom Kelly, and Clifford Umstead. We still got 2 4 copies of the Scorpions. Let's look at Beck one more time. Folks, rare. Beck Mellow Gold, a 1994 USOG with the insert EX++ near mint minus, and Beck is $175. Beck is $175. Candlebox is at $55 into the sun. Candlebox is at $55 into the sun, 1 bid. Now, the other thing over here is what? Let me make sure I didn't miss anything else. We got a request for Scatterbrain. And then over here we have how much was Big Sugar? What's Sketch and UFO coming soon? Candlebox 55, and Frank Galena wants Big Sugar. No, it's Black Sabbath music being played like jazz, not jazz played like Black Sabbath. That would be wild. It's jazz played like Black Sabbath, not Black Sabbath played like jazz. No, it's Black Sabbath played like jazz, not jazz played like Black Sabbath, right? Clear as mud, right? Scorpions $36.99. Yacht Metal, there should be a wait list for this. $34.99 for Yacht Metal. Beck has a bid. This is at $175. Going once, going twice. If you was waiting to snipe it, you're out of luck. You're going to have to bid on it now. Jeremiah has it for $175. Yacht Metal is sold to Weasel over on YouTube. That's Curtis Marachi, I think. Yeah, Yacht Metal. That's sold. And then over here we have the Rooster crowed in England. Sam Lightning Hopkins. Unfortunately, it's got a little bit of a seam split. $24.99 on that one. And Scorpions has a seam split. Yeah, Jeremiah, I got to give you some returns. By the way, did you see what I asked about waiting list? Did you already get today's waiting list, Jeremiah, off the table? I never did hear if you said yes or no on that one. Okay. And we have Candlebox sold. And that's sold to Jeremy Rourke for $55. Thank you. All right, here we go. Here's a few more cassette buy it nows. And over here we have Love Lost Records has Beck for $175. Love Lost Records has Beck for $175. Going once, going twice. Here's some more cassettes for $9.99. Buy it now. $9.99. Buy it now. I have Whitesnake Self-Titled. Whitesnake Come and Get It. Scorpion Savage Amusement. Scorpions Love at First Sting. Whitesnake Live in the Heart of the City. And Led Zeppelin House of the Holy. Those are all $9.99. Okay? Time for more auctions. Boy, do we have a lot over here. All right, Joe Satriani here is Surfing with the Alien. Joe Satriani Surfing with the Aliens, an 87 US EMDW OG VG Plus, and this is a $20 start. $20 start on that. Is Beck US black or colored? Beck is a 1994 US on black vinyl. 1994 US on black vinyl. Joe Satriani's a $20 start. And what else is going on over here? We have Amenities wants Led Zeppelin. That's House of the Holy for $9.99. That is sold to Amenities. $9.99. Got some other auctions over here for cassettes. There's Joe Satriani. So the only thing left in here after that big Scorpions pre-order is Psych Funk 101, $38.99. Geese Getting Killed is $24. Decide Blue Vinyl is $34. The Upsetters, A Fistful of Dub, is $29. Also, we have Scorpions Lonesome Crow is $36. I've got a couple of those. And we have Yacht Metal, $34.99. Sam Lightning Hopkins is $24. And Scorpions is got a seam split up at the top. Okay. All right on that one. And let's go right over here. All right. Okay. All right. So let me do this. 1 second. All right. So this is sold to Love Lost Records for $175. That is sold. $175. Love Lost Records. Let's put that away. Boom. There it is. And then Joe Satriani. Joe Satriani has a bid for $20, and now $21, and now $22. Okay. There it is. Joe Satriani, $22. Now it's at $23. Moving on. Next auction is going to go up right now. This is Led Zeppelin, Madison Square Garden, July 28th, 1973. Madison Square Garden is a $250 start. Led Zeppelin. And this is a how many LP box? This is a 3 LP box. Led Zeppelin, numbered on colored vinyl, $250 start. Led Zeppelin, now up for bid. Now up for bid. One second. Let me check on something over here. All right. Now, Beck is sold. It was up for a long time. I was begging somebody to bid. Finally, somebody bid. And then at the very end, I think there was all the interest. It's too late. Beck sold for minimum bid, $175. If you're on and off, you're going to miss some great stuff. That's all I've got to say. It was like, I left it up for a long time begging for bids because I thought it would sell for $200 or $300. I was begging for bids. Nothing ever came through. All of a sudden, somebody heard Beck OG at minimum bid, and then everybody started having a panic attack. At this point in your life, I would be focused. I wouldn't leave. I would be so zoned in right now with what's about to happen. I mean, you need to have absolute focus for the next 5 hours nonstop. If you're trying to do anything else, you are out of luck. You're going to be in a mess. You're going to be in a mess. You're going to be in a mess. Joe Satriani is at $26 with Maximus. Led Zeppelin's at $250. Okay? Lucas, you've already missed a bunch of Kiss stuff. You got on way, way too late. You was probably trying to feed animals and put kids to bed. You was on way, way too late. We're going to go ahead and put this crate up. This is all new vintage stuff, priced as marked. Here we go. This is all new check condition stuff, price is marked. First come, first serve. Led Zeppelin's a no bid. This is a $250 buy it now. The only no bids are box sets. Alice in Chains, Offspring, and now Led Zeppelin. I need everybody locked in. I'm telling you. CP Dean is going to end up missing this Pink Floyd. He's asked for it. It comes up at 8 o'clock. Christopher Dean, I'm telling you right now, if you go anywhere for the next 10 or 15 minutes, you're going to miss Pink Floyd. I would not swipe off of this app. I would not leave YouTube.com. I wouldn't stand up out of your chair. I wouldn't go anywhere, okay? I would not go anywhere. If you're waiting for an auction, you're going to miss it, especially that Pink Floyd. Christopher Dean, I'm telling you right now, my friend, I wouldn't go anywhere. Do not swipe off of this app. Otherwise, you're going to be like, gosh, I've been waiting for Pink Floyd. Right when it came up, I decided my cat needed to go outside for a walk, and here I am, and I have missed it. That's what's going to happen. I wouldn't go anywhere. Testament, Brotherhood of the Snake. This is a box set sealed, a $75 start for Testament. That's now up for bid. Danzig gets Led Zeppelin for $225, and we got a deal. $225 and I'll do it. $225 and it's yours. Joe Satriani, the last bid over here was Maximus on YouTube for $26. Testament's a $75 start. Next is Savoy Brown Skin and Bone. VG Plus $14.99. Savoy Brown. These are all new arrival sticker price. VG Plus $14.99. Joe Satriani is a 1987 US EMW OG. VG Plus condition, $26 is the high bid. Danzig gets Led Zeppelin for $225. What about the Pink Floyd pressing? You've got 8 minutes. I would not go anywhere. I would not go anywhere, Christopher Dean, for the next 8 minutes. Pink Floyd's going up at 8 o'clock. Do not leave this chat. Do not leave YouTube.com. I'm telling you. Don't go anywhere for the next 8 minutes. I would not leave, or you're going to be in a world of trouble when that comes up. Savoy Brown is sold to Danae De La O. Testament is Testament Brotherhood of the Snake. Limited edition. Picture, 2-picture disc and gatefold, 12-inch poster, and 12-inch photo card. It is sealed, and it's a $75 start. Sealed $75 start. Do not go anywhere if you want to bid on this Pink Floyd record. Next is Allman Brothers, Brothers and Sisters. VG condition, $17.99. Eagles on the Border. Eagles is VG plus $24.99. And the Peppermint Rainbow, will you be staying after Sunday? That's a VG $9.99. Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers, you're going to get it. Tom Petty is VG plus $34.99. Pink Floyd, the soundtrack to More, an 80s reissue, VG plus $44.99. All new vintage stuff, priced as marked. New vintage stuff, price is marked, sticker price, check condition. Joe Satriani is sold for $26 to Maximus 909 over on Twitch. Maximus 909 over on Twitch, okay? That's sold to you. And then Testament does not have a bid yet, looking for a $75 start. $75 start. Danae on PR, and PR was for Peppermint Rainbow. That's sold to Danae De La O. Next, I got some metal box sets over here for auction tonight. I wouldn't go anywhere. Do not leave this chat. Do not leave this chat. Do not go anywhere. Rush, a show of hands. Rush is a 1989 USOG, a gatefold jacket, EX edition. Rush is a $30 star. OG show of hands. That's now up for bid. Good luck. Also, Elton John Honky Chateau, VG plus $29.99. We have What a Bunch of Sweeties. This is a 72 UK, a nice VG, $34.99. Pink Fairies. Pink Fairies there. Rush has a bid for 30. Rush has a bid for 30. And now we have Pearls Before Swine, The Use of Ashes, VG, $24.99. And Mott the Hoople. Mott, a strong VG for $19.99. Testament is a no bid, a $75 buy now for Testament. Let's put that right over here if anybody wants it. Danae on PF, and that was for Pink Fairies. That's sold to Danae De La O. We got 2 no bids over here. 3 counting Testament. $75 on Testament. The Offspring Smash is $85 at 20th anniversary. And the Alice in Chains is $495. Music Bank. Unofficial colored vinyl. $495 on that. Now Rush over here. Mike Pierce has it for $40. JCB, you're out. And then over here, we have Tesla Live. Tesla Live is a 2016 USOG 2LP sealed. Tesla Live is a $45 start. We have the Kinks, Muswell Hillbillies. The Kinks is a strong VG, $19.99. Dream Theater, When Dream and Day Unite. A gold stamp promo, VG 1989 press, $39.99 for Dream Theater. Wow, cool to see that in the crate. Elton John's Greatest Hits, VG 1999. Rush is at 45. Tesla's at 45. That's where we're at right now. Next auction is going to go up right now. And you may ask yourself, how did I find myself here? This is Ace Frehley's comic, Lie Plus One, a $10 start on Ace. That's now up for bid. Little Feet, Feets Don't Fail Me Now, VG plus $19.99. Mike Straw's got Dream Theater sold. Matthew Hendon on the Kinks, that's sold to Matthew Hendon. And we also have Janis Joplin's Greatest Hits, a VG Plus copy, $19.99. Johnny Cash, Orange Blossom Special, covers and shrink, vinyls VG, that's $19.99. And Juke and Bone, Whiskey Woman, a VG copy, $19.99. And then Old Soul Mio, this is a VG Plus copy, $19.99. And Peter Green, The End of the Game, Peter Green, VG, $19.99, okay? I think we're done on Rush. The last bid was Josh Brown at $45. Mike Pierce, it's up to you. And then Tesla has 1 bid. Now a new bid with Claymore for $50. Final chance on Ace. And then Danae De La O on Joe Mama. Joe Mama is sold to Danae De La O. That is sold. Thank you on that one. Also, we have the Hurdy-Gurdy Man Donovan. That's a VG Plus copy for $19.99. Also, the Kinks Greatest Hits. You really got me going. You got me so. VG $19.99 on the Kinks Greatest Hits. And Nectar, Remember the Future. Man, I like that one. Remember the Future, VG $19.99. Nobody bid on Ace. That's a $10 buy now. Tesla's a final call for $50. I'm waiting to hear back from Tim Rory on that one. And then Rush is officially sold to JCB. And JCB gets that for $45. $55. Let's put that away right over here. If anybody wants to make an offer on Testament, if anybody wants to make an offer on Alice in Chains, if anybody wants to make an offer on the Offspring box sets, let me know. He's out on Tesla. Boy, you asked in a good time. Otherwise, you was about to miss it. Tesla Live, Mechanical Resonance, sealed 2016. $50 on that one. Then Johnny Cash is sold to CPD Dean. Johnny Cash is sold to CPD Dean. Now Tesla is at $55. Allman Brothers, The Road Goes On Forever. A VG copy for $19.99. And The Road Goes On Forever. Next auction. Now, what do we have over here? Oh my, we got a lot of stuff. Holy crap, look at all this stuff over here. Goodness, Scatterbrain. Here we go. Here comes trouble. A 1990 USOG with the original inner sleeve EX, a $55 start. $55 start on that one. Testament, $50. Let's go back and see what's going on here. Tesla's at $55. CPD Dean wants to know the label on Nectar. CPPD Dean, 1960, label on Nectar. Passport. This is VG 1999. Passport label. If you want it, it's yours. If not, it's sold to James Kim. That's sold to somebody, though. And then Scott O'Man on the Kinks. That's right over here, sold to Scott O'Man. Scatterbrain has a bid for 50, now 55. Are we done on Tesla? Charles Berry bid 55. Somebody got outbid. That means that Clay Moore, you're out on Tesla. Now he's back in at 56. Scatterbrain already at 55. I had 75 on Tesla, or I had 75. I had I had 75 on Testament. There's an offer for 50. I'll do it for $65. $65 on that if you want it. That's almost meeting in the middle. Nectar is sold, and Nectar is sold to James Kemp. Peppermint Rainbow is gone. It is gone. ELO's Greatest Hits, VG $14.99, and Eagles Desperado, VG $14.99 on Eagles. Purple Rain. Purple Rain. VG Plus, $24.99. I never called you another. Testament, sold for $65 to Cindy Yarborough. Let's do it. Sold to Cindy for $65. Done. Testament, sold $65. Let's put that away. Let's put that right over here. And let's get a new empty crate. That's crate number 3. Boy, do we got some box sets tonight. Justin Deckelman said, what metal box sets? Huh? What metal box sets? What metal box sets? Any interest in a Slayer Repentless box set? Slayer Repentless, $60 start. Now, bear with me. A lot of these we got tagged quickly. I don't have a lot of information. I just got them tagged quickly. They just gave me that's been checked and everything's nice. And Slayer Repentless is a $60 start, okay? Now, let me see if that tells anything on the back. CDD Blu-ray Live CVD, picture vinyl, 12-inch poster. Okay, let me make sure the picture disc is in here. Let's see there. Okay, so yeah, it's a picture disc. So it's a picture disc. It's in there. Okay, so a picture disc, Blu-ray, and all the extras. Slayer Repentless, a $60 start. Slayer, a $60 start. Good luck. Over here, look into the eyes of the avatar. See me right here? I'm gonna eat some more Monster. I am thirstier than the devil trying to breathe fire. Okay? This is getting serious. Next is this. We have Seth Lucas on Electrolyte Orchestra, sold. Tesla got a new bid for 60. And then over here, we have his Offspring colored vinyl. Let me go see. Hattori Hanzo wants the Eagles. Desperado, sold. Danae De La O on Peter Green, sold. And then Purple Rain, sold to Back to the Turntable. And now we have Scatterbrains at 60. And then Dennis Daly, you were second on ELO. And then over here, we have Scatterbrains at 65. And then Back to Turntable, I've already pulled you on Purple Rain. Okay, Tesla is the final call. New highest bid on Tesla was Charles Berry at $60. That means Clay Moore, you've been outbid. The last bid on Scatterbrain was 65, and Slayer is a $60 start. Moving on, we have what? A Mondual, Almost Alive, a German press, VG $24.99, Iron Butterfly Ball, Iron Butterfly VG Plus $14.99, and Moonquake. Moonquake is VG Plus $14.99 for Moonquake. He's out on Tesla, sold. Tesla over here is sold to Charles Berry for $60. That's sold to Tori Hanzo, also wants Eagles on the Border. That's sold to Tori Hanzo 2.0. Scatterbrain, we're about to sell it, $65 to Kelly Cook. And then over here, Eric Van Leuven on a Mondul. That's sold to Eric Van Leuven. That's done. And then what else do we have? The Kinks Kingdom. The Kinks is in VG condition. That's $14.99. Scatterbrain has a new bid for $66, and Moonrider. Moonrider is a promo marked record, VG Plus, $14.99. If anybody wants Slayer, it's a $60 buy it now. No bid on Slayer. We also had an offer or a question on the Offspring. The Offspring Smash is a 20th anniversary edition. This is a 20th anniversary book, CD. It doesn't say anything about colored vinyl. 180 gram, it's the 20th anniversary, and that's 85. Folks, it's the moment a lot of people's waiting for. It is time to put up Pink Floyd. It is 8:02, right on time. Hope everybody's ready. Here we go. Pink Floyd is a 1975 U.S. Pitman press. A U.S. Pitman press. I hope y'all ready for here. Here we go. A 1975 U.S. Pitman press of Pink Floyd, Wish You Were Here. This has the original shrink wrap. The vinyl is nice. EX++ all the way up to EX. Just being conservative. It's probably closer to EX. It has the inner sleeve. No postcard. Here's the rarest part of it, though. It's in the original shrink wrap. $150 start. Pink Floyd, Wish You Were Here. $150 start. All I've got to say is may the force be with you. Live long and prosper. You're going to need all the help and then some to get in on that one. $150 start on Pink Floyd. Good luck. Slayer is sold for $60 to Jerry Torres. Danae got Moonrider. Scatterbrain 67. Scatterbrain 68. Here we go. Moving on. Nice. Loaded. VG minus $64.99. And OG loaded. VG minus vinyl. VG minus jacket. $64.99. Little Feet Dixie Chicken. VG plus $24.99. Queen, A Day at the Races. A nice VG. $19.99. Pink Floyd has a bid for $150. Folks, this could get nasty. This could get really, really, really nasty. Next auction over here is Motorhead, Clean Your Clock. Motorhead is a $70 start. Clean Your Clock. It is a box set. It is in shrink. Everything's nice. Clean Your Clock. Motorhead, a $70 star. Scatterbrain, 68. Pink Floyd has $250 bids. Deep Purple, Stormbringer. A nice VG copy, $19.99. The Allman Brothers at the Fillmore, an early 70s Capricorn press. VG plus $74.99. Wants a little red tag. That's a price code. That's a price code. They stores did stuff by price code. D was a certain price. F was a certain price. A was a certain price. They'd put a D, and that means it was a certain price. They used to have like signs up, A, B, C, D, and then it would have a price. We have Jackson Browne, Late for the Sky, a nice VG, $14.99, and Pink Floyd, Dark Side of the Moon, an 80s Winchester press. It has both posters, VG, $34.99. Motorhead's a $70 start. Are we done on Scatterbrain? Curran Evans has it for $68. I have not heard back from Kelly Cook. I have not heard back from James Goggin on Pink Floyd. James, was $150 your only bid on Pink Floyd? If it is, then it's a final call to CP Dean, and I'm about to sell it, and you're about to lose it. The Allman Brothers is also sold to Christopher Dean. Craig Weatherford got JB, and that's for Jackson Browne. That's sold to Craig Weatherford. And we have Savoy Brown, Boogie Brothers, and that's a VG Plus copy for $14.99. Our next timeout. Hold on a second. Hold the phone here. Timeout. Timeout. My next, hold the phone here. What have I done with it? Okay, give me 1 second. But first thing is this. We have and then over here Scatterbrain 69 and Blaine Zapnick on Savoy Brown. All the hype. Pink Floyd got 2 tied bids, and the other person says, I'm done. Final call on the blue shrink wrap OG 75 Pink Floyd, $150, an OG VG++ EX, all done, $150. Christopher Dean, we're about to sell it. Motorhead did not get a bid. Motorhead did not get a bid, and Motorhead is $70, and this is called Clean Your Clock. That's a no bid. Motorhead's a $70 buy it now. And then over here, Savoy Brown Soda Blaine, Scatterbrain got a new bid for $69. Cameron Coning got Motorhead for $70. Let's put that right over there. Tony Riddle got Pink Floyd Dark Side of the Moon. Okay, that's sold and sold. And then Scatterbrain, the last bid was Ivan R at $69. That means somebody, Curran Evans, you got outbid on Scatterbrain. Okay, now we have we have a major problem on Pink Floyd. We have a major problem on Pink Floyd. We have a major problem. Motorhead is sold to Cameron. Tony Riddle got Dark Side of the Moon. Sean Sam was second. And we have Motorhead at $50. And now that's already sold. Motorhead was sold for $70 to Cameron. Sean Sam was second. Tony Riddle, you were next. Okay. Now, here we go. I'm going to completely redo this Pink Floyd auction. Okay. I'm just going to pretend like I'm putting it back up again. I'm going to completely restart it like I'm putting it back up again for the first time. Okay, so let me do this again. I'm going to completely put back up Pink Floyd. So pretend this never happened. Okay. All right. Pink Floyd is now up for bid. Pink Floyd is now up for bid. Just imagine I just turned back the time, okay? I just turned back the clock. This is a 1975 U.S. Pittman OG. A 1975 U.S. Pittman OG. Of course, it's in the shrink with the original hop sticker. It also has the original inner sleeve. That means it's missing the postcard. I don't think it's down in here anywhere. No postcard. The vinyl is VG++ EX, and by first glance, it looks beautiful. Okay, it looks beautiful. Conservatively graded though, VG++ EX. The starting bid on this, the minimum bid, is $150. As of right now, there are no bids. $150 is the minimum bid. It's now back up for auction. Now, there was a lot of people interested in what this was right here. This is a store price code. A store price code. That's essentially a price tag. They did it by a letter system, okay? That's now up for bid. The reason I had to completely redo it is because there was 2 tied bids. The second person said he was out. He misheard me. And then Christopher Dean said, cancel my bid. And then he said, never mind. And so now I got to put it all back up. And now everybody can just rebid. Sandy Mile and James Goggins tied. Now, Sandy Mile has it for $150, and now James Goggins tied. I feel like everybody's stuck on that price. I promise you right now, it sounds like to win this auction, you're going to have to bid a lot more than $150. Now, Scatterbrain was the next auction. Scatterbrain is Here Comes Trouble. Scatterbrain is a 1990 USOG, and this is with the original sleeve, and it's in EX condition. And the last bid on Scatterbrain that came in was Curran Evans at $70. Now, he outbid Ivan R. Let me see if Ivan R has bid more than $70. He has it. Ivan R, you're out. This is at $70 once again with Curran Evans. Pink Floyd's at $175 with James Goggin. $175 with James Goggin, and that is now the high bid. $175 on Pink Floyd. Everybody has plenty of time to bid. Nothing really bad happened there. I just kind of wanted to restart it so there was no confusion. There's no confusion now. James Goggin has it for $175. Anybody can bid. Everybody can bid. Scatterbrain's at $71 with Ivan R. Next is Little Feat waiting for Columbus. Little Feat's in VG Plus condition, $24.99. And The Doors, Weird Scenes Inside the Gold Mine, VG Plus, $24.99. Christopher Dean, you're out on Pink Floyd. Sandy Miles out on Pink Floyd. I got to wait for those 2 people to say out, as in they don't want to bid again, and then I'll go ahead and sell it unless somebody else bids. So there's your chance. Next is going to go up right now. This is Amon Amarth, the Great Heathen Army. Amon Amarth is going to go up for a $50 start. This is a sealed box set of Amon Amarth. There is a tear down here in the shrink, And this is a CD, a metal bottle topper, a puzzle, a poster, a patch, and 5 trading cards. Amon Amarth is a $50 start. That is now up for bid. Cool artwork on that one. All right, nobody has set out on Pink Floyd. Nobody else has bid again. James Goggin has it for $175. I'm about to sell it. Nobody else has bid. Scatterbrains at 71. Scully Mack on Little Feet. That is sold. And then Stephen Douglas on the Doors. That's sold. Scatterbrains at 72. Amon has a bid for 50. And Christopher Dean says he's done. I've lost Sandy Mile. And then we have a Ramatan. In April came the dawning of the Red Suns. This is VG Plus $14.99. Offspring is sold to Patrick Fu for $65. Sell this to Patrick Fu for $65. You got it. That's sold. And then over here, this looks interesting. A VG copy, $9.99. This is Louisiana Rock and Roll Pot Liquor. Pot Liquor is VG $9.99. Deep Purple, Who Do They Think We Are? A UK reissue, VG $24.99. And Journeys and Migrations, Ambroy Dukes, Ted Nugent, VG $19.99. What about Scatterbrain? Curran Evans at $72. Ivan R., you have been outbid. Okay, and now James Goggin gets Pink Floyd for $175. It is sold to James Goggin for $175. There it is. The other night we sold one very similar to this. What, $300? I figured this would get up around $300 or $400. I don't think y'all realize the rarity of the shrink wrap on that one. Pretty dang tough to get. Final chance on Amon Amarth. It does have one bid for $50. And then the next thing is Dene DeLeo on the Ramatan. That's sold to Dene DeLeo. Thank you on that one. Dene also wants Pot Liquor. Now, that's spelled a little bit different. It's actually Pot Liquor, but I'll sell it to you. Ernest Nunez was second, and now Scatterbrain 73. Kansas Point of No Returns, VG $9.99. And Greg and Dwayne Allman is VG Plus $24.99. Atomic Rooster in Hearing Of, VG minus $9.99. $9.99 on that one. All right. Amon Amarth is sold to James Kemp for $50. Let's go put that right over here. Thank you, James. That is sold to you. Let's put that right there. And now I'm also going to clear off. I've had a stack of miscellaneous stuff over here next to me for the longest, including these Kiss books that we sold early. And I need to clear this off because I'm about every time I go to crate up a record, I almost knock all this stuff off into the floor. And we don't want that to happen. So let me put all this right over here. There's that, and let's keep rolling here, okay? Keep rolling, rolling, rolling. Next thing is this. We have John Lennon Shaved Fish, VG Plus $24.99. Over here, we have Dene on Atomic Rooster. That's sold. And then Scatterbrain. I'm waiting for one person. Ivan R. bid $73. Now it's up to Curran Evans. And then Sammy Hagar Standing Hampton, VG $9.99. Over here, we have this. We have going up for bid right now. We got so many things to try to still auction tonight. Okay, where to even start? I don't even know. I just got to start pulling stuff out. Let's introduce 2 LPs right here, and let's do Screaming Trees. Okay, and then let's do this right here. Let's do the Alice in Chains music on vinyl press. So Curran Evans, it's up to you on Scatterbrain. The last bid on Scatterbrain was Ivan R. at $73. Alice in Chains Dirt is the music on vinyl press. Near Mint, a $50 start. And Screaming Trees, Even If and Especially When. And Screaming Trees is a real 87 OG on the SST label, catalog number 132. EX, a $75 start on Screaming Trees. There you have it. Next is Amon Duel. This is Viva La Trance. Amon Duel is a nice VG, $24.99. Alan Parsons Project iRobot, VG Plus $19.99. And Queen, self-titled. Queen is in VG Plus condition, $24.99. Scatterbrain still getting bids. That's at $24. Rafe on Amon. That's sold to Rafe. And over here, we have Eric Van Leuven second on Amon. Scatterbrain got a new bid for $74. That means you have been outbid. And that will be Ivan R. over on Twitch. Here's what's left in here. The Allman Brothers, if you need a price, let me know. Tom Petty, Scott Beebe on Queen. I'm not going to tell details so we can go into another crate. Queen is sold to Scott Beebe. We have Allman Brothers, Tom Petty, Pink Floyd, Elton John, Pearls Before Swine, Martha Hoople, Elton John, Little Feat, Janis Joplin, Whiskey Woman, Donovan, Allman Brothers, Iron Butterfly, Moonquake, The Kinks. The Velvet Underground was an OG VG minus $64.99. Alice in Chains does have a bid with Jason Thomas, and that is the Music on Vinyl Press, Near Me of Dirt, going once, going twice. And then Screaming Trees is a $75 start. OG, no bid on that. He's out on Scatterbrain. This is sold to Curran Evans for $74. Scatterbrain is sold for $74. Let's put that away. Let's go over here and visit my box of box sets. I love boxes of box sets over here. Little Feat Dixie Chicken, VG Plus $24.99. Queen is a nice VG for $19.99. Deep Purple is VG $19.99. Deep Purple is VG $24.99. And then we had Ted Nugent, Amboy Dukes, Kansas, Greg Allman, Dwayne Allman, John Lennon, Sammy Hagar, and Elton John, Honky Chateau was VG Plus $29.99. If anybody else wants anything in there, just let me know. What is our next item over here? Look at all these box sets. What kind of Rob Zombie thing is this? Some kind of Rob Zombie. Hey, here's more UHQRs. Here we go. Jimi Hendrix, Axis Bold as Love. I do have more UHQRs. Axis Bold as Love, a $75 start. Jimi Hendrix, now up for bid, a $75 start on Hendrix. Axis Bold as Love. First thing is Petty Condition. I think Petty was a VG or less cover. Yeah, a VG cover, VG plus vinyl, $34.99. It is on the original label, though, Shelter. That is his second album. Next thing over here is this, and Alice in Chains 50. Okay, and then Dennis Daly got Sammy Hagar. That was VG $9.99. Does have a little bit of a seam crackle and some creases. That's why it's $9.99. Hendrix has a bid for $80. And Jimi Hendrix, let's take a look here. I see stereo. Let's see here. Catalog. Let me give you the information. This is Hendrix UHQR 001. Wow. UHQR 0001 is the catalog number. High bid on that is $80. It looks like it's stereo. UHQR is an audiophile pressing. Okay, Alice in Chains is sold. And Alice in Chains is sold to Jason Thomas for $50. And Screaming Trees did not get a bid. Screaming Trees is a $75 buy now. $75 buy now on Screaming Trees. Hendrix is now up for bid. Let's put that up right there. Next auction is going to go up right now. This is the Grateful Dead Dick's Picks Volume 5. It's a 2025 limited edition, 2000, hand-numbered, numbered 1220, sealed. This has never sold on Discogs. There are 4 copies listed for sale, and we're beating all those prices with a $150 start. That is Dick's Picks Volume 5. That is now up for bid, okay? Moving on over here, Hendrix got a bid for $80. Hendrix got another bid for $80. And then we have Hendrix Condition. Hendrix got another bid for $100. And then we have Matt Bucci got the Screaming Trees for $75. We've already sold one live Joshua Tree. That doesn't mean there's not another, but I know we've already sold one. Okay, here's some stuff that was straight priced. Right quick, let me go ahead and throw these in here. We got a Night in Buenos Aires, $59.99 for Megadeth, a triple LP. That's a triple LP on purple and black splatter. Megadeth is $59.99. That is live in Buenos Aires, $59.99. This is $39.99. Megadeth is sealed. This is also sealed. The Electric Warlock, Acid Witch, Satanic Orgy Celebration Dispenser. Rob Zombie is sealed. That is $39.99. And this is an older pressing of Megadeth. Peace Sells, but who's buying? It's still a reissue, but it's one of the older versions. And this is $44.99. Megadeth Peace Sells, $44.99. Grateful Dead's $150 start. Hendrix is at $105 right now. James Kemp on the Rob Zombie. That is sold. Megadeth available there. Our next auction is the Black Crows, and this is a live unofficial. August 24th, 1990. The Black Crows is sealed, a $55 start. $55 start. Hendrix is at $110. And we have, what do we have here? This is sealed Pearl Jam, a 2017 edition, $39.99. Ryan Eaton, you were third on Zombie. There's Pearl Jam for $39.99. We have Into the Great Wide Open, Tom Petty, $39.99. Into the Great wide open. Tom Petty, into the great wide open. And Let Me Up, I've Had Enough. This is also sealed, just $29.99 on that one. Let Me Up, I've Had Enough, $29.99 on Tom Petty. And let's go for another Tom Petty. This is sealed on blue vinyl, a Target exclusive blue vinyl, $39. All the Tom Pettys are sealed. This is sealed for $39. This one's sealed for $29, and that one's sealed for $39, blue vinyl. James Kemp wants the Pearl Jam. That's sold. And then Hendrix has a bid for $120. Nobody bid on Grateful Dead. Dick's Picks Volume 5. That's a $150 buy it now. That's the cheapest one for sale you can get right now. The Black Crowes is a $55 start. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. And that next auction I'm going to put up right now is what? That next auction I'm going to put up is Huh? That next auction I'm going to put up is the Rolling Stones, a 1970 mono reissue of their debut album, England's Newest Hitmakers. In the UK, it was just called the Rolling Stones. It's a 1970 UK original on her sleeve, $30 start. $30 start. Hendrix is at $125, by the way. So Tom Petty, Tom Petty, Tom Petty, and guess what? Tom Petty. Tom Petty Hypnotic Eye is $34.99 sealed. Sealed Tom Petty Hypnotic Eye, $34.99. So that's some stuff that was straight price just a moment ago. Tom Petty, Tom Petty, Tom Petty, Tom Petty, Megadeth, Megadeth. Those are all still available. Great wide open pressing gear. This is a 2016 sealed, $39.99. That should be all analog, okay? Now we have UHQR, Ron Cornwell, $125. Rafe, you're out. David Dole, you're out. $125 on Hendrix. The Stones is in mono, self-titled, $30, and final chance to bid on Black Crowes, okay? Final chance to bid on Black Crowes. Let's go through a new crate. Let's do that right now. Let's knock out this one. Let me move that down there. Let me knock out this one right here. Okay, he's out. Lots of stuff to go through. Got more vintage stuff. Let me knock this one out right here, though. I love knocking stuff out. I'm going to blast through this one right here right quick. Let me do this right here right now, okay? Let me see if this is the one I want to go through. It is. All right, let me knock through this right quick. All righty. Any Guns N' Roses? Yes. Hundreds. Over here, Hendrix has a new bid for $135. Ron Cornwell, you've been outbid. I have Tupac, Me Against the World. That's a 2LP blue vinyl anniversary pressing, $49.99. This is an all analog pressing, a Sonny Boy Williamson, or excuse me, the Best of Little Walter, pressed at QRP, mastered from the original analog tapes, $39.99. Green Day Dookies on blue vinyl, a 30th anniversary baby blue vinyl, $29.99. The Black Crowes does have a bid with James Goggin, and that's a twice going 3 times. It's supposed to be $55. I'll take $50. Final chance on Black Crowes, $50. Nobody bid on the Rolling Stones. That's a $30 buy it now. Ron Cornwell, let me know if you want to bid again on Hendrix. I've got Queen, Innuendo, $34.99, 2LP half-speed master, and I've got Queen, A Night at the Opera, a 50th anniversary half-speed master, $36.99. Scott Dwallow wants Dookie by Green Day, $29.99. There's one extra copy. Blaine Zapnick gets the Stones for $30. That's so to Blaine Zapnick. And the Fugees, The Score, that's a 2LP, $33.99. And then the Yes album, Stephen Wilson remix, Sea Blue vinyl, $29.99. Ron Cornwell, let me know on Hendrix, $135 on that one. I've got Queen, another one, A Kind of Magic, $33.99. Todd Kilgore, you were second on the Stones. And Severance Season 2 soundtrack, that is $39.99. Moving on, next thing we have over here is another auction, if you can believe it. This is Rush, Roll the Bones, a 2015 200 gram near mint minus Rush, Roll the Bones, $75 start on that. The Black Crowes is sold to James Goggin for $50. Thank you, James. That's sold to you. And I lost Ron on Hendrix. This is sold for $135 to David Dole. Thank you, David. Hendrix is sold to you for $135. Ron Cornwell just bid $140. I've already sold it to him for $135. I thought I lost you there. I hope you're not beating your fist on your keyboard. Next is Jimi Hendrix, Are You Experienced? Here's the next one, another UHQR. This is catalog number 0005, and Jimi Hendrix is a $95 start. $95 start on Jimi Hendrix. Rush is a $75 start, and Peace Sales is on black vinyl. We have Mumford & Sons Prize Fighter, $34.99. Patrick Fu wants Queen Innuendo. That's sold to him. Thank you on that one. Jimi Hendrix is a $95 start. Skinny Puppy Rabies is $33.99, and Ghost Prequel is $33.99. Rush is a $75 start. There's another UHQR Jimi Hendrix, $95 start. $95 start on that one. $95 start. What have I done with that Alice in Chains box? Is that what this is up here? What is this? Okay, there it is. I didn't know what I'd done. The Hendrix, there's another one for a $95 start. Make sure you bid fast and often and very high. Sleaford Mods, The Demise of Planet X. Sleaford Mods is $34. We have Portugal the Man, Shish, and that's on Denali Blue Vinyl for $34.99. Sturgill Simpson, A Sailor's Guide to Earth, that's $36.99. Final chance on Rush and final call on Jimi Hendrix too. Hendrix is a $95 start. Rush is $75. Here's auction number 3. Oh my, a real 1989 Soundgarden Super Unknown OG VG Plus, a $95 start on Soundgarden. 95, a real 89 USOG. Also over here we have the BPM. This is called Sudan Archives. The BPM is $38.99, and Radiohead OK Computer. That's the standard 2 LP edition, $44.99. Sonny Boy Wimps and the Yardbirds, that's $33.99. And Juliana Hatfield Lightning Might Strike, $33.99. Hendrix is, yes, it's just a single LP. The UHQR comes in this huge box set, but it's essentially just the album. It's on 200-gram clear vinyl. 200-gram clear vinyl. Rush, speaking of 200-gram, is also on 200-gram. It's at $75, and Soundgarden's at $95. Next over here is Back to the Turntable, once a Sturgill Simpson. That is sold. And then we have Minecraft Volume Beta C418. That is $24.99. Did you say BPM? The BPM Sudan Archives is $38.99. Yes, I still have Tom Petty, Into the Great Wide Open, sealed, $39.99. We have Tool Air Dust, a songwriter's tribute to Merle Haggard, $33.99. Trojan Records Original Dancehall Volume 1, $24.99. Wasp, Half-Speed Master, Red Marble Vinyl, $38.99. Trojan Records Minto and Calypso, $24.99. And Introduction to Elliott Smith. Elliott Smith is $29.99. And then we have Slovaki Slow Dive, $29.99 for Slovaki. So right now, Soundgarden, $95 of Matthew Hendon, $100 with Rafe. So Rafe has this for $100. Rush only got that one bid for $75, and surprisingly sold. Patrick Lear, $75 on that. Craig says, to be clear, Soundgarden title is Louder Than Love, not Super Unknown. This is Soundgarden Louder Than Love. You got to be careful around Craig. He will watch my every move. Thank you. $110 on that. Nobody bid on Jimi Hendrix. It's a no bid, a $95 bot now if you want Jimi Hendrix. We have Forge Your Own Chains, Heavy Psychedelic Ballads and Dirges. That's a 2 LP comp, $34.99. We have Matty Diaz, Fatal Optimist, $29.99. Jesus and Mary Chain Psycho Candy, $29.99. Blaine Zapney gets the Jimi Hendrix RU Experience for $95. That is sold to Blaine for $95. Paul Oakley was next. That has filled up one of my crates. Let me go grab another one, and let's go grab some more box sets. Let's go get some more box sets. Yeah, the UHQR, all that packaging is just really a nice deluxe way to present it. It's essentially just the LP on 200 gram, and typically they do them on clear vinyl. I think they do them all on clear vinyl. Soundgarden's at 110. Christopher Dean, you're out. Matthew Hendon, you're out. And I'm just going through a quick crate of a new vinyl before I go through another pre-owned crate. Nas and DJ Premier, Light Years, $33.99. Also, Radiohead, Hell to the Thief, red vinyl, $39.99. And then also that Ryan Eaton wanted Tom Petty, Into the Great Wide Open. This is sold, and this is sold to Ryan Eaton. Thank you on that one. And then over here we have Super Chunk. That is Songs in the Key of Yikes, $29.99. We got 2 of those. Dry Cleaning's $33.99. Manning Fireworks is $24. David Byrne was $29. And Goldfinger is 9 Lives, $24.99 on that. Soundgarden's at $116. Our next item over here is this right here. Oh my. Pearl Jam at Soldier Field, 1995. Good gosh. A 4 LP Pearl Jam live unofficial box set. Pearl Jam at Soldier Field, sealed. 4 LP, a $75 start. $75 start on that, okay? Soundgarden 116. Let's go through this crate one more time. We already sold Innuendo, but it's $33.99 if you want on a waiting list. We already sold it. It was $33.99. And then Ernest Nunez wants Nas and Premier, okay? So let's go ahead and pull out Nas and DJ Premier. That's sold to Ernest Nunez. Pearl Jam's a $75 start on that box set. Soundgarden's $120. And did I miss anything else? I don't think I have. Let's keep going. Anybody else on here? We had back here in the back, we had Portugal the Man, Sleaford Mods, Ghost, Skinny Puppy, the new Mumford & Son, Severance, Queen is still available, Kind of Magic for $33. The Yes Album 29, Fugees is $33. The 50th Half-Speed Master, yeah, 50th anniversary of Queen. 36, Green Day Dookie 29, Best of Little Walter 39, and Tupac is $49.99. Me Against the World. Pearl Jam Soldier Field $75 start. The Radiohead was red vinyl foil cover, and that is $39.99. Pearl Jam has a bid for 75. Soundgarden at 140. All right, I'm going to keep that crate. Where should I keep that crate? Let me keep that crate right there. All right, and then let me grab, we have another pre-owned crate over here, and this other pre-owned crate is going to go up right now. Let's do it right now, this other pre-owned crate. Give me this, and let me see this right over here. Okay, so first we have two new bidders on Twitch that I don't recognize. The first one is A Kind of Magic to 12980. 12980, are you a first-time buyer? And then It's Just Crayon says I'll take it, and that was for give me 1 second. That was for Radiohead, okay? So Queen, let me go pull that. That was A Kind of Magic. And then I need to confirm if y'all are first-time buyers. And if you are, let me know, and then I need to get you registered. And those are sold out. If anybody wants on a waiting list, let me know. So there is Queen, and then we had, give me 1 second. That was, the other one was Radiohead, okay? And we had a couple buyers there. That's Eddie McKenna. Okay, Eddie McKenna on the Kind of Magic. Okay, and then I don't recognize It's Just Crayons. It's Just Crayons is who? Let me know. You got the Radiohead. Pearl Jam. The last bid on Pearl Jam was one bid for $75. The Soldier Field box set. And then Soundgarden's at $150 with Wraith. Okay, $150 on Wraith. Give me 1 second, please. Let me check something over here on my phone. Okay. All right. What is going on now? Crate. Here it is. Let me get refocused. This is new vintage stuff. Buy it now or best offer. New vintage stuff. Buy it now or best offer. Actually, new pre-owned. It's new pre-owned stuff. There could be sealed stuff in here as well. But guess what? It's all going to be buy it now or best offer. Buy it now or best offer. I got to figure out if that person was a first-time buyer, and that was It's Just Crayons. Okay, and then we gotta get you registered if you are. All right. Jack. That's Jack. That's Jack. That's Jack, like Jack and Jill. That's our very own Jack. Thank you. I got it for you. Appreciate it. Okay, Pearl Jam. Let's keep going here. Matthew Hendon gets this for $75. We are sold out of Sturgills, to my knowledge. And Soundgarden is sold to Ray for $150. That's Jack. Folks, that's our very own Jack. Shout out Jack. That's our very own Jack. Shout out Jack. Next auction is REM, New Adventures in Hi-Fi. REM is a 1986 US OG. It has this one discoloration spot on the cover. Other than that, this is a near mint minus record, and this is a $125 start. REM, New Adventures in Hi-Fi, $125 start on that. Everything in here is buy it now, best offer. Is Queen still available? NATO half-speed master. The Queens, we sold A Kind of Magic, and we sold Night at the Opera. Night at the Opera is still available. Yes, NATO. Night at the Opera is still available. Next is Kiss, the 2014. This is sealed, $34.99. Kiss is the 2014 sealed. And guess what? Everything in here is buy it now, best offer. I would go ahead and claim them, but if you really want them, I'd go ahead and just buy them. Queen is $34.99. This is a sealed half-speed master. Matthew Hendon has REM at $125. Let me go ahead and sticker, I'm going to put this in a new sleeve. $34.99, and this was sealed. Queen, Kiss, and yes, Queen Has to Be Master is still available. All right, Elton John, Lady Samantha, French press, and I think what this is a reissue of his very first album. $39.99 for Elton John, Lady Samantha, $39.99. All right, let's keep going here. Next thing I have is Led Zeppelin In Through the Outdoor, and this is $27.99, a sealed Walmart exclusive. $27.99 on Led Zeppelin. REM has a bid for $125. Let's go ahead and put up some more auctions. What's this other box set over here? Do I see Grateful Dead? I do. The Grateful Dead is live at Cow Palace, This is live at Cow Palace, New Year's Eve, 1976, $175 start. REM is a real 1996 USOG near mint minus. It's got one little spot right there. Other than that, the rest of the record is near mint minus. It has a bid of $125 going once, going twice. Led Zeppelin, first, we have Grateful Dead live at Cow Palace, New Year's Eve, 1976, $175 start, and that is sealed. Grateful Dead, $175. First is James Kemp on Led Zeppelin. If you want it, it will be full price. If not, it's so to Ringo Ryan M, okay? If not, it's so to Ringo Ryan M. Next is Christopher Dean wants the Queen Half-Speed Master of Night at the Opera. Sold. This is sold to Christopher Dean. That is sold to Christopher Dean, a sticker, of course. And then Amenities is going to get Kiss at $30. That's sold to Amenities for $30. And then Ringo can have it. Ryan M., you're going to get Led Zeppelin at sticker. Final call on REM. Grateful Dead just went up $175 start. If you're waiting for an auction, be sure you remind me. I do have Guns N' Roses going to go up right now. This is a censored cover, an 88 repress of Guns N' Roses Lies. VG Plus condition, Guns N' Roses, an $85 start. Next is John Paul Jones, yes, the bass player for Led Zeppelin. He did this soundtrack, Scream for Help, and Jimmy Page played on here, and John Anderson from Yes, and that's $24.99. Scream for Help. Queen, A Kind of Magic, an original copy. Wow, $24.99. We just had the new ones. There's an OG, $24.99. And also over here is Elton John's Greatest Hits Volume 2. Elton John's Greatest Hits is EX Edition, $19.99. I'm going to show Iron Butterfly, Scorching Beauty for $14.99, and Tom Petty, Into the Great Wide Open. This one's opened. This open is open into the Great Wide Open, $34.99. Moving on, we have Mike Straws on John Paul Jones. That is sold. Stephen A. Young was second. Dust Gray on A Kind of Magic. That's sold. Tim Rory on Elton John. I'm assuming that's for Greatest Hits Volume 2, right? If so, thank you. Michael Thrower third on Queen. Next is REM. Just got one bid, and that is sold. REM is sold for $125 to Matthew Hendon. Boy, we don't get that one too often. Nobody bid on Grateful Dead. That's sealed. $175 buy it now. Grateful Dead live at Cow Palace, New Year's Eve, 1976. Two box sets didn't get bids. Grateful Dead and Grateful Dead. Guns N' Roses, an $85 start. That album's never been reissued here in the modern era. That one's never been reissued here in the modern era. Give me 1 second over here. Okay, it's absolutely pouring rain here too. Back to this crate. Eagles, one of these nights. EX Edition, $24.99. And Andy Kim, Rainbow Ride. Andy Kim, $19.99. Josh Jones on the Tom Petty. Thank you, Josh Jones. Let's see what else is over here in this box set tub. I got, here's this Rob Zombie thing I teased earlier. It's a big, gigantic toy and this Pink Floyd bootleg. Where's Edwin Blom at? He's missing out. This is not a Sanctuary. Pink Floyd live in Los Angeles, 1975, numbered, $150 start on Pink Floyd. My goodness, there it is, a full show. Los Angeles Sports Arena. This is a 3 LP, sealed, and it is on colored vinyl, numbered, $150 start on that. Also, Huey Lewis and the New Sports. Huey Lewis is EX $24.99. And we have Up the Creek. Up the Creek is $9.99. The video posted this morning is for tomorrow night. That was a teaser for Thursday night, Metal Night. Also, Baby Grand Ancient Medicine. Baby Grand is EX $14.99. Stroll On, Steve Ashley, $19.99 for Steve Ashley. And Nectar, another Nectar album on Passport label, $19.99. Nobody bid on Guns N' Roses. This is an $85 buy it now. $85 buy it now on Guns N' Roses. Pink Floyd is $150 start. Next auction is going to go up right now, and that is the Scorpions in Trance. And the Scorpions is a 75 German, super clean. Yes, she is exposed, unfortunately, or fortunately, or unfortunately. $75 start. I guess it depends if you're trying to collect the record or if you're against nudity, whichever way you want to look at it. $75 start on the Scorpions. Eagles, the long run, EX $24.99. And Robert Tomer Pressure Drop. She's also exposed, fortunately or unfortunately, $14.99. And Janis Joplin's Greatest Hits, $24.99. We have Guns N' Roses, Sold to Blackie L for $85. The Scorpions has a bid for $75. No one's been on Pink Floyd, $150 start on that one. Next is All Time Greatest Hits of Roy Orbison, a 2 LP, $19.99. And Phil Collins, Face Value. I remember where. How could I ever forget it was the first time, the last time we ever met. I know the reason why you went on something. Me, straight and go, baby, whoa, stranger you to be. I can feel it coming in the air tonight. Oh Lord, I've been waiting for this moment for all my life. Oh Lord, oh. Okay, time for a monster. Even the astronauts playing drums. Look, hold on. Okay. Sorry. That was my lead into my monster break. All right, so we go. Sold Guns N' Roses for $85. Scorpions, $75. Willer Dunham on Janis Joplin. Sold Chad Collins. LOL, that's Nightmare Fuel. Creepy. Craig, Make 'em Stop. Best drum solo ever. Fill Up for Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. The Peak, Not Singing, Chad. So Many Passion, Sing It. Roy Orbison sold to Joseph Clark for $14. I Sing Like Mike Tyson. We have Grateful Dead for $300. Sold. Shakedown gets both Grateful Dead boxes for $150. Thank you, Shakedown. Sell these to him for $150. You got it. Those are sold for $150. Nobody bid on Pink Floyd. Oh, excuse me. They're sold both for $300. Put them in for $150 each. $150 for Shakedown, $150 for Shakedown. You got it. Thank you. $300 for both. Pink Floyd, a buy it now for $150. Dang. Edwin Blom is missing out. And the Scorpions, dang. John Mincemoyer, $75. Nice. Unbelievable. Tag that for John Mincemoyer, $75. That is done. And Phil Collins was EX $24.99. Do we have any lyrics here? Where's the lyrics at for this? Man, they didn't give you any lyrics. Shoot. $24.99. Craig, can we get some lyrics, please? EX $24.99. Also, Deep Purple, Perfect Stranger, EX $34.99. And we have The American Dream, $34.99. We need new auctions. Michael, $135. Let's do it, my friend. $135 on Pink Floyd. $135. We have Grateful Dead, a 2024. This one's just a $65 start. New Haven, Connecticut. Sealed. Record store day. $65 start on that. $65. All of a sudden, I feel like just really singing my lungs out tonight. Notes from the Underground, and this is $34.99. and the Beatles Live at the Star Club, sealed for $49.99. And Gun is the 70s Orange Label reissue. Oh man, that's a desirable record. $44.99. $44.99. Let's go back up the top and figure out what happened. We so Grateful Dead. Pink Floyd got an offer for $130. I counted $135, just trying to represent my Pink Floyd friends well there with a $5 bump. And then tracks on Lady Samantha. Phil Collins got an offer for $20. Then it got a see my singing. Everybody's like, man, that is gonna sound good when I'm blasting that on vinyl. Boom, boom, pow, boom, boom, chicka, pow, pow, boom, chicka. That's so did Josh Brown for $20. Then back to Turntable offered $15. Then Nealon offered $20. Grateful Dead has a bid for $65. Johnny said he'll take Phil Collins at full price and price on American Dream. Raymond says he'll take I shot myself in the foot over $5. Hey, there's that $5 back. See, I lost $5 there, so I got to make it up for Michael Butler. If not, Chad Saul says he'll take it. And then Grateful Dead, $65. What else did I miss? Price on American Dream. She was an American girl. This is the American Dream. $34.99. Michael says he'll take Pink. Lose 5, gain 5. See, I'm even Steven, just like Jerry Seinfeld. Sold for $135. James Kemp says he'll take Gun. And Grateful Dead has one bid with Robert Warner for $65. That's going to once, going to twice, going to once, and going to twice. Going to once and going to twice. And let's go ahead and put up another auction. If you're waiting for something, keep reminding me, 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 keep reminding me. And we have Funkadelic, and this is called Let's Take It to the Stage. Funkadelic is a 75 USOG VG minus. VG minus, a $5 start on Funkadelic. Next is Lou Reed, New Sensations. Lou Reed is $24.99. Ted Nugent, Stranglehold. Boy, I can't make that sound. Y'all know what it sounds like, though. That's on here. EX $24.99. Oh, gosh. Jim B is bidding on Grateful Dead. He has it for $70. He has it for $70. Funkadelic's at $10. The New Mix, EX $49.99. United Artists, the New Mix, a two-tone label, $49.99. And Johnny Cash, Greatest Hits, sealed. Wow. A sealed copy, just $14.99. Next is a request for the Runaways. We have What Is the Lady Samantha Tracks? What is the Lady Samantha Tracks? What is the Lady Samantha Tracks? And then we have Blackie on Deep Purple. Hold the phone. Hold the fort. Pause. Wrangle up your horses for a second. Grateful Dead has a bid for $70. Funkadelic 12. Funkadelic 12. Rob Zombie. Sean Drake requested Runaways. Blackie L offered $29 for Deep Purple. Sold. Funkadelic 7. What is the Lady Samantha Tracks? Funkadelic 5. What is the Lady Samantha Tracks? Grateful Dead 72. Willard on Ted Nugent. What is the Lady Samantha Tracks? Nealon, you were second on Ted Nugent. Michael Butler first on Johnny Cash. Funkadelic 12. What is the Lady Samantha Tracks? Johnny Cash is next to Chris Frazier, then James Kemp, then Michael Snared, and then Blaine Zapnick says, Chad, I'm here for one reason only, and that's to buy jazz. And then another request for Funkadelic. What is Pepper Adams? What is Funkadelic? What is the Lady Samantha Tracks? What is the Grateful Dead? Is Grateful Dead sealed? And what is the Lady Samantha Tracks? Oh my, holy moly. Oh my, okay. All righty, here we go. Cindy, I'm glad you asked again. This is Rob Zombie, Demon Speed. This is a $350 start. A $350 start. This is Rob Zombie, Demon Speeding. It's a limited edition, hand-painted, cold cast porcelain statue sculpted by Barsom. Rare, out of print, highly desirable Rob Zombie statue, $350 start. $350 start. This is called Rob Zombie. It is called Demon Speeding. 2004, new in box, a $350 start. A $350 start. Let me fix my camera while I'm over here at it. Let me try to fix this and get it a little bit more straight here and tilt this down. And I think we're going to be in good shape now. I feel like it's crooked, but it looks straight to me. Okay, now, over here, that's $350. I'm going to set it right over here in front of Black Sabbath so you can see it a little bit better, or you can see the other auctions. Now, let's start over here with Grateful Dead. This is a sealed 2024 New Haven, Connecticut box set. And the last bid on this was Robert Warner at $72. Jim B, the clock is ticking. Funkadelic is sealed. And Funkadelic is a 75 USOG VG minus and a VG minus jacket. This is called Let's Take It to the Stage. Now, There is somebody that said, Chad, if you read me these tracks, I will buy this record. Okay. Elton John, Lady Samantha. Rock and Roll Madonna. Whenever you're ready, We'll Go Steady Again. Bad Side of the Moon. Jackrabbit. Into the Old Man's Shoes. It's Me That You Need. Ho, ho, ho. Who'd Be a Turkey at Christmas? Skyline Pigeon. Screw You. Just Like Strange Rain. That's one of my favorites. Gray Seal. The Honey Roll. Lady Samantha. And Friends. This is a French pressing of Elton John, Lady Samantha. $39.99 to Cara Coco Nation. Grateful Dead's at 75. Grateful Dead's at 77. The last bit on Funkadelic that came in was Dinah Bruh at $15. $15 to Dinah Bruh. $15 going once, going twice. Rob Zombie's a $350 start for Demon Speeding. Going once, going twice. This is all new vintage stuff. Buy it now or best offer. Atomic Rooster, made in England. EX $24.99. John Prine Common Sense. EX $34.99. We have The Seeds Future. The Seeds is EX $64.99 with all three cut and paste inserts. With all three cut and paste inserts, $64.99. Funkadelic 16. Funkadelic 16. Funkadelic 16. Funkadelic 16. Grateful Dead is at 80. Grateful Dead is at 80. Robert and Jim B, you've been outbid. We have Lady Samantha sold to Cara Coco Nation. I have no idea how to say that. Cara Waco. Cara Waco. Cara Waco Nation. Let's break this down syllable by syllable. Cara Waco Nation, sold for $29. Atomic Rooster, this is sold for $20 to Danae De La O. Grateful Dead's at $81. John Prine, Steve Vai, a third cover, green label, EX $34.99. EX $34.99. Blaine gets John Prine for $28. Grateful Dead 81, Grateful Dead 81, Grateful Dead 81. The Best of the Doors, an 85 Club German press, EX $59.99. If anybody wants Rob Zombie, it is sold for $350 to the first person who claims it. $350 buys the Rob Zombie statue. That's now up for bid. Let's put up another auction. This is Screaming Trees, Other Worlds. Screaming Trees is a 2024 reissue. It could be an 88 OG, but not likely. No, this is an 88 OG. This is a 2024 sealed, $20 start. $20 start on that one. Grateful Dead is at 81. And then we have Richard Davis on Steve Vai. Store open tomorrow. Well, it was closed today, and it was technically opened today, but, well, let me rephrase that. If you need to come pick up your order, you can. So we had a whole U-Haul of stuff dropped off here at the store. Another U-Haul was, this guy is cleaning out 2 large storage buildings full of toys and collectibles. All that stuff, he has dropped off another truckload here at the store. It's completely full. So I don't know if we can open again. I mean, like, we literally do not have enough space. That's why I'm like in such a frenzy mode tonight trying to sell stuff. We are plumb full here, and I think there's more on the way. So if you need to come by tomorrow, yes, but technically we won't be open to the public. But if you're a local and need to pick up your order, they'll have it ready. But we're pretty much like out of business up front for a few days. It is a chaotic situation. Rose Tattoo, sealed for $14.99. Grateful Dead, what was the last bid? Jim B at $81. He tied Robert. Robert came in first, $81 with Robert. Screaming Trees has a bid for $20. Funkadelic's at $18. Funkadelic is still getting bids. Everybody's out. Cameron has it for $18. Now it's at $19. Scully gets Rose Tattoo. And the Doors was $59.99. This is a German press, a club copy German press, $59.99. Danae needs to pass on Atomic Rooster. Atomic Rooster is going back in here. EX condition, $24.99. Nuclear Valdez, $14.99 for Nuclear Valdez. New bid on Grateful Dead for $85. Ted Nugent, the Ambroy Dukes, EX $24.99. So when it's all said and done, we're going to end up buying 2, the large U-Hauls. Before the end of the week, we're going to be buying 2 large U-Hauls full of Kiss collectibles, toys, vinyl, CDs, cassettes, 8-tracks, VHS, DVDs, Blu-rays. This guy loved Godzilla. There's Godzilla stuff. It's incredible. It's going to be like 2 large U-Hauls full of stuff, and we basically just have it laying everywhere right now. We are completely out of space. That's why I'm like, please buy stuff as fast as possible. Funkadelic has a new bid for 20. Lost Plains put test. Grateful Dead has a bid for 86. Bill Reese, you were third on Rose Tattoo. And then Ambroy Dukes is sold for $20 to Joe Salamo. We also have Pink Floyd Umaguma and 83 U.S. reissue Jacksonville, $49.99 on Umaguma. 1910 Fruit Gum, that's in shrink wrap, $14.99. 1910 Fruit Gum, $14.99. Paul Cantor, Gray Slick, and David Freeberg, $34.99. Green Slade, look at that. Very cool. EX $34.99. Deep Purple Machine Head. A 72 German press. Man, there's some cool stuff in here. Are y'all paying attention to these amazing records? $59.99. The Doors, LA Woman, an early German press. $49.99. Wow. Queen, Sheer Heart Attack. EX $34.99. And Foreigner, and this one's a rare 90s press, $49.99. Good gosh, that little batch right there at the end, that was sick. That was absolutely just sick what we just sold. That was some incredible vinyl there. Boy, I need to show all those again. That was sick. I'm going to get over here and have to get sick. That was sick. That was absolutely sick. All right, let's do this again. So we got 3 auctions. Did Screaming Trees get another bid? No. Screaming Trees is sold, and Screaming Trees is sold to Jason Forterat for $20. Okay, now, Grateful Dead, $88. Joe Salamo, I'm going to counter on Fruit Gum. Boy, this is such a nice copy. I mean, this is like top. I know it's a 60s bubblegum pop record, but man, I'll do this for $13. That's a nice one. I like that stuff. Okay? Now, The Doors. The Doors, an early German press. I will do this for $48. It's marked $49.99. Danae, I'll do that for $48. Pink Floyd for $30. No, I'll do this for $48. It's marked $49.99. Rooster, 18. I've already sold it once for $20. Willard, if you want it, I'll do it for $20. Grateful Dead's at $90. Richard Davis gets Foreigner, sold. And then over here, Pink Floyd for $35. I'll do it for $48. Fruit Gum is sold to Joe Salamo for $14. Danae, if you don't want The Doors, then it's sold to Jason Forterat for $48. Foreigner's already sold. Jim B's out on Grateful Dead. This is sold to Robert Warner for $90. Who has the high bid on Funkadelic? The last bid that came in on Funkadelic was the final call to Cameron Porter for $20. Final call to Cameron Porter for $20. Okay? Now, next thing over here is how much was Green Slade. Green Slade was EX $34.99. Josh Brown, Foreigner's already sold. Willard said he'll do Atomic Rooster for $20. Deep Purple, $38. Can't do it. This I'll do for $59.99. It's marked $59.99. I'll do it for $59.99. Next is a pass on Pink Floyd. It's available if anybody wants it for $48. Next is Funkadelic 21, now Funkadelic 22. German Machine 30. This is marked for $59.99. I'll do it for $59.99. Green Slade is sold to Shane, $5 off, $30. I don't think y'all are realizing how nice and how desirable some of these are right here. This is a 72 Horzu German press of Machine Head. This isn't going to be half off. This isn't going to be in the $6.99 crate. This is near mint minus, a beautiful copy, laminate. It is a Unipack design. It is $59.99. You need to go ahead and say, I'll take it, and thank you, Chad. My gosh, you could have started that one at $65 and it could have sold for $120. Jason Forterat, you're going to have to be second on The Doors. I'm going to sell this to Today for $48. That is sold to Today for $48. Now, Patrick says he'll take Deep Purple for $58. If everybody else passes, that's sold to Patrick for $58. Funkadelic's at $25. Now, who was the first person to make a bid on the Deep Purple? The first person who made a bid on Deep Purple was Inner Groove. That means they're going to get it for $58, okay? That's sold to Inner Groove Distortion for $58. Now, that crate is probably worthy of another quick recap, especially that stuff right there at the end. Funkadelics at $25. Our next auction is another Led Zeppelin live unofficial. Susie Breedlove, I need you to calm down. Look at this picture of Robert Plant here on the front. The Golden Goddess. Look at that, Susie. Oh, wow. Robert Plant. Good evening, New York. That is, he used to say that. That was his signature. They would come out to Rock and Roll Sick Again, and then after they did those first couple songs, he'd go, good evening. Led Zeppelin, a $250 start. $250 start, 0 comps anywhere available. This is Led Zeppelin, and this is live at Madison Square Garden in 1975, a soundboard recording. Oh my, $250 start. It's been a long time since I rock and rolled. Ra-dum, ra-dum, da-dum. It's been a long time since I did the stroke. Da-dum, da-dum, da-dum. Funkadelic 25. Next is Doors. Jason Fornerat gets the Doors Greatest Hits. Another German press at sticker price. Thank you on that one. And then Who Says They'll Take Deep Purple? Who Says They'll Take Pink Floyd? Back to the Turntable gets Pink Floyd for $48. That is sold. And then we had a question about the Seeds. The Seeds Future has all 3 cut and paste inserts, EX condition, $64.99 on the Seeds. EX, $64.99. Iron Butterfly, Scorching Beauty, $14.99. Eagles, One of These Nights, One of These Cray, EX, $24.99. And then Andy Kibb Rainbow Ride, $19.99. Are we done on Funkadelic? The last bid on Funkadelic was Cameron Porter at $25. Final call. Zeppelin has a bid for $250. Zeppelin already has a bid for $250, and Denise gets the Seeds. That's sold to Denise for $55. Thank you on that one. Also, we got Huey Lewis Sports, EX $24.99. Up the Creek, $9.99. Their second song was Sick Again. This was right after Physical Graffiti came out. Oh my. Ooh, boy, side 3, that's going to be epic. The Rain Song in Kashmir. Oh my, No Quarter. Boom, 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 boom. Close the door, put out the light. Moby Dick. Dun, 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 dun. Run, da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. Up the Creek, so to Kyle Hansen, it is $9.99. Yes, it's priced for $9.99 if that was a question. Baby Grand is EX $24.99. Stroll On, Steve Ashley, $19.99. Did we sell the Seeds? I did. Thank you, Danae. We have Nectar. That's $19.99 for Nectar. Eagles, The Long Run is EX $24.99. Robert Palmer Pressure Drop is $14.99. Notes from the Underground, 30. This looks interesting here. Notes from the Underground from Vanguard, $34.99. The Beatles Live at the Star Club, sealed, $49.99. The American Dream is $34.99. That's a cheap price for the American Dream. There's some people that would pay millions for that. $24.99. The New Mix, that looks interesting. United Artists, the New Mix, $49. Looks like some sock stuff in here mixed in. Nuclear Valdez is $14.99. Paul Cantor, Gray Slick, $34.99. And Queen Sheer Heart Attack, EX $34.99. Led Zeppelin is sold to Michael Butler for $250. Da 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 da. Cameron Porter gets Funkadelic for $25. Sold. Kevin LeBady gets Queen for $29. Sold. And now we're ready for new auctions. Bullet Boys, Rocked and Ripped. Bullet Boys is a 2024 limited edition Coke bottle clear. Sealed. $25 start on Bullet Boys. Da 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 da. Da, da, da. Oh, let the sun beat down upon. Stars fill my dreams. I am a traveler of both time and space. To be where I have been Speak of elders. We have Triumph, Allied Forces. Oh my. Triumph, a 40th anniversary box set, sealed, a $65 start. $65 start on Triumph. Next is with So Queen. Super Chicken Sauce wants Palmer. Palmer. Palmer? Who is Super Chicken Sauce on YouTube? Are you a first-time buyer? Robert Palmer, so do you. If so, we need to get you registered. Willer Dunham gets Huey. Hold on a minute, my crate's full. Hold on, hold the phone. My crate is full. Hold it, hold it. I got a full crate. We got to swap out. We're still selling stuff. We still got 5 crates of auctions. I'm not joking either. Box sets that y'all have never seen. All that's happening right now, and we're about to go through more buy it now best offer. Huey Lewis is sold to Willer Dunham for $20. This was a great crate here. This is sold to him. Who asked about Up the Creek? Did they say they'll take it? Kyle Hansen, let me know if you want that. I just want to confirm for $9.99. And then Bullet Boys has a bid for $25. Man, Scott offered $21 for Huey. I shot myself in the foot over $1. New Mix. The new mix is graded EX, $49.99. $49.99 on that. Triumph has a bid for $65, another bid for $65. Old time buyer, thank you and welcome back. Triumph is at $70. Triumph is at $70. So Bullet Boys is at $25. Final call. Kyle Hansen does want Up the Creek, and Triumph's at $80. Wowie, wow. Okay, next is going to go up right now, and that is going to be what? Another Firehouse. Whoa, Firehouse. This one right here gets some people's feathers ruffled. I've seen a guy, literally, I've seen like a knife fight over this before out in the parking lot. I said, listen, if y'all want this, here's 2 switchblades, go at it. And let's just say, well, you can imagine what happened. This is Firehouse. This is a 2024 on Sea Blue Smoke. They did 300. There are 0 listed for sale. $150 start from Experience Vinyl. Firehouse, $150 start on that one. Triumph 70, Triumph 72, Triumph 85, and we're about to sell Bullet Boys for $25. That's one bid, and that's Jason Fornerat. Let's get into another crate. Let's do it. Let's get right into another crate, folks. Right into another crate. More buy now best offer. Chad, what are we doing next? We're doing more buy now best offer. Golly, you've got to be joking. Super Mix is EX $49.99. Surely, Chad, you're joking. There is no way we're about to do more buy it now best offer. We are. We're about to do more buy it now best offer. Good gosh, my friend. Can you please just take it easy on us for one night? Nope, we can't. We got to keep going. 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 Got to keep going. Got stuff to sell here. Got stuff to sell there. Stuff to sell here. Stuff to sell there. Bullet Boys sold to Jason Fornerat for $25. The Triumph box set has a high bid right now of $85. Firehouse is $150 start. And don't forget, a little bit later tonight, we're going to be doing cassettes out the yin yang, okay? And don't ask me what that means. We have over here our next auction. Oh my, girls, something to something. This is an 87 U.S. Specialty OG with the original under sleeve EX edition, a 50 doll hair start on Motley Crue. How much, Chad? A 50 doll hair start on Motley Crue. Here we go. Everything in here is buy it now or best offer. What does that mean, Chad? That means you can go ahead and buy these now, or you can make a best offer. And I'll either say yes, no, pass, yes, maybe, no, possibly. We have Eric Clapton Backless, VG Plus, $12.99. Talking about promises, and $12.99 for Clapton. Also, Deep Purple, Deepest Purple. This is VG Plus, $19.99 for the best of Deep Purple. Joe Cocker's Greatest Hits. What would you do if I sang out of tune? Would you stand up and walk out on me? Lend me your ears and I'll sing. Firehouse, if anybody wants that, it's a $150 buy it now. Triumph is the sealed Allied Forces box set. The new high bid's $88. 40th anniversary box set of Triumph Allied Forces. Scott Hughes has Motley Crue for $50. This is a vintage buy it now best offer box. John Cougar Mellencamp Scarecrow in shrink hype sticker. I was born in a small town. EX $17.99. EX $17.99. Also, we have John Cougar American Full. Jack and Diane, folks. VG $9.99. Hurt so good. I know, it hurts so. Eric Clapton, we are talking about I Shot the Sheriff. But if you remember closely, he did not shoot the deputy. He did not. Don't ask me why. That's always been a mystery. $24.99. Triumph is at $90. Motley Crue $50. Now Motley Crue $60. Our next auction is going to go up right now. And that next auction, without further ado, is Rush. Modern Day Warrior, Mean Stride, today's Tom Sawyer. You know the rest of this. This is a 1985 OG. Oh, wow. Mastered by Bob Ludwig, a VG Plus copy, VG Plus jacket. My uncle has a country place that no one knows about. He says it used to be a farm before the mow. This is a $20 start. That's Rush, Moving Pictures. Nealon Black, picking up both John Cougars. Sold and sold. Price on Joe Cocker. Joe Cocker here is VG Plus $14.99. And then we have the car, Shake It Up. EX $12.99. EX $24.99. This has the original inner sleeve. Cruiser. Go check it out. Rush is at 20. Next thing over here is Motley Crue at 60. Scott Hughes is out. You can bid again. And, you know the thing. Also, Deep Purple and Rock. A Child in Time. A Space in Time. What's that song called? Child in Time. VG Plus, $19.99. Original green label there. Has some writing on the label, $19.99. Alice Cooper Lace and Whiskey. That's two things there. VG Plus, $19.99. Jethro Tull Benefit, VG Petra Pfeiffer on the Joe Cocker. Wow. Boy, what a voice. Wow. Wow. Joe Cocker, Woodstock performer. Next thing is Santana Z-Bop, VG Plus, $14.99. Joe Cocker's already sold. The Moody Blues to our children's, and that is VG Plus, $9.99. The last bid on Triumph over here. Triumph, the last bid was Clay Moore at $90. Kathy's out, sold for $90. $90. This is sold to Kathy. Thank you, Kathy DeMoss, $90. Rush, Buddy Johnson, $21. Living in the lighted stage approaches something. We have Motley Crue. The last bid is Jason Fornerat for $60. I lost Scott Hughes. Scott bid again or say out. If not, I'll have to go ahead and sell it anyway. Rush 21, Rush 22. Willard Dunham on Moody Blues, Rush another 22. And we have Fleetwood Mac Mirage, Gypsy. The Velvet Underground. EX $17.99. Fleetwood Mac Mirage. The Rolling Stones Some Girls. No condition note. Yes, EX. Original cover $62.99. Run dun 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 da da dun. Run dun 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 da da dun. I'm gonna miss you. Boom 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 boom. Ba dun da da dun. Next is a single. Rainbow Connection. Both titles taken from the LP, The Muppet Movie. I hope that's something and better come along. Rainbow Connection featuring Kermit the Frog. That's going to go up for a $10 start. There it is. And as much as I love it, I didn't get Triumph. Who got the Triumph box? Who got the Triumph box? The Triumph box out. Who got it? She said out. Clay Moore got it for $90. Clay Moore got this for $90. My bad. Clay. Sorry. Clay's probably like, what? He's probably like, what? This is sold to Clay Moore for $90, okay? Let me confirm that one more time. Yes, that's sold to Clay Moore for $90, okay? $90 on that. Now, Rush is at 28. Muppets is at 20. Boy, that took a big jump. And I lost somebody on Motley Crue. I never did hear back from somebody. So Jason Fornerat gets Motley Crue for $60. Now the Muppets is at 30. This thing has taken astronomical jumps. It's going to be up in space before long. Next thing is our next auction. And if you heard me correctly, I said the next thing is our next auction. AC/DC Powerage. Oh no, it's in G condition. That's a really low-grade record. A 78 U.S. specialty, G condition. Buyer beware. AC/DC, a $1 start. Muppets is at 30, deepest purple price. You're talking about the very best, the deep purple, the deepest purple. VG Plus, $19.99. Last bid on last bid on Rush was $28 with Roger Tagavilla. Jason Fornerat says he's out. Billy Joe Glass Houses. EX condition. Billy Joe is $12.99 for Glass Houses. Todd Rundgren Initiation. Todd Rundgren's VG Plus $9.99. And Wings at the Speed of Sound. Someone's knocking on the door. Somebody's ringing the bell. Do me a favor. Open the door and let them in. $22.99. Pacific Gas and Electric, Are You Ready? Has a promo stamp on the back. VG $9.99. Rush, Final Call for 28. AC/DC 1125. Jason Fornerat on BJ. That's for Billy Joel. Sold. Muppets sold for $30. And that's sold to Kelly Vlodarchek. Thank you. Thank you. $30. Next is going to be another LP auction, another box set auction. What do I have next to auction? Oh my, another Led Zeppelin. Holy moly. The Rhinestone Cowgirl. That is Susie right there. Oh my, Susie. Holy moly, there he is. The golden goddess himself, Robert Plant. Look at all that hair on his head. Look at all that hair on his chest. Look at those tight pants. A 4LP yellow black marble limited edition live at Inglewood, California with 8-page book and a 20-page replica tour program. Another rare, sought after Led Zeppelin concert. Oh my, holy moly. Sometimes his pants was a little too tight. Golly, that's a $275 start. Led Zeppelin's now up for bid. Next thing is Deep Purple, sold to Scully Mack for $15. That is sold for $15 to Scully Mack. AC/DC's at $8. And we have Bob Seger, The Distance, VG Plus, $17.99. I always thought Robert Plant needed his pants needed to be a little bit more loose a couple times. I don't know how he didn't get arrested out in public more often. Good gosh. Over here is Glenn Fry, No Fun Allowed. VG Plus, $14.99 for Glenn Fry. And Elton John, Tumbleweed Connection, VG Plus, $24.99. That is the Rhinestone Cowgirl, $275 on that one. And then we have Eric Burden Declares War, VG Plus, $29.99. That has the hit song Spill the Wine sticker on the front. Rush is sold $28, and that is sold to Roger Tagavilla for $28. Next thing, AC/DC, G Plus condition. The most recent high bid is $10. Zeppelin $275. Come on, Michael Butler. Do. Come on, Michael Butler. Do. Next auction is going to go up right now, and that is going to be Tesla. Oh my, Tesla. Tesla is Forevermore. Tesla is an unofficial press, light blue vinyl. Oh my, Tesla, $125 start. No man, that guy, I don't know who was his tailor for his pants, but they always messed it up, especially in the region of his manhood. They always messed up his pants big time. We have Elvis in concert. This is a VG Plus, $19.99. And the London Chuck Berry sessions, VG condition, $12.99. And Slaughter on 10th Avenue, Mick Ronson. VG Plus, $14.99. Slaughter on 10th Avenue, Mick Ronson. VG Plus, $14.99. Sounds of Stories, Isle of Man. This is 1967 Isle of Man. Like the motorcycle races. VG $9.99. AC/DC 10, AC/DC 12. To my knowledge, this Tesla was this ever released on vinyl officially? I think this is one of those like true bootlegs there. $125 start on that. AC/DC 14, Smokey Robinson, The Miracle Special Occasion in mono, VG Plus $14.99. And Ted Nugent, Double Live Gonzo, VG $12.99 for Ted Nugent. Also, Waylon's Greatest Hits, VG Plus $17.99. And the Rolling Stones, England's Newest Hit Makers, VG Plus $24.99. Willard Dunham says he'll take the aisle. Let's sell that to Willard. That's done. He's out on AC/DC. Kyle Hansen, 14. What about Craig Honeycutt out? Was it between him and him? It is. Let's go ahead and sell it. AC/DC. I don't think Susie's even watching right now. Susie's missing a show with this Robert Plant. And Kyle Hansen's at 14. That's sold. Final Chance on Led Zeppelin, $275 on Led Zeppelin. Final Chance, $275. That's Led Zeppelin, the Rhinestone Cowgirl. Tesla, $125 Forevermore. And let's go ahead and show Coney Hatch. Coney Hatch is in Shrink, $19.99. And Johnny Winter and Live, 2LP Gatefold, $24.99. Country Sunrise, 20 Giant Hits, $9.99. Let's find another auction. Boy, do we have plenty. Okay, so here's what's left in the bonus crate. Black Crowes, Van Halen, Oasis, Alice in Chains, Jimmy Page and Black Crowes, Alice in Chains, Jimmy Page and Black Crowes, and I'm going to go ahead and do this Allman Brothers. This Allman Brothers is a 2018 Record Store Day 4LP, sealed, $125 start, recorded live in 1970, before that Fillmore, 8 months before they did that legendary Fillmore concert. Duane Allman, of course, 125, original master multi-tape soundboard track, $125 start, okay? Now, Tesla did not get a bid, $125. Led Zeppelin, $275. Those are all no bids, okay? I bet somebody might snatches up at least one of them. The Allman Brothers is $125 start. $125, there's that. And then over here, Michael Bowler offered $250 for Zeppelin, sold. I summoned them, thank you. Another one. Boy, you're racking up on these Zeppelins. We've got them all. Couple snaps of the fingers and we'll be sold out. And I'll be like, man, I wish I had all my Zeppelin bootlegs. Oh, man, I didn't know this was sitting over here. Echoes, the best of Pink Floyd. This looks like a bootleg, though. Okay, okay. I didn't know we had this over here, though. Here we go. This is the best of Pink Floyd Echoes. It isn't unofficial, but it's a box set, the best of Pink Floyd. The original version's out of print and pricey. Echoes, a $75 start. Okay, Willie Nelson Pretty Paper, $14.99. Rick Wakeman, The Six Wives of Henry VIII, $19.99. And we have Jefferson Starship Earth, $14.99. Okay, and then let's throw up another single right quick. And here is something I don't get too often on a 45. David Allen Coe Cheap Thrills with a picture sleeve. How unusual was that? David Allen Coe Cheap Thrills, and that's going to go up for a $10 start. $10 start. Waylon for $12. Let's sell Willer Dunham the Waylon for $12. Thank you. That's so to you. And then we have Spyro Gyra Morning Dance, $9.99. And Billy Satellite, $9.99. And Wang Chung, $9.99. Almonds, $125. Pink Floyd Echo, $75. And Chad is thirstier than the devil, trying to breathe out fire and chew cotton at the same time. Whew, that'd be a hot mouth down in the deep pits of Hades, and you got cotton all in your mouth, and you're just wishing for one drip of water. Just one drip of water. Oh, I'd do anything for a drip of water. I got a whole bottle of it right here. Here we go. You know, I remember as a kid, we'd be out grocery shopping. My mom always had this saying. My mom had this saying. You know what her saying was? I'd be like, Mom, I want some chocolate chip cookies. And she would say, son, people in hell want ice water. No cookies for you. And I'd be like, oh, man. But then I would always think, boy, I bet they do need some ice water, don't they? Ah. Dun, 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 dun. What happened? Has my feed dropped? Are we still live? Is everybody still here? Test 1, 2. Test 1, 2. Are we good to go? Hello? Okay, here we go. We have Dave Edmonds and Love Sculpture, singles A's and B's, $19.99. David Allen Coe has a bid for $10. Final chance on those. Faithful, Todd Rundgren, $14.99. And Big Red Music compilation, red vinyl. Big Red Music is $19.99. White label promo on that one. 10cc Bloody Taurus, $14.99. And Alan Parsons Stereo Tommy, $24.99. David Allen Coe, Joe Sontag has it for $10. Nobody bid on Pink Floyd Echo, $75. Nobody bid on Allman Brothers, $125, okay? Those are no bids. Let's keep going. Let's put up some more auctions, though. We're also in a crate of Buy It Now Best Offer over here. Jimmy Page and the Black Crowes. Somebody asked about that. Let's go ahead and do this one right here. Jimmy Page and the Black Crowes is the 2013 white vinyl sealed. White vinyl 3LP sealed. A $75 start on that. $75. Willer Dunham on red. Big Red Music is sold to Willer Dunham. The Black Sabbath light is $59.99. Now, so I have two other crates of auctions. Here's what's in the second crate. Joe Satriani, Rough Cut, Scorpions. Also, Acetone, AC/DC, Soul Asylum, Spin Doctors, Leonard Skinner, Tom Petty, Runaways, Alice in Chains, U2, Beatles, Elvis Goes to Washington. That's Elvis Costello, Zombies. This is Art Blakey and the Jazz Messengers. 1959 USOG Mono, VG minus. Top copies have sold for as much as $352. Art Blakey, just a $20 star. Yes, I still have Pepper. Yes, I still have Pepper. Next is David Bowie Tonight, $24.99. Boston in shrink wrap. This is the early 80s pressing of their self-titled album, $34.99. We have Cheap Thrills, So Did Joe Sontag for $10. Also, Bob Seger, Against the Wind, $24.99 for Bob Seger. Also, 10cc Deceptive Benz is $14.99. Hank Williams Jr., Whiskey Bent and Hellbound in shrink wrap, $24.99. Jimmy Page and the Black Crowes, white vinyl triple LP, $75 start. Also over here, Blue Note, Art Blakey is over here. A 1959 USOG VG minus mono. Yes, VG minus mono. $20 start on that. Which Satch and which Doctors? Give me 1 second. Condition of Blakey, VG minus. Yes, Michael, I was mentioning your name last night. I said, hey, are you still awake? We'll do these. And I never did hear back from you. Also, we have Alex Miller on Bowie. And let's go ahead and sell this to Alex Miller. Art Blakey, $25.25, and now $25 again. So all of a sudden, a lot of people want to bid, but there's a lot of people tied. Missing in action. Missing's at 85 Boogie Funk, $14.99 on that one. Also over here, we have UFO Obsession. UFO is EX, $24.99. Also, Todd Rundgren, $9.99 on Todd Rundgren. We have Bob Dylan's Greatest Hits, $32.99. SOS Band 3, that's $14.99. And Carlos Santana and Buddy Miles Live, $26.99. The Beach Boys Endless Summer, $19.99. Cat Stevens Back to Earth, $14.99. Band on the Run. Dun 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 dun. Band on the Run, $34.99. Steve Martin, Wild and Crazy Guy, $14.99. Nobody bid on Jimmy Page and the Black Crowes. That is a $75 buy it now. No bid on that one. The Blue Notes at $31. And let's keep going here. Keep rolling. Move in, move out. Let's get you something. Hands up, something else. We have Pink Floyd. Nice. Oh my, a saucer full of secrets. Pink Floyd is a 69 German EX++ near minus, and Pink Floyd is a $30 start. A $30 start on that one. Blue Notes at $31. We have Hank Jr. for $17 and Hank Jr. for $20. Nealon, it's yours, but it will be $20 if you pass it. So to Raymond, and then Roger also offered $20. All right. And now I'm not going to spend a lot of time in this crate because it was full. We took a chunk out of it, but I have more I can go through. Plus, I want to recap some other new vinyl, especially some of the stuff that came in late last week, like on Friday and Thursday, when a lot of people's orders were already kind of complete. And a lot of people didn't buy some stuff out of those crates, and now I want to show it again, okay? I want to be able to show it again. So first thing I have is this. We got to make sure Nealon Black wants Hank for $20. If not, it's so to Raymond. Roger was next in line. No condition notes on Cat Stevens. If you're talking about Back to Earth, the vinyl, no condition notes, $14.99. Okay, and then Pink Floyd, $30. PF30. PF30. What was PF30? PF30. Oh, that's a bid on Pink Floyd. Pink Floyd has a bid for $30. And then Blue Note, Blakey has a bid for $33. Nealon gets Hank Jr. for $20. And $110 for the Allman Brothers. That is sold to 12980. Eddie McKenna, I believe. Thank you. That's sold to you for $110. All right, that's done. Let's put that away. And I'm just going to read these titles. If you if you need a price, let me know. We got Pink Floyd, A Saucer Full of Secrets, a 69 German reissue. So 69, a 69 press from Germany. I don't want to overlook this like I did almost some of those Deep Purple and some of that stuff. This is a very nice German copy. Almost, it is. I mean, it's borderline near mint minus all the way around. That is pretty awesome there. That is $35 of Paul Oakley. Braveheart has not come in yet. No, I don't know if they just hadn't shipped or if it's been pushed back. But as of right now, no update on that one. Art Blakey and the Jazz Messengers at the Jazz Corner of the World. This is a 59 OG Mono VG minus. Okay? That high bid right now is 33 on Art Blakey. And that's with Aaron Andrus. Pink Floyd just got a bid for 40. And then the Black Crowes for $65. Okay? So first thing, Jetstream asked, what are the no bids? This has an offer for $65. I'm about to sell it to Stephen A. Young, but since you asked, you have first dibs. And then Best of Pink Floyd Echoes. Best of Pink Floyd Echoes, a box set, unofficial, $75. Tesla Forevermore. Tesla is sealed, $125. Firehouse is $150. The limited edition 300 on Sea Blue Smoke. Sea Blue Smoke, $150 on Firehouse. And then we had the Rob Zombie statue. The Rob Zombie statue is $350. Demon Speeding, Rob Zombie, $350. And then Alice in Chains. This is a rare, unofficial. It is a 5LP music bank, essentially the best of Alice in Chains. Originally only a CD release, $495. We got some big no bids over here. Big no bids. The Blue Note has, Art Blakey has a new bid for 34. Pink Floyd has bids for 50, 50, 60, 60, 50. If you need a price on anything in here, let me know. I have Eric Clapton Backless, Eric Clapton 461, The Cars, Deep Purple, Alice Cooper, Jethro Tull, Santana, Fleetwood Mac, Rolling Stones, Todd Rundgren, Wings, Pacific Gas Electric, Bob Seger, Glenn Frey, Elton John. We had Eric Burden, War, Elvis Presley in concert, London Chuck Berry sessions, and I think that's the one that has My Ding-a-Ling. Whoever always asks for My Ding-a-Ling, there it is. VG $12.99. My Ding-a-Ling is all over that one. And we have Art Blakey at 36. David Jennings put AC 15. That's probably for Alice Cooper. Alice Cooper 15, and that is sold to David Jennings. Kelly Vladicek on Chuck Berry, and then Jimmy Page is sold to Stephen A. Young for $65. That is sold, and then our next auction is going to go up right now, and that next auction is going to be Def Leppard. Photograph, I don't want ya, photograph. Def Leppard, $10 start in the original picture sleeve. Oh, man. $10 start on that one, okay? Eric Burden, Willard Dunham gets that for $20. Spill the Wine, you got it. Sell that for $20. Where are you? Where are you? Find that. Find that. There it is. That's sold to Willard for $20. The Rolling Stones is an original unedited cover, EX on the vinyl, $62.99. $62.99. The last bid on Pink Floyd that came in, was Chad Sauls at $70. The Art Blakey is at $37. Def Leppard has a bid for $10. Mick Ronson, Slaughter on 10th Avenue. Also, Smokey Robinson, The Miracle Special Occasion. Ted Nugent, Double Live Gonzo. The Rolling Stones, Coney Hatch, Johnny Winter and Live. Country Sunrise, 20 John Hits. Willie Nelson, Rick Wakeman, Jefferson Starship, Spyro Gyra, Billy Satellite, Wayne Chung, Dave Edmonds, Todd Rundgren, 10cc, Stereo Tommy, Boston, Bob Seger, 10cc, Missing Link, no, Missing, In Action, UFO, Todd Rundgren, Bob Dylan, SOS Band, Santana Buddy Miles, Beach Boys, Band, On the Run, and Steve Martin. Def Leppard, 10, 10, 12. Are we done on Pink Floyd? Chad Sauls, $70. The Art Blakey, Eli and Paul has it for $37. Eli and Paul has it for $37. Aaron Andrus is out. Details on both 10cc's. 10cc Deceptive Bends. No condition notes, $14.99. Dave Edmonds sold to Willard Dunham for $17. Okay. 1 second. 10cc Bloody Taurus. Clip Corner, no condition notes, $14.99. Okay. Dave Edmonds is sold for $17 to Willard Dunham. He's out on Blue Note. This is sold to Eli and Paul 9323 for $37. Okay. Pink Floyd is sold for $70 to Chad Sauls. The Def Leppard picture sleeve is at $15. I don't want your photograph. Okay. What's going on here? Let me condense. Let me do some condensing here. Okay. Got it. Put that right there. Okay. This was a crate from earlier. Done. Okay. These CDs are $6.99. $6.99. The Many Faces of Iron Maiden, Soundgarden Bad Motorfinger, Aerosmith Rocks, Aerosmith Toys in the Attic, Madonna Ray of Light. Those are all $6.99. Next auction. Next auction. We're making some major progress all of a sudden. Major progress being made. Next auction. Candlebox. Candlebox is the limited edition 2000 on silver vinyl, numbered. Some of them aren't numbered. This one's numbered. Music on vinyl, $55 start. Final call on Def Leppard for $15. Boston is $34.99. It's the early 80s repress in shrink near mint minus. Steve Martin is sold to Willard for $9. The Iron Maiden, Many Faces of Iron Maiden, is sold to Stephen A. Young for $6.99. That leaves Madonna, Aerosmith, and Soundgarden. $6.99 on those. Next single is Billy Preston, My Sweet Lord. That star indicates a West Coast pressing, I think. $10 start on Billy Preston on Apple. That's going to go up for a $10 start. Def Leppard is sold to X-Wing for $15. I lost a couple people on that one. Mark Stanley next on the Iron Maiden. Candlebox and Billy Preston up for bid. And then here's another one from the band The Sweet, Little Willie and Man from Mecca. That's going to go up for a $10 start. The Sweet, Little Willie and the Man from Mecca. That's going to go up as well for a $10 start. If I can put it back down in the sleeve. Okay. So Candlebox is, let me look at that a little bit closer. Hold on. Candlebox, well, it's music on vinyl, so it's presumed unopened. Yeah, we believe it's unopened. Here we go. All right, let me put my computer away because it's balancing on the edge of a crate here. I don't want to drop that. That would be a catastrophe. All right, that's done. Eli and Paul's a first-time buyer. If you've already registered, you're good to go. If you're registered, you're good to go for until Monday. We won't send you an invoice until Monday. Joe Satriani. Sorry, Cindy's been asking me which one, and there's just so much going on. Joe Satriani, this one is Flying in a Blue Dream. It is sealed, an 89 original, a $25 start. A $25 start. 10 cc's were asked about. Boston was asked about. And now Willie Nelson's being asked about. Willie Nelson. That is pretty paper, $14.99. Candlebox is at $60. And Billy Preston has a bid for $10. The Sweet's a $10 start. Joe Satriani, $25. All right, this crate needs to go somewhere differently. Okay. There's that. Okay. Bear with me. There's so much around me. Laura can vouch. It looks like a bomb went off in the store. I mean, it's simply incredible. It is simply incredible. Please don't go anywhere, because you're about to get into another wave of action. Then you're going to miss out and be like, crap, another wave of action, and I got off. All right. And then there's 2 more bonus crates that Seth dropped off that we hadn't touched yet. Good gosh. Whew. All right. A big, beautiful bomb. Yeah. This is a big, beautiful bomb. Okay. Lid. This can go somewhere else. Put that right over here. Okay. All right. Box sets. Oh, there's the Japanese stuff. Still hadn't been opened. I got to put it over here for right now. All right. Rob Zombie. Okay. Joe Satriani, $45. Empty mat, you're out. Let's go over here. We have Billy Preston. Michael Butler, only bidder, $10 sold. Nobody bid on the suite. That's a $10 buy now on the suite. Candlebox out. Chad Saul, $75. Todd Doris out. What about Jeff Dedman? Jeff Dedman bid 75 first. Jeff Dedman's in first on this at 75. Joe Satriani's at 50. And now we're ready for more new stuff. Okay? First thing I want to show is this crate righty here. Is this the one? Maybe. Yeah, let me breeze through this one right quick. All right. And then I got a crate of buy now. Right now, only one copy of the Mew Bigor came in. And that was for, I had the first person down where he DM'd us to request it, and that was Deckelman. No more have come in since that one. We're waiting for confirmation on the second batch. Okay. Huge box of cassettes here. And there are more CDs over here, but just bear with me, okay? Satch and Candlebox still getting bids. Here we go. These are all very quickly sticker price. Deftones Private Music, green cover, clear vinyl. Deftones, $33.99. Death Angel, Relentless Retribution, orange vinyl, $39.99. It's the Easter Beagle, Charlie Brown, purple vinyl, $36.99. Deftones, self-titled red vinyl, $33.99. Bad Bunny, $44.99. That's DB Terra Mos Photos, $44.99. Candlebox is tied at $90. Blackie L bid $90 and Chad Saul's bid $90. Joe Satriani's at $60. Cindy Yarborough, you've been out via, just FYI. Okay, and then let's go ahead and put up Rough Cut. Rough Cut, this is always a desirable record. An 86 OG Gold Stamp promo, a $35 start on Rough Cut. Good luck bidding on that one. That's out of print, never really been reissued. Michael Jackson's #1 hits, a double LP, $33.99 for MJ. Lamb of God Omens. Lamb of God is $24.99. And this is Danny Brown Stardust. Danny Brown is $38.99. Death Heaven, Ordinary Corrupt Human Love, Deaf Heaven is $29.99. And Manchester Orchestra, Black Mile to the Surface, $34.99. Candlebox, Final Call for $95. Rough Cuts, a $35 start. And Joe Satriani's at $60. It's up to Cindy Yarborough to bid again on that one. We have Carcass, Choice Cuts. Carcass is $34.99. Descendants, Milo Goes to College, Gray Matter colored vinyl. Descendants is $29. Black Flag Damage, $33. Fugazi Repeater, blue vinyl, $24. And Blur Leisure. Blur is $33.99. Deftones Adrenaline's $33. Kiss Rock and Roll Over is $33.99. And Paramore, All We Know Is Falling. Paramore is on limited edition silver vinyl, $29.99. Sublime is a 2 LP, $39.99. A Tribe Called Quest, Midnight Marauders, $29.99. Dress to Kill, 2014 remaster, $36.99. Weezer, The Green Album, $33. Deftone Diamond Eyes, $33. A Tribe Called Quest, Hits, Rarities, and Remixes, $33.99. Ozzy, Bark at the Moon, blue vinyl, $29.99. Coldplay, Viva La Vida, $38.99. A Rush of Blood to the Head, $38.99. Christofferson, $38. Tribe Called Quest, Beats, Rhymes, and Life is $33. And Tribe Called Quest, The Low End Theory, $36.99 on that one. Satriani is sold to Cindy Yarborough for $62. Chad Sauls on Candlebox for $95. And then Sean Drake, if you bid $35 on Rough Cut, never mind, Stephen A. Young did first. Rough Cut's at $35, going once, going twice. Next auction is going to go up right now. And that one is Marillion. I still got a couple things over here in this high-end tab. Marillion is called Dedicated to All Cucumber Lovers. Marillion is an unofficial UK limited edition limited edition rainbow splatter vinyl. This is a radio broadcast originally from Germany. Marillion is a $55 start. Scully Mack on Ozzy. I was about to say, we have a rule. For me to go through a crate of new vinyl, we got to sell at least one thing out of there. Thank you, Scully Mack on Ozzy. Bark at the Moon blue vinyl, $29.99. Anybody else on anything in this crate? Tribe Called Quest, Christofferson, Coldplay, Ozzy, Tribe Called Quest, Deftones, Weezer, Kiss, Tribe Called Quest, Sublime, Paramore, Kiss, Deftones, Blur, Fugazi, Black Flag, Descendants, Carcass, Manchester Orchestra, Deaf Heaven, Danny Brown, Lamb of God, Michael Jackson, Bad Bunny, Deftones, Charlie Brown, Death Angel, and Deftones. Okay? That's all still available. Rough Cuts at $36 with Sean Drake, and Marillion's a $55 start. Let's go through another one right over here. Let's put up another auction, and that is the Runaways. Here we go. The Runaways is a 76 OG. It does have the original Mercury inner sleeve and original gatefold jacket. VG Plus, very cool there. A $25 start on that one. And Joey Sorge on Tribe Midnight Marauders. That's a big one. That's so to Joey Sorge. Thank you on that one. Just try to run through some new. We got so much new vinyl. We got more in stock, way more in stock than we normally do, because I got Jeremiah every day putting in huge orders. I'm like, just order. We'll sell it. If not, then in about 30 or 60 days, we'll mark it down. But as many videos as we post, and we sell quite a bit here in the store. I got those a couple big racks up front, and I fill it up, and I only put one record in each pocket. I see what sells, and then I fill it back up. So, but I'd love to sell out all of it there, but we got a lot. We've got about 12, we got 14 crates full of new vinyl. That's also a lot of cash tied up. So I try to move that stuff to what we call turn it and burn it. That's what we call that. We turn it and burn it, but we don't literally burn it. We don't want to burn any records. We don't want to burn up anything. All right. Now, more buy it now, best offer coming, okay? Raymond wants to an eagle. And yeah, let's do another crate of buy it now, best offer. This is coming up right now. Another crate of vintage pre-owned records, buy it now, best offer. Let's do it. Another crate of vintage buy it now, best offer. Here we go. It's only $9.49. We got a long ways to go. Wait till y'all see all the cassettes and CDs. We got to plow through a lot of this vinyl, though, especially our auctions. Rough Cut, the last bid was $40. Sean Drake, you're out. Sean Drake, let me know if you want to bid again. The Runaways is tied at $25. Sean Drake was first. Larry Gonzalez is out. Yeah, Joan Jett. That's Joan Jett, Lita Ford, Sherry Curie. That is right here. And it's at $27. Yeah. That's a big one there. The Runaways, very nice. Very, very nice. Okay, and that's at $27 with Kevin LeBeatty. Marillion does not have a bid, and Marillion is a $55 Buy it now. This is dedicated to all cucumber lovers. $55 buy it now on the Marillion. Now, Cindy Yarborough, I know you're interested in this Rob Zombie statue, so don't hesitate to make an offer. Sean Drake, you're out on the rough cut. Let me know if you want to bid again. Let's go through this vintage crate, but let's not wait till we put up another auction over here. What exactly is this? Oh, this is a vintage Pink Floyd bootleg. I didn't realize what this was. This is a vintage Pink Floyd. Look, there's Pink Floyd. That's awesome they put that on there. Pink Floyd. Boy, that's a disturbing looking image down there. I don't know if that's even legal. We have the Abadadas, the Abadabs, live at Oakland Coliseum. This is an unofficial. This is a vintage Pink Floyd bootleg. It was made in 1986. 1986. It's a 3 LP, Oakland Coliseum. That's a well-known show. Great show there from the Animals era. 1977 VG triple LP, $85 start. $85 start on that. Rough cut is sold for $40 to Stephen A. Young. Thank you, Stephen A. Young. That's sold to you for $40. Marillion is sold to Mike Straws for $45. Thank you, Mike. That's sold to you. And then the Runaways is at $30 with Sean Drake. Sean bid $30. Vintage Gentleman, you bid $30. And now Pink Floyd's an $85 start. Then Kevin LeBeatty bid $35. Yes, I have this Rob Zombie statue. It's $350. It's Rob Zombie, Demon Speeding. It's a limited edition hand-painted porcelain statue. Very, very cool. Rob Zombie, and that is $350. $350, okay? There's that. Have you put up Cinderella Live from Flip Crate? Lost Power. Stanley, that is an advertisement for yet tomorrow's metal night. You probably watched a video earlier today of the vintage, the new Johnson City, Tennessee metal collection. That's probably what you've seen. You've seen the Johnson, Tennessee metal collection and thought those were going to be sold tonight. They're in fact not being sold tonight. That's stuff for tomorrow. Stuff we hope to get to tomorrow. Hope is the key word, but yes, it should be ready for tomorrow. I don't know if Laura's pulled that one or not, but there's a good chance. Anybody interested in a 2014 Beatles mono set? A 2014 Beatles mono set. Anybody interested? I got to chug some water right quick. Okay, finally, we can get started on this crate. And here in a minute, because we got so much, I'm gonna start doing CDs and cassettes. Cosmos Factory CCR, $34, a classic album, and this one has no condition notes. Wow, that's beautiful. $34.99. The Runaways was VG Plus. Yeah, the Runaways was VG Plus. 1976 OG with the original company sleeve. The high bid is Kevin LeBeatty at $40. Vintage Gentleman, you tied them. The vintage Pink Floyd bootleg, $85. And then next is Bad English. Bad English is an 89 U.S. Carrollton OG Gold Stamp Promo EX. Bad English is a $25 start. That's now up for bid. Another CCR. This one's called Chronicle, the 2 LP compilation, $34.99. John Mellencamp, The Lonesome Jubilee, $19.99. Cheap Trick, one-on-one. Does have a little bit of cover damage right here. No condition notes on the vinyl, $17.99. Climax Blues Band, $19.99 on CBB. And Styx Paradise Theater. That's in shrink wrap, $19.99 for Paradise Theater. $19.99. The Cars Heartbeat CD, $29.99 on the Cars Heartbeat CD. And Deep Purple, Come Taste the Band. Deep Purple is $29.99. Foreigner, Inside Information. Foreigner is $24.99. Super clean copy. These are all best offer, new vintage stuff. And Crosby, Stills and Nash, Deja Vu. And I feel like I been here before. Pink Floyd, $85 buy it now. Vintage bootleg, Oakland Coliseum. The Runaways is at $43.45. Final chance on Bad English. That is a $25 start. $25 start on that one. All righty. Let me see what's in this shoe box. Going to try to knock these out first. All right, that, and here we go. So we got Jane's Addiction for a $10 start. Nothing shocking. Excuse the nudity there. Jane's Addiction is a $10 start. Sticks 13, Sticks 15. Cougar 14. That's what I like to see. The Black Sabbath lot is $59.99. I have in stock Cannibal Corpse, Aerosmith, Black Sabbath, Iron Maiden, $59.99. So Stanley Richmond, if you want Sticks, it's yours for $15. If you pass, it's sold to Lewis Kulik. Josh Brown, JCB over on YouTube, got the Foreigner for $20. Sold. And then the Runaways has a bid for $47. Stephanie Hill got the Mellencamp for $14. That's sold. And then Doug Reeder, you have first dibs on Pink Floyd, but it will be $85 because somebody else claimed it for $85. Let me know if you want it for $85. If you pass, it's sold to Stephen A. Young. Runaways is at $48. Stanley passes on Sticks, so that's sold to Lewis Kulik for $15. Jane's Addiction's a $10 start. Nobody bid on Bad English. That's a $25 buy it now. Bad English is a $25 buy it now. Let's put that right over here as well. Also, we got Chicago 17 for $14.99. Point Blank is $14.99. And Paul Simon Self-Titled, $19.99. Doug Reeder said he will take the Pink Floyd for $85 sold. Bad English, a $25 buy now. The Runaways is now at $48. Sig, make sure if you're bidding on Jane's, you put Jane 10. Make sure you do put Jane 10. Here's our next auction. This is David Bowie Changes Too. David Bowie's an 81 US Indianapolis OG with the original under sleeve, and David Bowie's a $35 start. We have Rare Earth Superstar Series. Rare Earth is $19.99, essentially a hits compilation. Every Man Has a Woman soundtrack. John Lennon, Elvis Costello, Harry Nilsson, Eddie Money, $19.99. And Heart Magazine, $24.99 on Heart Magazine. And Heart Little Queen, Heart is $24. Barracuda, Janis Joplin Farewell Song, nice copy and shrink wrap, $29.99. All right, so Runaways is at $50 of Red Betty. Kevin LeBetty, you're out. Red Betty has it for $50. No one has bid on Jane's Addiction. Sig, make sure you put Jane 10 if you want to bid. David Bowie just got introduced, going once, going twice. No bid on that yet. Lou Reed, The Blue Mask, $19.99. There is some cover damage, but no condition notes on the vinyl. $19.99 on that. U2 Live Under a Blood Red Sky has the extended version of Electric Co. U2 is $34.99. Now Jane is at $12 with Sig going final call, $12. Next thing over here is Bad English, and Bad English is a buy it now to Melissa Bailey for $25. Facebook is stalled. Facebook is stalled. That's not good. Well, Sig just came in. I need to refresh this over here anyway. Let me close out of this. All right. If you've commented lately on Facebook, let me know, because the feed just, let me reset all this over here. All right. All right, but we've been live for 4 hours. That means we're halfway through tonight's show. We're just at the halfway point right now. 281 people still watching. That's amazing. And we're good to go. So Sig gets Jane's Addiction for $12. David Bowie did not get a bid. If somebody bid on Facebook, I didn't see it. $35 buy it now for Changes Too. $35 buy it now for Changes Too. Let's go ahead and do this over here. Let me send this to Seth. Hold on, I just had an email. This needs to go to Seth. Right over here. When was the last thing he sent me? Okay, that's a Bowie's a buy now for $35. And then Runaways out, sold to Red Betty for $50. All righty, so awesome vintage crate here. This is buy it now best offer stuff. Let's put that over here. Next cassette. I'm also sorting stuff by buy it now. We'll do some $9.99s and then some $6.99s. I feel like somebody asked me about the Crosby, Stills, and Nash. I hadn't forgot about you, though. I'm just trying to see what's all over here and see what I can auction. So these are great $6.99. This is a great $6.99. This is a great $6.99 stash here. Yeah, this whole box will be $6.99 a little bit later. Yeah, that's these are all great buy it now cassettes for $6.99. All of those. Okay, that whole box. I may have missed one. That one's a little dingy, so that's okay. And then let's see what we have over here. Give me 1 second. Here we go. Oh, that says cassette. That's part of it. Never mind. Kicks. That's about it now. Okay. Collective soul. Squeeze. Okay. What is that? I've never seen that before. We'll put those together. Well, I should put all those together. All right, this is 3 Sex Pistols cassettes. Flogging a Dead Horse, the best of the Sex Pistols live, and Anarchy in the UK live. That might even be is that a bootleg? Yeah, that might be a bootleg. That might be unofficial. 3 Sex Pistols, $15 start. Okay, $15 start. Next is Bowie sold to Brian C. for $35. Spin Doctors and Soul Asylum. Yep, let's do it. Okay, $15 start. Alanis Morissette, $10 start. And Kicks Hotwire, $10 start. 15, 10, and 10. Those are now up for bid. I think I'll do the rest of these later for $6.99. Maybe some of them $9.99. Some of those are, I pulled out everything I wanted to auction though. Okay, so those are, I got 2 Hey Dude and some kind of other Brooks shoebox full of cassettes. That will be later tonight, probably past 11. We'll do those buy it nows. I'm trying to pull out all the auction stuff still for the last level of prime time over here. Okay, and then I got some 45 lots to do. The leftover picture sleeves, I'll do those later. Okay, and then bonus crate stuff. Yes. All right, so we have right here. All right, we'll do Soul Asylum and then Spin Doctors until we knock out some of these cassettes, okay? Soul Asylum, Grave Dancers Union is a 2016 record store day. They did that on red and green, a $35 start. $35 start. Sex Pistols is at 15, Kicks is at 10, and Alanis Morissette 10. Awesome. Final call for 15, final call for 10, final call for 10, and Soul Asylum is a $35 start, green and red vinyl. Everything in here is buy it now, best offer. The Mothers of Invention, Fillmore East, 1971, $39.99. Traffic, Welcome to the Canteen, $19.99 on Traffic. Led Zeppelin, In Through the Outdoor, cover variant F, All of My Love to You, $34.99 on Led Zeppelin. Up and Down, Opus, $14.99 for Opus. And George Thorogood and the Destroyers, $19.99. And this is Born to Be Bad, $19.99. Kayak, Phantom of the Night. Kayak is $19.99. Jackson Brown, Lawyers in Love, $14.99. Yes, Blaine is the one who asked about Cross Stills and Ash. Very clean. It's a 4-digit. Five digit on the label, so it's a mid-70s reissue. It's beautiful condition though. $34.99, and I feel like I've been here before. Kansas, their self-titled debut, Kansas by Kansas, $19.99. All right. The Sex Pistols, all 3 of them sold to Michael Butler for 15. Alanis Morissette sold to Donna for 10. Doug Reeder got Kicks for 10. And Soul Asylum's a final call to Jason Fortnerat for $35. Sherry Darnell gets Led Zeppelin. Sherry Darnell and Led Zeppelin. Blaine gets the Crosby, Stills and Nash for 28. That is sold and sold. And here is Spin Doctors. I got a few more box sets over here too. But Spin Doctors is a 1994 OG green vinyl. A 1994 OG green vinyl, and that's going to go up for a $45 start. $45 start. The Human League Dare. The Human League is $24.99. And Stephen Steele's self-titled. Stephen Steele's $19.99. Soul Asylum $35. Spin Doctors now up for bid. And our next auction is Skid Row, and this is Subhuman Race. Skid Row is going to go up for a $10 start. That's now up for bid. Also, Crosby, Stills, Nash, there's my favorite there, $34.99, the Couch album. Another mid-70s pressing in beautiful condition. 49 bye-byes, pre-road downs, Sweet Judy Blue Eyes, of course. And then John Cougar Mellencamp. I Was Born in a Small Town. Scarecrow, $19.99. John Lennon, Sometime in New York City, $39.99. All right, Jason Fornerat gets Soul Asylum for $35. Spin Doctors is at $45 with Stephen A. Young. Skid Row's a $10 start. Doug Reader has it for $10, going once, going twice. Next auction is who? The what? The Runaways. And now, the Runaways. The Runaways is a 79 Canadian OG EX edition, a $25 start. $25 start. And now, the Runaways, a $25 start. Mellencamp is sold to Jason Fornerat. Nice copy and Shrinking High. Also in here, we have Yes Shows, a double LP live Yes, $34.99. Wondrous Stories. Runaways has a bid for $25. We got a Soul Asylum. Scott Corcoran, your bid unfortunately came in late. Dang it. Unfortunately came in late on that one. What do we have over here on this Nirvana? A 2013. Hold on a minute. We'll do that one in just a second. I got to confirm the information. But before I do that, let's do this David Bowie. What exactly is this? David Bowie sealed $50 star. What is included? A David Bowie sleeve display stand, an art print, a turntable mat, an epoxy pen, a tote bag, and the 12-inch Ziggy Stardust album. So it's some kind of Ziggy Stardust collector's bundle. You get Ziggy Stardust, a tote bag, a pen, a turntable mat, an art print poster, and a record stand. A David Bowie record stand. That is a sealed box set, Bowie bundle collector's box. Never seen it before. A $50 start. David Bowie, a $50 start. That is now up for bid. Never seen that before. That was over here in the bonus box set. Never seen that. Very cool. Doug Reader, you get the Skid Row cassette for $10. Thank you on that one. Joe Jackson's Jumpin' Jive, $19.99 for Joe Jackson. Jefferson Starship Nuclear Furniture, $14.99 on Jefferson Starship. Yes, going for the one. Speaking of Wondrous Stories, $19.99. Did Spin Doctors get another bid? It didn't. Sold to Stephen A. Young for $45. And now the Runaways has bids for $25, $30, $35, and Bowie's at $50. I have never seen that before. That's a first time to me. Midnight Oil is on blue vinyl, $44.99. Midnight Oil, $44.99. Honky Tonk Music, The Dusty Chaps, $19.99. Also, we have Eagles Live, a 2LP with the poster, $39. I don't think there's another Spin Doctors over here, but I'll look. I do have this right here to put up. This is AC/DC, Back in Black. I Hit the Sack, a 1980 U.S. Monarch with Bob Lugwood mastering. Nice. An 80 OG. The cover's not too bad at all. It does have a couple creases down there at the bottom. A $20 start on that one. The Bowie box set's at $50. I think Jason's trying to place a bid or about to place a bid. Midnight Oil sold to Will Smithson for $35. And we have Cheryl Smith on Kansas. Cheryl Smith on Kansas, and I think that was for the self-titled Kansas album from earlier. Sold to Cheryl Smith. Runaways $37. Bowie's at $60. Neil Diamond Moods is $12.99. Runaways $38. ELO Discovery, Don't Bring Me Down, Bruce, and Warrior Scandal featuring Patti Smythe, $19.99. All righty, our next cassette. This box here is pretty epic. There's a lot of cool stuff in here. Let's see. These will be Buy It Now, Buy It Now, and Buy It Now, and Buy It Now. These are all $9.99. $9.99 on these. Scorpions Blackout, the best of Vandenberg, YT, Live. This was Rock City Angels, Young Man's Blues, and Winger Pool. Those are all $9.99. Bowie is at $80. Jason's out. Paul Oakley, you've been outbid. And anybody else want to make an offer on here before we continue? The Runaways is at $38. All those cassettes I just showed you can pick up for $9.99 each. Just doing some sorting over here, seeing what I can find. Some will go up for auction. Most of these will be Buy It Now. Don't recall ever seeing this one before. Tora Tora, Wild America. Never seen it before. Tora Tora, Wild America, a $10 start. Bowie 90, Bowie 100, and Scandal, Warrior Scandal featuring Patti Smythe was $19.99. And then Doug Reader has claimed Rock City Angels. So did Doug Reader for $9.99. Thank you, Doug. That was sold to you. Bowie's at 100. Runaways out. Pam Murray has that for 40. And then Tora Tora is a $10 start. Never seen that before on, at least on cassette. I guess I've seen it anywhere. All righty. Awesome. Let's keep going here. I have what? Let's see. Let's just read these titles. Jason Fornerat on Scandal. Doug Reader has Tora. ELO Discovery. Nice copy. $19.99. Don't bring me down. Bruce. Beautiful with the original on her sleeve. So here's what's left in here. If you want to make an offer on anything, ELO Discovery, Neil Diamond Moods, Eagles Live, Honky Tonk Music. That's the Dusty Chaps there. Yes, going for the one. Jefferson Starship, Joe Jackson. Yes, shows. John Lennon, Cross Steels and Ass, Stephen Steels, Human League, Jackson Brown Kayak, George Thorogood, Opus, Traffic, Mother's Invention, U2, Lou Reed, Janis Joplin, Heart. This is Little Queen with the classic Barracuda as the opening track, and then Heart Magazine. It's also $24.99. Every Man Has a Woman, Rare Earth, Paul Simon, Point Blank, Chicago, Deep Purple, Cars, Climax, Blue Van, Cheap Trick, CCR, CCR. All right, and then over here, Jamie Tucker on ELO. That's sold for $15 to Jamie Tucker. You got it. And then Tora Tora is sold to Doug Reader for $10. That is sold. And then the Runaways is sold. The Runaways over here is sold to Pam Murray for $40. And what about AC/DC? It was a $20 start. I don't think it has a bid yet. The Bowie box set's at $120. Paul Oakley, you've been outbid on that, just FYI. And then AC/DC, final chance for a bid on that at $20. Kevin LeBady on Neil Diamond, that's sold. Heart had no condition notes on it. No condition notes on Heart. Very clean copies. And CCR Cosmos, also very nice. $34.99. Yeah, Cosmos Factory, very nice. $34.99 on that one. AC/DC has a bid for $20, and Cheap Trick for Brian Call. Cheap Trick one-on-one is $17.99. It does have some stain and cover damage up here, but other than that, it's clean. All right, we need some more auctions, okay? Let's do that. More auctions, okay? Let's do that. All right, here we go. Let's do it. Here we go. No more delay. Let's right here. This is what we're waiting on. Here it comes. I hope everybody's ready. This is it. I hope you're ready. This is what you've been waiting for. Oh my gosh, here it is. Here we go. Oh, wow. Here we go. This is it. This is what you've been waiting for. Here we go. Stand by. Okay, wait a minute. Hold up. Here's what you've been waiting for. Here it is. Stand by. Here we go. This is it. This is Joe Satriani. Joe Satriani. And this is a 2014 U.S. reissue Record Store Day exclusive, limited to 3,500 copies, and that is a $20 start. $20 start on Joe Satriani. $20 start on that. That was a big build up for Joe Satriani. Sorry if I let you down. Oh, buddy. Sorry if I let you down on that one. Hopefully I didn't. There's been a lot of people looking for Satriani stuff tonight. Have y'all ever seen that Chris Farley Saturday Night skit? That was my inspiration for what I just did. Y'all ever seen that Chris Farley? So I was in the checkout line the other day, right? So this man walks with me, and I says to him, I says to the guy, wait a minute, hold on, wait a minute. I says to the guy, so this guy walks up right there, right here, me and him, right there, me and him and me, right there at the checkout line. I says to him, hold on, wait a minute. I says to him, it was just me and him right there. That's a Chris Farley Saturday Night Live skit. You got to go check that out. AC/DC 21, AC/DC 22. Joe Satriani has a bid for 20. The David Bowie box set is sold to Kelly Vladorchek for $160. Okay, that's sold to Kelly Vladorchek for $100. I'm going to put that in the next crate. But before I do that, Cheap Trick is sold over here to Brian Call for $130. Okay, that is sold. AC/DC is now at 22. Kevin Richards, you're out. And Joe Satriani has a bid for $20. Yeah, you got to look up Chris Farley. I don't know what it's called. It's just... So I was in the checkout line, right? And I says to the guy, Okay. Brian Call got Cheap Trick for 130. Kevin Richards out on AC/DC. Did anybody make an offer on anything in here that I missed? I don't think so. Raymond says he has AC/DC for 25. Josh Brown gets Heart for $20. Okay? Josh Brown gets that for $20. All righty. Dang, what was that? What just happened? Okay. Here we go. Everything in here is buy it now or best offer. What does that mean? You can go ahead and buy these now, or you can make an offer. Let's do it. What's the Joe Satriani? It's called Joe Satriani, celebrating 30 years of Joe, replicating the original 5-song EP. I think this is a reissue of something that came out pretty early. It only has one bid for $20, and we're about to sell it. Cheap Trick was sold to Brian Call for $13. AC/DC's at $24. Brian Call, you've been outbid. And here we go. Savoy Brown looking in. VG condition $9.99. John Lennon Mind Games is VG plus $17.99. McCallum, the guy from The Man from U.N.C.L.E. Cool music there. VG $9.99. So AC/DC, Brian Call, it goes back to you. Let's put up another auction right quick. And that next auction is going to be what? Huh? You've got to be joking me. No. Here it is. Hope you're ready. Here's the next auction. This is going to go up right now, and that is going to be this right here, Stevie Ray Vaughan. And Stevie Ray Vaughan is an 84 U.S. Carrollton OG and VG Plus condition. Couldn't stand the weather. $20 start. $20 start on Stevie Ray Vaughan. Joe Satriani has a new bid for $21. Cameron Koenig, you've been outbid. AC/DC is sold to Kevin Richards for $24. Kevin, that's sold to you for $24. Thank you. Let's put that away. Joe Satriani's at $21. Stevie Ray Vaughan's at 84 USOG VG Plus, a $20 start. Joe Satriani, Springfield has that for $21. John Lennon, Rock and Roll. Stand By Me. Win the Night. $24.99. Craig Weathered on the McCallum. Thank you on that one. So far in this crate, we got Lennon, Savoy Brown. Also got Joe Jackson, Night and Day, VG Plus $14.99. Concerts for the People of Campuchia. That's VG $12.99. Paul Simon, there goes a Ryman Simon. VG Plus $14.99. Argent In Deep. Argent's VG Plus $12.99. And Marshall Tucker Band's Greatest Hits. VG $12.99 for Marshall Tucker's Greatest Hits. And Stephen Stills 2, VG Plus $14.99 for that. All right, let's do some cassette buy it nows. And these are going to be $9.99. Here we go, $9.99 for these. Let me grab one more. These are $9.99. We have Triumph Classics. We have Queen News of the World, Rat Invasion of Your Privacy, Wings Over America, and Quiet Riot Mental Health. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All $9.99 each. Joe Satriani's at 26. Cameron, you've been outbid. Stevie Ray Vaughan 20. Stevie Ray Vaughan 20. Stephen Ray Vaughan 20. And Victor Guerra got Savoy Brown for 7. Sold to Victor Guerra for 7. Also, we got Cher Half Breed. Cher is VG Plus $17.99. And ELO Time. ELO is EX $17.99. You can go ahead and buy these now, or you can make an offer. You got two options there. Rad is sold to Doug Reeder for $9.99. Thank you, Doug. Jim Morrison, Music by the Doors, VG Plus $24.99. American Prayer. ELO, a symphony. This is a El Dorado, a symphony by the Electrolyte Orchestra. And I can't get it out of my head. VG $9.99. Scott gets this ELO. That's sold to Scott. Looks like Brian was next. And then Marshall Tucker sold to Stephanie Hill for 7. Heard in a love song. Can't you see what that woman's been doing to me? Joe Satch, 27. Springfield, you've been outbid. Springfield's out. Sold to Cameron Conan for $27. What about Stevie Ray Vaughan? So the first bidder was Jamie Tucker. Vintage Gentleman, you're out. And Vintage Gentleman just bid 23. Jamie Tucker, you've been outbid. The next auction is The Clash. Give them enough rope. The Clash is a 78 Terre Haute OG, VG Plus condition. In shrink wrap, the Clash, a $25 start. Also, Rare Earth, get ready. Rare Earth is VG $12.99. The Pretenders 2 is EX $17.99. And Jay and the Techniques, Apple Peaches Pumpkin Pie, VG $12.99 on that one. VG $12.99 on that one. Let's mix it up a little bit with a handful of CDs. You heard me correctly. These CDs are all $6.99. Mix it up a little bit with some CDs. We have Arlo Guthrie, Alice's Restaurant, Boston. That's Walk On. Their last album, Edgar Winter, They Only Come Out at Night. Fish, Undermined, and Frank Zappa, Chic Your Booty. Those are all $6.99 on those CDs. $6.99 on those. Cat Stevens, Is It So? Cat Stevens is VG Plus $9.99. Early Steppenwolf, VG $9.99. Emerson, Lake and Palmer, Love Beach, EX $9.99. The Country Collection of the Oak Ridge Boys, Elvira, that's sealed, unopened, $9.99. So right now, Stevie Ray Vaughan, we got a bid for $25, another bid for $25, Clash $26, another bid on Stevie Ray Vaughan for $25, then a bid for $26, then the Clash $30, then Stevie Ray Vaughan $30, and then the Clash $31. So Stevie Ray Vaughan $30, Jason Fornerat, Clash $31 with Brian Call. Next is Glenn Fry, the All-Nighter. Glenn Fry is $9.99. 20 of the best, the Carter Family. Carter Family is a German press, German version, $9.99. And John Anderson, not country John Anderson, progressive rock John Anderson, yes John Anderson, Vangelis John Anderson, EX $14.99, Oak Ridge Boys collection, sold to Robin Glenn sealed for $9.99, and A Taste of Honey, $9.99, and Johnny Winter, Nothing But the Blues. Johnny Winter is EX $19.99, okay? Mike Straws on JA. John Anderson sold. Now the Clash is at 32 and Stevie Ray Vaughan's at 35. The Steppenwolf here was in VG condition, $9.99. I do have a Nirvana. The notes they left me is a 2013 Bernie Grundman remaster using the original. This is from the one of the ones they remastered from the original master tapes. Bernie Grundman, 2013. That should be analog. $90 start on Nirvana Nevermind. That's one of the more desirable ones there. $90 start on Nirvana Nevermind. That is the 2013 Bernie Grundman. Clash is at 36. And Tony Bennett, Who Can I Turn To? Tony Bennett's EX $9.99. Tom Johnston, Everything You've Heard Is True, EX $9.99. And Bob Wills and his Texas Playboys, $9.99. All right, let's step over here and pull out a few more cassettes. These are going to be $9.99. That one's $9.99. That one's $9.99. That one's definitely $9.99. And let's do this one right here for $9.99. All these cassettes right here are $9.99. YT10, Quiet Right, Condition Critical, Tor, Surprise, Surprise, Poison, Flesh and Blood, and Queen's Rock Self-Titled. Those are all $9.99 on those cassettes right there. All right, Clash is out. Final call to Jay Davis for 37. Nirvana is a $90 start. Oh, that was a great knee adjustment. Ooh, I needed that one. Also over here, we have Larry Coryell, The Lion and the Ram. Larry Coryell is $14.99. England Dan and John Ford Coley, Some Things Don't Come Easy, $9.99. Jason Fornerat in on Nirvana at $90. Dickie Betts is $24.99. And The Firm, Mean Business, $9.99 on The Firm, Mean Business, $9.99. All right, so the Clash, we can go ahead and sell that to Jay Davis for $37. That's sold to Jay Davis for $37. Now, what happened on Stevie Ray Vaughan over here? The last bid I see on Stevie Ray Vaughan, that's the high bid, is Jason Fornerat at 35, which means somebody was outbid. Jason Fornerat has it for 35, no doubt. He also has Nirvana for 90, no doubt. Scott Corcoran gets Argent for $9. That was back here, but I still got it. That is right back here, right? Right here. This is sold to Scott Corcoran for $9. Thank you. Scott, did he ever fix your yes? The invoice where you needed the yes added to your invoice, did that get fixed, or what do we need to do there? Do we need to add one to this week's invoice? Let me know what you want to do on that. Either way, I'll leave Ed a note. And then Taste of Honey condition. Let's go back and find that. I have no condition notes on the vinyl. The cover's like VG. Yeah, it has some damage down there. Cover's probably VG, but nice vinyl, $9.99. And then we have England, and yeah, another record here, really clean vinyl. No condition notes, though, at all. Yeah, the cover, VG Plus, $9.99 on that one. So, Yes, I need to pay. So he did add a yes. Okay, he must have found it. And there's some stuff I say I'm going to do and remind him, and I never do it. And then he does it anyway because he's an amazing person. Shout out to the whole Coletco staff here. And we have Talk, the Go-Go's Talk Show, EX999, Leo Sayer, Endless Flight. You make me feel like dancing. Okay, over here we got Nirvana, sold for $90, and that is sold to Jason Fornerat. He also got Stevie Ray Vaughan for $35, and we're ready for more auctions. And boy, do so right now, this is how many auctions that we're changing up the game a little bit here. We have enough auctions right now for almost a night and a half, and it is 10:25, not counting bonus stuff that I'm not even thinking of. So that's how much we're now trying to get ahead. So we don't, the other night we were running out of auctions at like 9:30, and I was like, yeah, we can't let this happen. So we've basically picked up the pace. We've had, I'm instructing Laura to mark more than she normally does. She's been marking the same thing. Nothing's really changed, but we just been going through them faster. I mean, we've sold like 2 crates already tonight, probably, of auction equivalents. So we are flying through stuff just because we are like just going so fast. And I'm going to start doing the shows earlier, hour and a half earlier than normal. And we just need more stuff. And we're trying to price more too. So you're going to be, the more you watch here, you're going to be seeing more and more and more. There's just a lot that we could put out on a nightly basis. It looks like all this is about to fall over, so let me restack some of this over here. And we did more auctions. Man, there's some great hard rock and metal cassettes that I can't believe hadn't sold yet. We just don't have the right couple people on that usually buy all those, okay? Now, Miles Davis. Let me ask Laura about that. Laura, there was a Miles Davis in the Silent Way. She's still here. Miles Davis in the Silent Way. Do you know what happened to that? I'm assuming it got rejected because of for some reason. Black Yale on the Firm for $8. Sure, $8. And then what about the Go-Go's? Robin, that was EX999 for Talk Show. Okay. Now, first thing is new auction. Scorpions. Scorpions is a 1979 Terre Haute OG VG, a $20 start for Love Drive. It does have the original on the sleeve. Excuse the nudity there. $20 start on that, okay? It had heat damage, so that probably won't be going out for sale, Andrew. It has heat damage. So the only CDs I've shown are these. These are $6.99. $6.99 on this. And this is Soundgarden, Bad Motorfinger, Aerosmith Rocks, Aerosmith Toys in the Attic, Madonna, Ray of Light, Arlo Guthrie, Alice's Restaurant, Boston Walk On, Edgar Winter Group, They Only Come Out at Night, Fish, Undermined, and Chic Your Booty. And those are all CDs, $6.99. Okay, Robin Glenn sold on this. And Nirvana master tapes were destroyed 2008 fire, 2014 pressing using the plates made before 2008. Yeah, Bernie Grundman using the original plates. That was the note on that one. So yeah, that's a very desirable pressing of Nirvana. That's the one Jason Fornerat just got. Scorpions has a bid for $20. And then we have Randy Newman, Little Criminals. Randy Newman, EX $14.99. Emerson, Lake and Palmer in concert. That's EX $14.99. Also, Alice Cooper, Zipper Catches Skin, No Condition Notes, $24.99. And John Fogerty, a French pressing, the front man, a CCR, EX $24.99. And Jay Davis wants the Soundgarden CD for $6.99. This is sold to Jay Davis for $6.99. Thank you. All right, let's put up another auction. I got one more box set here, but I don't know a lot about this. Blues, Peels, Lady in Gold. I don't know a lot about this, but I have it tagged for a $75 start. Blues Peels, Lady in Gold, a $75 start. Don't let me forget to show the Beatles box next, okay? And then here is, whoop, I almost dropped it. That's why you heard me scream there for a second. I got the Garth Brooks Legacy box. That's No Fences, The Chase, In Pieces, Fresh Horses, the Triple LP Live, and the booklet. Garth Brooks is $49.99. $49.99 for Garth Brooks. $49.99 for Garth Brooks. Blues Peels is a $75 start. Scorpions has one bid for $20. We're about to sell it. All right, it's time for another new crate. Let me swap some stuff around here. What I plan on doing right now is going through a vintage discount crate, and then we're going to just keep selling stuff, man. I mean, that's what we do best here. We just keep selling stuff. So Garth Brooks, but instead of auctioning that, let's do that. Let's grab another handful of cassettes. Awesome cassettes here for $9.99. Let's see here. Not that one. Let's do these. Let's see what that... Oh, that's a good one. And then, oh, here's a good one. All right, let's do this one for an auction. Shotgun Messiah. Shotgun Messiah is a $10 start. Stephanie Hill on the Garth Brooks. That's so to Stephanie Hill. Thank you on that one. Scorpions, just one B at TSO Houston. Wow. Sold to TSO Houston for $20. OG Love Drive. Let's put that away. And then Blues Pills, Final Chance for $75. Shotgun Messiah, a $10 start. And yeah, let me find that Art Pepper. So I still got Ace Tone, AC/DC, Leonard Skinner, Tom Petty, Alice in Chains, U2, Beatles, Elvis Costello, The Zombies, UFO, Pearl Jam, Accept, Stones, Allman Brothers, Zeppelin, Blue something, Bruce Springsteen, Steven Wilson, Jeff the Brotherhood, Alcatraz, AC/DC, there's Pepper Adams. Pepper Adams, Saxon, U2, Beatles, Crocus, Stones, Scorpions, Asia, Black Crowes, Van Halen, Oasis, Alice in Chains, Jimmy Page, Black Crowes, Prince, Alcatraz, Accept, Stones, Bowie, U2, Iron Maiden, Triumph, Runaways, Hawkwind, Debbie Harry, Santana, Roxy Music, Old and In the Way. That's just what I have right here in front of me, plus cassettes and CDs. Wow. Yep. Here is Art Pepper. This is Art Pepper 10-4 at the 5 spot. An 82 US reissue EX edition, a $15 star. Shotgun Messiah 10, Shotgun Messiah 10, Blues Pill 75, and Shotgun Messiah 13, both Emerson, Lake and Palmer sold to Raymond. He gets this one, and he got the other Emerson, Lake and Palmer sold and sold, okay? Done and done. Let's grab another handful of CDs before I transition crates. And here are the next handful of CDs for $6.99. We have, for $6.99, No Doubt and No Doubt Tragic Kingdom and No Doubt Rocksteady. U2, this is All That You Can't Leave Behind. The Scorpion King soundtrack. Live, Secret Samadhi. And this is The Crystal Method, Keep Hope Alive. And Chevelle, Vina Sarah. Those are all $6.99. $6.99 for all those. All right, we have a request for U2, Pepper Adams 15, Pepper Adams 15, Shotgun Messiah sold to David Pokey for 13, and over here Blues Pills is sold to Hiram Aponte for $75. Thank you, Hiram. That's sold to you. And then Pepper Adams is at 15 with Scott Dyer. All righty, and then over here we have Victor Guerra on CM, and Victor Guerra on CM was for Crystal Method. Blank. Whoa, wait a minute. No disc. Yep, I got to check these. As y'all know, we've been having a lot of CD cases accidentally ship without disc in them. Sorry, Victor, no disc. Blaine Zapnick on Live. I'm trying to check them now, but they're also double checking them when we're tagging them. So Blaine gets Live for $6.99. Sherry next, and then that's it. So No Doubt, U2, Scorpion King, and Chevelle. If you ever get a CD case and there's no disc, we're not trying to scam you. We will give you your money back. Just message Ed and he'll hit the refund button, okay? And Hiram's not a first-time buyer. Doug Reeder wants YT 10 cassette for $10. $9.99, so did Doug Reeder. And did I get the Charlie Brown? Oh, no, I never did pull that. Let me go back and find that. You wanted that Great Easter Beagle, didn't you? Yep. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. He wanted this right here. I never did pull that. He wanted this right here. It's the Easter Beagle Charlie Brown. That is sold to Raymond, okay? So Pepper Adams is at $25 with Blaine. Scott Dyer, you're out. $25 on that. And here comes our next auction. U2, let's see what exactly this is. U2 is an unofficial, it's an unofficial 3 different mixes of New Year's Day. Interesting. It's a picture disc. U2, an unofficial $25 start. Never seen it before. That's now up for bid. Winger Pool. Yep. Over here, the cassettes for $9.99 are Scorpions, Vandenberg, YT, Winger, Quiet Right, Tora Tora, Poison, Queen's Right, Triumph, Queen, Wings, and Quiet Right. All right, let me put these over here. All right. Band on the run. Dun, 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 doo, 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 doo. Band on the run. Let me do some condensing here. Do, 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 do. Bum, bum. Rain exploded with a mighty crash as we fell into the sun. The first one said to the second one there, I hope we're having fun. Okay, this crate's pretty simple because they're already discounted. This is vintage stuff, basically the final chance. They've already been discounted. They've already been discounted. Doug Reeder wants Winger Pull for $9.99, and he also got Tora Tora. He also got Tora Tora for $9.99, okay? The two Quiet Rights are Condition Critical and Metal Health. These are sold for $9.99 and $9.99, all right? My stack over here is getting a little bit janky, so let me go move that. U2 25, and when I come back, I'm selling Pepper for 25 and U2 for 25, unless there's another bid. In the meantime, I'm going to take this big janky wobbly stack of stuff I've sold right over here before there is a disaster. Wouldn't want that, would we? We don't like disasters. Band on the run. Do, 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 do. On the run. Well, the night exploded. Okay. U2 has a new bid. These are also $9.99. Queensryche, here in the Now Frontier, Stone Temple Pilots Core, Poison Native Tongue, and Poison Open Up and Say Aw. Those are all $9.99. Jason, you got some competition on U2. Pepper Adams, though, is sold for $25 to Blaine. I never did hear back from Scott Dyer. I think I lost him. His internet crashed and burned. U2 is at $26 with Travis Woods. This is an unofficial picture disc. It's 3 different mixes of New Year's Day. Travis Woods has it for $26. James Hicks, Utah Travis. Jason Forner, you're out. All right, and now we got Mortgage Guy Rob on Core for $9.99. Get rolling with some cassettes here. Let's grab another handful of miscellaneous as I try to clear out this tub. And what do we have next? We got a CD auction here. Ooh, yeah, this is a good one here. Let's put this up for auction right quick. This is Led Zeppelin live at Earl's Court, 1975. May 24th. That's a well-known concert, never officially released. Led Zeppelin, that's going to go up for a $10 start. Earl's Court, and then we have these for $6.99. Aerosmith 9 Lives, Fuji The Score, Elton John, Goodbye Yellow Brick Road. That's just disc 2, though. I think that's just disc 2. It is. And Moody Blues, The Days of Future Past. Those are all $6.99, okay? Here we go. So a lot of these are already discounted, or they are all discounted. For example, Elton John is $14.99. It's an original uni pressing. There is cover damage, but it's half off at $14.99 for Honky Chateau. No condition notes. And then we had Stand By. Let me get these. Some of these might be slightly out of order because of the way I... okay, and then the rest of these are $6.99, okay? So the Shrams Walk to Delphi is $6.99. Suzuki Mew is $6.99. Todd Rundgren is $6.99. Cat Stevens is $6.99. And George Thorogood is $6.99. Okay? Those are all $6.99. Those right there. And then Elton was $14.99. U2 is sold to Travis Woods for $26. Led Zeppelin has a bid for $10. Going once, going twice. Let's go ahead and put that away, and let's put up some other auctions. So this is vintage discount stuff here. Led Zeppelin, final call on that for $10. And then next auction over here is going to be this. This is Oasis, What's the Story, Morning Glory. The 30th anniversary on clear vinyl, sealed, Cast No Shadow, clear vinyl, a 30th anniversary, $30 start on that one. $30 start on that one. The stuff over here on the left are no bids. Led Zeppelin's at $10. Next thing is, these were $14.99. Yeah, $14.99. Boston Third Stage, beautiful copy. Frank Zappa guitar, $14.99. And Frank Zappa's Joe's Garage, Acts 2 and 3. And those are all really clean, no condition notes. That was some of the original sticker prices. All $14.99 each on those. Oasis is a $75 start. $75 start on Oasis. Led Zeppelin's at $11. And then over here we have Vintage Gentleman, you're out on the Led Zeppelin CD. Next is some more cassettes, not after I show some more $6.99 records. Hold on a minute. Let me make sure these are $6.99. These are $6.99. We had Simon & Garfunkel's Greatest Hits, $6.99. Status Quo back-to-back for $6.99. And Emerson, Lake and Powell for $6.99. $6.99 on those. First thing is Blaine Zapnick on Boston. That's sold to Blaine for $14.99. Brian Call was second. Paul Cruz, which of the Zappas do you want? We have Joe's Garage Acts 2 and 3 and Zappa Guitar, $14.99. Zeppelin CDs at $12. Nobody's been on Oasis yet. $75 start. Now Zeppelin's at $13. Our next auction is going to go up right now, and that next auction is going to be this right here. That is going to be this right here, the Zombies. It's the time of the season. Bump, bump, bump. A 69 Terre Haute repress. It has the second cover on it. VG condition, a $30 start. He wants Zappa Garage Days. Put that in for $14.99. Okay. Next in here is, these are $14.99. Michael Jackson Thriller, $14.99, and Atomic Rooster, $14.99. That was the original prices on those. Atomic Rooster VG Plus, no condition notes on. This is the vintage flip crates. Make sure you're in our private group in the morning so you don't miss out on this stuff. 14 and 14 on those. And then we got some great $9.99 stuff here. The first $9.99 record is Neil Young, American Stars and Bars, no condition notes. Earth Star, Adam Kraft, that's a German ambient record for $9.99. Alan Parsons is $9.99, and Spandau Ballet $9.99. Those are all $9.99. Those are all $9.99. Victor, you're outbid on that. Nobody bid on Oasis officially. That is a buy it now for $75. There it is. The 2025 limited edition 3LP sealed. $75 on Oasis if anybody wants that. I'll go through the no bids in 1 second. Yes, we got Larry Gonzalez getting MJ for $14.99. Sell him MJ for $14.99. Thank you. Let's go through some more cassettes here. These are all going to be $9.99. $9.99. Great titles here. Great stuff. Here we go. Let's do this. Let me grab this. Let me grab that one. And then let me grab this one right here. These are $9.99. Pink Floyd, A Momentary Lapse of Reason. Into the Distance. A Ribbon of Black. Also, we have Scorpions, A Crazy World, Slaughter, Wildlife's, Shark Island, Law of Order, and Slaughter. And that is Stick It Live. $9.99 on those. Lost Victor Gare on the Led Zeppelin CD. That's sold to Vintage Gentleman for $14. Victor Gare's internet crashed and burned. He's now off the planet. The Zombies did not get a bid. It's a 69 Terre Haute repress. VG condition, $30 on the Zombies. It's the time of the season. Beep, bop, bop. What was Spandau Ballet? Spandau Ballet was right over here. That is called Parade. No condition notes. Half off at $9.99. Sig gets the Pink Floyd cassette for $9.99. Which Earth Star album? Which Earth Star album? Adam Kraft, question mark, Neen Donk. VG condition, $9.99. These are already discounted. The price I'm telling you, no more, no less. These are from the morning flip crate. If you're not on Facebook watching videos every morning at 9 a.m., then what are you doing with your life? Probably nothing constructive. Accept, I'm a Rebel is an 86 Indianapolis reissue, $25 on Accept. And then we have more $6.99ers here. Everything I'm about to show you is $6.99. The first one is Joni Mitchell, Don Juan's Reckless Daughter, VG Plus, $6.99. Joni Mitchell, Shadows and Light, VG Plus, $6.99. Going Gone, Richard Strange in the Engine Room, VG, $6.99 for Richard Strange. Disc Charge, Boys Town Gang, $6.99. Future Force, What You Want, $6.99. Funkiness All, Black Britain, $6.99. Timbuk3 is $6.99, and Pure Prairie League is $6.99. Those are all $6.99. Earth Star Soda Spiky for $9.99. Let's put up some other auctions. Hope everybody's ready. Next thing I have for you right over here is Van Halen Balance. And this is an unofficial pressing, most likely on orange vinyl, and that is sealed. Van Halen Balance, a $55 start. Orange vinyl, unofficial. Okay, these next two records, hold it. This next record is $14.99. Neil Young, Rust Never Sleeps. Really clean copy. with the original inner sleeve. Neil Young, $14.99. Let's put that right back there with the other $14.99 stuff. James Allen gets the Zombies for $25. Sell that to James Allen for $25. You got it. You got it. What else is over here in the cassettes? Let's see what we got over here for $9.99. $9.99. We got Pink Floyd Animals, another Pink Floyd Animals, Steve Vai Warfare, and Little Caesar. Those are all $9.99. Super Chicken Sauce on 10 buck 3 for $6.99. Sold for $6.99. And then these were $9.99. Neil Young Comes a Time and Billy Joel 52nd Street in shrink. Those are $9.99. $9.99. Those are available. Also, we have a SIG on Pink Floyd again. I'm assuming you want a copy of Animals. You make sure there's no this. I'll give you this one right here. That's sold a SIG for $9.99. Except did not get a bid. Wow. Except I'm a Rebel, and that is a buy now for $25. No bid on Accept, $25. That's going right over here. Nobody bid on Van Halen Balance, orange vinyl unofficial. Van Halen's a $55 buy now. If anybody wants that, there it is. Next auction is Alcatraz. This one's called Dangerous Games. Alcatraz is an 86 OG EX edition, a $15 start. $15 start on that one. We have Little Caesar sold to David Pokey for $9.99. Steve Vai sold to David Pokey for $9.99. Thank you. And then here is some more $6.99ers. More $6.99ers. Not that one. Not that one. Yes, this one. Okay, $6.99. We have Jeff Beck Wired EX edition VG minus cover $6.99. Sheena Easton was sealed for $6.99. Prism was $6.99. Near mint and shrink. Harry Nilsson, son of Schmilson, that was $6.99. The Allman Brothers, $6.99. And Guadalcanal Diary for $6.99. Those are all $6.99. You heard me correctly. No more, no less. Alcatraz, no bid, $15 start, going once, going twice. Next thing over here is some more cassettes. And, buddy, do we got some good ones over here? Holy moly. Let's see what we got here. Man, no artwork on that one. That sucks. These are all $9.99. Van Halen, The Best Of, Twisted Sister Come Out and Play, Steely Dan Gold, and Pink Floyd, The Dark Side of the Moon. Those are all $9.99. The Young Rascals Groovin' super clean copy. It was $14.99. Looks like the $9.99 are sold. And the rest of these right here are $6.99. The Pointer Sisters Breakout, Amen Batia, The Interstellar Suite, Stephen Halperin, Georgia Kelly, Ancient Echoes, Jeff Beck Flash, Spirit Future Games, Bobby Watson Band, Sato Want to Be, Blanket of Secrecy, Gorgie Park soundtrack, and Tubular Bells, Mike Oldfield. Those are all $6.99. Nobody bid on Alcatraz. That's a $15 buy now for Dangerous Games. Alcatraz, no bid. $15 buy now on that. Let's put that right there. If anybody wants Alcatraz, it's available for a $15 buy now. Robert Barnett on Pink Floyd Dark Side of the Moon. That's sold for $9.99. Thank you on that. All right, someone did. Mark Lane. Oh, MK Lane. There it is. MK Lane, $15. You got it. Sorry. MK Lane got Alcatraz for $15. Actually, and Chris Frazier was first on Pink Floyd. Chris Frazier was first on Pink Floyd, and then MK Lane got Alcatraz for $15. Sorry, Barnetts. Sorry, Barnetts. There's the weekly Tubular Bells. You mean nightly. We put that out every night. They price one or two of those every night. Usually it sells. This one's being left behind right now. Okay. All right. Hold on. I'm stretching. Whew. Okay. So, $6.99 records. We have Tubular Bells, Gorgie Park, Blanket of Secrecy, Sato Wannabe, Bobby Watson, Spirit, Jeff Beck, Stephen Halperin, Min Batia, Pointer Sisters, Jeff Beck, Sheena Easton Prism, Harry Nilsson, Allman Brothers, Guadalcanal, Joni Mitchell. That was Richard Strain, Discharge, Future Force, Funkiness All, Pure Berry League, Emerson Lake and Powell, Simon & Garfunkel, Status Quo, The Shroms, Suzuki Moo, Todd Rundgren, Cat Stevens, and George Thorogood. Let me pause right there before I show those. Those were all $6.99. Final chance, because I'm about to try to hopefully bundle this with somebody. Next auction is Pearl Jam, no code. Pearl Jam is a real 1996 OG with Photo Set O. Photo Set O, it has the fold-out gatefold. It is unfortunately VG minus, though. The cheapest this is ever sold for in recorded history of man is $50. We got Pearl Jam OG for a $40 start. $40 start. What's the Van Halen info? The best of Van Halen cassette? It's a greatest hits, $9.99, if that's what you're referring to. And then $9.99 for Billy Joe 52nd Street, $9.99 for Neil Young Comes a Time, $9.99 for American Stars and Bars, Alan Parsons Project, Spandau Ballet, and then the rest of these were $14.99. And that's the Young Rascals Groovin', In a Hearing of Atomic Rooster, Neil Young Rust Never Sleeps, Frank Zappa Guitar, and Elton John Honky Chateau. Okay, condition of Elton. The cover is VG minus. There's damage on the bottom, and condition of Neil Young Comes the Time. No condition notes on the vinyl. The disc was really nice, and the cover has spine damage, so VG minus. All right. Brogan Scones wants the Todd Rundgren. That was $6.99. This is Brogan Scones on the Todd Rundgren. That was $6.99. Hold on one second. I'll find that. It was Todd Rundgren. Let me see here. Sure. No Todd. This one. Yes. This sold to Brogan Scones for $6.99. Final Call on Pearl Jam for $40. Van Halen Balance was an unofficial pressing on orange marble vinyl, sealed and unofficial pressing for a $55 buy it now. A Van Halen orange vinyl, sealed unofficial, $55 buy it now. Next auction is going to go up right now. This is going to be AC/DC Flick of the Switch, a 1983 OG club copy. Nice. EX, just a little bit of discoloration right there on the jacket. $20 start on that. Now Pearl Jam has a new bid for $42. Pearl Jam is a real 1996 OG. Let me figure out why it's VG minus. It's been graded VG minus. It has photo set O. It's complete with the photos. It is OG. Let me figure out what's going on with Van Halen, or excuse me, with Pearl Jam here. Yeah, it's just got a lot of scuffing on it. Looks like it's actually been played and enjoyed. But it's nothing major flaw. I mean, enough to where she had to bump it down to VG minus, but it looks okay. Might have some pops. Pearl Jam is at 42 with Vintage Gentleman. AC/DC is a $20 start. Aaron Andrus, I mean, the cheapest that's ever sold for at all is $50. Okay, I'm going to count these, and we're going to try to do a bundle deal with somebody. I hope that somebody comes through on this. We got a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31. I think 31. Maybe. Could be 30. I think it's 31. Okay. And then we got these for 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. All right. And then I always make the 15s 10. 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. All right. So that comes a grand total. We'll do these for $195. Now, that's a pretty good hand selection kind of bundle crate there. That was all stuff kind of hand-picked for these flip crates. Larry, if you want to make an offer on Van Halen Balance, I'll listen to it, because that album's back in print now. But for some reason, those unofficials, especially on colored vinyl, still demand pretty good money. So I would love to sell this bundle deal to somebody. It's an offer. All these sold together for $195. And what I've done is I've took the $6.99 stuff and I cut them half off. And then I made the $10 stuff, and I made it half off. And then I took the $15 records and made them 10. So all the $6.99 stuff is $3.75 a piece. The $10 stuff is $5, and the $15 stuff is $10. And that is that's what's left. And that's a bundle deal, and I would love to sell it to somebody right now. In the meantime, I'm going to go ahead and flash a couple more cassettes over here, and there's still some great titles in here, so stand by for takeoff. Let's see what we got over here for $9.99, and we have the soundtrack to Breakin'. Over here is Robert Plant, Manic Nirvana, Robert Plant, Now and Zen. Robert Plant, The Principle of Moments, Judas Priest, Defenders of the Faith, and Judas Priest, Screaming for Vengeance. Those are all $9.99, okay? Pink Floyd, the last bid was Vintage Gentleman. Aaron Andrus is at $55. Final call to Aaron Andrus, and AC/DC's at $23. Craig Honeycutt, you're out. Chris Frazier on the Breakin' soundtrack for $9.99. That's sold to Chris Frazier. Thank you. New cassettes here, $9.99, never shown before. Because I'm a rocket man. Rocket man. Burning down this fuse half as long. And I think Judas Priest, Defender, soda David Pokey for $9.99. Okay. All righty. There's that. And then Pearl Jam over here is sold to Aaron Andrews for $55. Thank you on that one. Craig Honeycutt, it's up to you on AC/DC. Scott Dyer has it for $23. Next auction is going to go up right now, and that is Alice in Chains. And this is Alice in Chains is Dirt, which is an orange vinyl, unofficial, $75 start. Orange vinyl, unofficial, $75 start. We really can't do anything until somebody buys this bundle deal. That's really what has to happen. Somebody's got to buy this bundle deal or make an offer, or we can't really finish the show. Scott Apple says, don't sing. I love singing. I need to sing more often on our road trips. We have AC/DC, and this is sold to Scott Dyer for $23. The other Judas Priest tape was Screaming for Vengeance. These are all $9.99. Alice in Chains Dirt is an orange vinyl unofficial, a $75 start on that. Next thing is what here? Huh? Who? Huh? Look at all this other stuff I have. We got a lot of cool stuff still to auction. Everybody's on the edge of their seat. One guy said earlier he's already hyperventilated 3 times watching tonight. 2 people are currently in the hospital from watching. And I just don't want anybody to get hurt out there, but there's a lot of people that have had serious health problems watching tonight's sale. Just totally, a couple people lost their cool earlier. First thing we have is Steven Wilson, Grace for Drowning. Steven Wilson is a 2011 limited edition $25 start. The other Judas Priest, Mark Lane says he'll take it for $9.99. And then, yeah, I'm waiting for a bundle. I mean, can we please get an offer on these? $195 our best offer. I mean, come on. Come off your wallets, folks. It's not that hard. Come on, Scott Apple. Scott Apple's got money so old there's like moss growing on it sitting around his house. I'm like, dude, is there a reason you just keep $100 bills laying around in drawers like this? These cassettes are $9.99. $9.99. Rat Dancing Undercover, Rat Reach for the Sky, Mr. Big Bump Ahead, Kicks Blow My Fuse, Stevie Nicks Belladonna, Kingdom Come Self-Titled, and Whitesnake Saints and Sinners. Those are all $9.99. Come on, offer on the bundle. Somebody, I'm offering $195. That's all the $6.99 records, $3.75. That's the $10 records for $5. That's the $15 records for $10. How could you go wrong? How could you go wrong? $195 or best offer on the bundle. $195 or best offer on the bundle. Sieg gets kicks. This is sold to Sieg for $9.99. Nobody bet on the Alice in Chains Orange Vinyl Unofficial. That's a $75 buy now if anybody wants it. Let's put that right over here. Alice in Chains Dirt. Steven Wilson's a $25 start. Sieg got kicks for $9.99. We got White Snake, Kingdom Come, Stevie Nicks, Mr. Big, Rat. Those are all still available for $9.99. Let's go ahead and put up another auction, and that auction is going to go up right now, and that's AC/DC. If you want blood, you got it. A 78 U.S. Monarch VG condition, AC/DC. $15 start on AC/DC. If you want blood, you got it. OG VG, $15 start. Come on, bundle, bundle, bundle. Asking $195. Waiting for somebody to make an offer. 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 $195 OBO. Waiting for somebody to make an offer. $95, $195, $195 OBO. Come on, offer, offer, offer on the bundle. $195 or best offer. $195 or best offer. These are all $6.99 CDs. First thing I have is Captain Beefheart, Frank Zappa, Beefheart Zappa. This is called Bongo Fury, $6.99. This is Overnight Sensation, Mothers of Invention, $6.99. Forrest Gump soundtrack, $6.99. Ramstein Shinzud is $6.99. Shinedown, $6.99. And Amy Grant Heart in Motion. Those are how much, Chad? You're just $6.99. Surely you're joking. There's no way you're selling those for $6.99. Yes, these are $6.99. That's Zappa, Beefheart Zappa, Forrest Gump, Ramstein, and then Shinedown and Amy Grant. These are just $6.99. We got Mega Blast on Ramstein for $6.99 sold. We got Shinedown sold to Victor Guerra for $6.99. Uh-oh, Victor. Victor, you're in bad luck, buddy. No disc in that one. Victor, no disc. Ramstein has the disc. John Durden, you're in good shape. Victor, no, you picked another no disc. Mike Pierce next on Ramstein, Denise next on Ramstein, and Victor Gare on Zappa. Now, do you want Overnight Sensation or Bongo Fury? All right, Stephen Wilson did not get a bid. That's a $25 buy now. Who wants to make an offer on the bundle? I'm asking $195 OBO. I'm asking $195 OBO on this bundle. Come on, bundle, make an offer on the bundle. Where's John Barry? Where's everybody at? 195. Zappa sold to Victor Guerra. Zappa sold to Victor Guerra. Nobody's bid on ACDC yet. Yep, Craig Honeycutt did for $15. We're about to sell this for $15. Going once, going twice, going three times. ACDC if you want blood. That's a 78 U.S. Monarch in VG condition. It has one bid for $15. Going once, going twice. Going once, going twice. Come on, bundle. We're waiting for a bundle deal. $195 or best offer. There's 232 people still watching. Nobody's saying a word. All you got to do is make an offer. This is an offer for a bundle deal, $195 or best offer. Next is an 84 US OG Hot Pog of Scorpions Love at First Sting. It's in VG minus a $5 start. Asking $195 on this bundle deal. $6.99 records, now $3.75, which was already discounted. The $10 records $5 and the $15 records $10. I'm asking $195. All you got to do is make an offer. That's all you got to do. I mean, if you make an offer, we'll continue. If not, we might be here all night staring at this crate. Somebody's got to make an offer. Here's some more cassettes. These are $6.99, or excuse me, $9.99 on the cassettes. Let's grab a few more out of here and see what's going on. How much are these, Chad? They're just $9.99. Good gosh. Surely you're not just charging $9.99 for these. I am. These are $9.99. $9.99 here. First thing we have is Kicks Live, right out of the cellar. Also Kingdom Come, In Your Face. And then Judas Priest, that's Hellbent for Leather. And Judas Priest, that's Unleashed in the East. These are just $9.99. How much? $9.99 for Kicks, Rat, Kingdom Come, Judas Priest, Judas Priest. Those are all $9.99. ACDC got a bid for $15, and that is sold to Craig Honeycutt for $15. And over here, we got Scorpions. It has a bid. Victor Guerra bid $16 on ACDC. Craig Honeycutt, you were outbid. Sorry, he bid $16. I lied to you. That's still getting bids. Victor Guerra bid $16. Now, Scorpions 5. Now, Scorpions 5. Chris Frazier got Kingdom Come for $6.99. Now, Scorpions 8. David Pokey got Kicks for $9.99. Bundle deal, $195 or best offer. Who's going to buy it? We could be here all night looking at this. I mean, somebody's got to make an offer. It's a bundle deal of all these records. You get all this stuff in here. All these right here. You're about to get all these right here. Craig Honeycutt, look at all this. All this right here. Great titles, great records. Everything's clean sleeve, priced, ready to go. Craig Honeycutt's back in at 18. Scorpions is at 12. Victor Guerra, you've been outbid on ACDC. Now Scorpions at 9, but there's already bid for 12. And we're waiting for a bundle deal on this auction. I mean, we're waiting for an offer on this bundle deal. It's at $195 or best offer. We could be staring here at this thing all night. I mean, I know somebody out there has got $195 laying around that they don't need. What would you rather have? A whole crate of a whole box of records show up at your door, or a bunch of worthless $195 bills in your bank account? What are those going to do? Absolutely nothing. We have ACDC at 19. Craig Honeycutt, you've been outbid. The Scorpions right now is at 12, so Victor Guerra's leading both auctions. Let's grab another handful of CDs over here. These CDs are $6.99. $6.99 on these. We got Collective Soul Self-Titled. We got Sugartooth, The Sounds of Solid. Sugartooth again. Breaking Benjamin Saturate. And Electrolytic Orchestra Afterglow. Those are all $6.99. ELO, Breaking Benjamin, Sugartooth, and Collective Soul. $195 on this bundle. We're waiting for an offer. That's all it takes. We might have to go ahead and just end the show. I mean, it's $195. What are you going to do with $195 instead of buy these records right here? Absolutely nothing. It's just $195. Make an offer and we can move on. Or, like I said, might just have to stare at that crate for the rest of the night. And then I'm just like, hello. I mean, come on. That's all it takes. Just an offer. Looking for an offer out there. Just looking for an offer. We have ACDC at 19. Craig Honeycutt's bid 20. And then there we go. Chris Knapp's on. There is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. 30, and then 32, and then 34, and then 35, and then 36, then 38, and then 39. There's 39, but what I did, these were $6.99 records that were already marked down. I made these $3.75. I made the $9.99 records that was already marked down for $5. And then over here, we have $15 records marked down to 10. So $3.75 on those, 5 on those, and 10 on those. I came up with $195. Come on, Chris Knapp. Don't hesitate to make an offer. Let's get these sold. First thing we have is Scorpions out. And then we have a few claims on the CDs. What is AC/DC? What is Scorpions? What's the Rat cassettes? What are all the cassettes? Can you read through all the cassettes? Go through all the no bids? What are the CDs? What are the records in the back? Holy moly. What are the records in the back? What are the CDs? Who are you? And what is this? First thing we have, can you tell me about the Scorpions again? Can you tell me about the AC/DC again? Can you go through the no bids? First thing we had over here is this. Dust Gray got saturated. That's Breaking Benjamin. So did Dust Gray for $6.99. Next is what are the Scorpions? Stephen Wilson, 15. I'll do Stephen Wilson for $20. Stephen A. Young got ELO. Next thing over here is AC/DC 21. And then can I see the no bids? And what is AC/DC and what is the Scorpions? All right, so here we go. Let's go through this again. And let's see what AC/DC is. If you want blood, you got it. Everybody just went and used the bathroom. Now they're back and they're wanting to know what's going on. A 1978 U.S. Monarch OG in VG condition. A 1978 Monarch OG in VG condition. And this is at $21 with Victor Guerra. If you're not Victor Guerra, you do not have this at $21. It's a 78 OG Monarch and VG. And then over here, the Scorpions. The Scorpions is an 84 Hauppauge OG VG minus. An 84 Hauppauge OG VG minus. It's got a big saw mark. It has the original inner sleeve. And the last bit on the Scorpions that came in, the last bit on the Scorpions that came in was Victor Guerra at $12. Victor Guerra at $12. That's what we're looking at right now. $12 on that. He's out on AC/DC. Come on, Chris Knapp, waiting for an offer on this bundle. Now the pressure's on you since you asked about it. George Lyle wants to see all the no bids over here. This is the sweet. First no bid was the sweet Little Willie Man from Mecca. That's a vintage original picture sleeve for $10. That is the sweet Little Willie and Man from Mecca. $10 on that. The other no bid, it's a big one. It's Rob Zombie. It's this porcelain statue box, figurine statue of Rob Zombie. It's called Demon Speeding. It's $350. $350 for Rob Zombie Demon Speeding. $350 on Rob Zombie Demon Speeding. That is no bid number 2. Now, George Lyle said if I read through these, he would buy something. So you're down to a few options. Alice in Chains Music Bank, $495, 5 LP, colored vinyl unofficial. Firehouse is $150, 2024 Experience vinyl, Sea Blue Smoke colored vinyl. Tesla Forevermore. Tesla is an unofficial light blue vinyl. The 2008 OGs are very rare and super expensive, $125 for that. And Pink Floyd Echoes unofficial box set, the best of Pink Floyd, $75. Next thing is Victor Guerra gets the Scorpions. That's sold for $12. Everybody heard the details and nobody wanted to bid. This is sold for $12 to Victor Guerra. The next item over here is AC/DC. And AC/DC over here is sold to Victor Guerra for $21. That's sold to Victor Guerra. And then guess what? This bundle deal is sold to Chris Knapp for $140. This is sold to Chris Knapp for $140. Let's put that right there. And then what we're going to do is we're going to take this and put that right there. And then all these are sold to Chris Knapp for $140. That's going to be actually the next crate I get started. But this crate right here is pretty full. Let me push these right over here. And then let's jump over here. And let's go ahead and say all these are sold to Chris Knapp. And now we are ready for more. All that. It took one person to step up the plate. See how easy that is? Some of y'all got to get on the bundle trains. I know a bunch of y'all. The $140 would be like most people go out of here and dropping a penny. And I'm just waiting for somebody to say, you know what, Chad, you're right. I don't need all this money that's sitting around in my savings and checkings account. It means nothing to me. Just a bunch of worthless dollars. I mean, what the heck am I going to do with all this money? It's just sitting around in retirement funds. Send me vinyl, my friend. I don't care if it's records I like or don't like. I need bundles. Do bundles. Send me bundles, okay? What the heck am I going to do with all this cash I'm sitting on? Nothing. It's just sitting in here drawing interest. I need to be drawing my turntable needle up and listen to more records. That's all you got to do. That's all you got to do. That's what you got to do. We have Tesla sold to Alex Miller for $100. That is sold to Alex Miller for $100. That is sold. We still got Pink Floyd, Firehouse, Alice in Chains, the Rob Zombie box, and we had a few more other no bids from earlier. Stephen Wilson was right over here. This was the 2011 OG limited edition. That's $25 for Stephen Wilson. Also, we have Alice in Chains Dirt for $75. Also over here, Van Halen Balance for $55. Except I'm a Rebel for $25. And Oasis for $75. Those are all no bids. George Lyle, pick you one out, and I'll sell it to you, okay? Here we go. Next thing I have is this. Let's go ahead and do something else. Oh, I still got to do this stuff over here. Dang, I forgot about that, but that's okay. We'll still do this over here. Let me move these cassettes that's sold over here. This over here is not doing much for me, so let me go ahead and set this right over here so we can start a new pile. And boom, there it is. Let's put that right there. All right, now we're ready to do something else. I've been excited ready to see what's going to be happening next. Let me adjust my neck, back, spine, pop my knees back. All right, Fidelity Investments. Yeah, JP Morgan. Let me tell you something about saving money. Okay, let me give you a little word financial advice here. Why? Why? Buy stuff. Spend it. Okay? Buy stuff. See something, buy it. Figure out how to pay for it later. See something, buy it. Even if it's something you don't want. Walk in a store, just start putting random stuff in your shopping cart. When you get to the checkout line, hopefully one of your credit cards hadn't been maxed out yet. Spend it. Especially here every night. Say, Chad, I'll take it. Wife yelling at you, just ignore. Husband yelling at you, slap them. That's all I can tell you. All right. Alice in Chains, $495. I'll go over in 1 second. What's the Oasis? Give me 1 second. We need another crate to go through. Buy it now, best offer. So there are no flip crate records left from like the last week now. This morning's was tagged late, and we're about to go through this crate over here, which to my knowledge has not been offered best offer. Some of these crates I go through and we don't do them best offer, and I don't think this one never was. So let's go through these, and this is going to be buy it now, best offer, okay? I need to take a chill pill after that. That was rough. Holy moly. Okay. Okay. Part 2 is about to commence. First thing, Oasis, What's the Story? Morning Glory is a limited edition 3LP, the newest 30th anniversary edition, clear vinyl, sealed, $75. Matthew Hendon, $75. Alice in Chains is one of the most priciest items of the night. Alice in Chains music box. Alice in Chains music box. 5LP colored vinyl. This was never anything that's been released on vinyl before. This is just a straight bootleg of an Alice in Chains CD box set that came out. It looks like an old vault safe. It's called Music Bank. 48 songs, including 12 previously unreleased tracks. And a couple of those are pretty dang good. It's songs that they never did release. It's 5 LPs on colored vinyl. Most of this, the only way you can get it on vinyl is this bootleg. It's very desirable, $495. The box sets are sold. Grateful Dead box sets are sold. Oasis was $75, okay? Here's all of tonight's no bids. We'll try running some more again tomorrow during prime time. Now, we have more cassettes. Here's this crate to do best offer. Just don't go anywhere. I got to step up front and get a monster. Thanks, y'all. Thanks, everybody, for watching. Let me know where you're watching from right quick in the comments. Let me know where you're watching from right quick in the comments. That would be great. Please comment your location. Don't actually put your address in case we have like some stalkers watching, but it would be cool to see where you're watching from in your state, especially people outside of the country. I always think that's so cool. I always think that's really, really cool. And yeah, that's what we're talking about. All righty. So, and here's my plan tonight. Here's my plan tonight. My plan for tonight is to go through this crate. I might try to find a half-off crate if I can. And then we're going to go back and pull stuff straight out of these tubs like I was doing last night and price more stuff live. Let's see where everybody's watching from. I'm going to try to grab a quick snack. I am very hungry. I never did drink, but what have I had tonight? A Monster and a half. I'm about to drink another one. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. I'm gonna eat some beef jerky right quick. I gotta get juiced up here, okay? Beef jerky break. All right. Thanks for sticking with me. So, first thing is, let's clean up some of these cassettes. All the ones on the table right now are $9.99 because I think it's some better titles like hard rock and metal. If you want to grab them now, great. They're either going to be shown again in the morning or again in a post tomorrow or when we start to sell tomorrow. And these are all $9.99. These are all cassettes, $9.99, okay? The crazy thing in the bottom left corner is distracting. So you're saying I'm distracting Mark Fallon? You're saying I'm distracting? This is me. This is Chad. That's who I am. Okay? All right, that's me. You saying I'm distracting? What are you trying to say, buddy? Huh? These are $9.99. Robert Plant, The Principle of Moments. Robert Plant, Now and Zen. Robert Plant, Manic Nirvana. And The Best of Van Halen, Volume 1. Twisted Sister, Come Out and Play. Steely Dan Gold. Pink Floyd, Animals. And Scorpions, Crazy World. Those are $9.99. Slaughter, The Wildlife. Shark Island. And Slaughter, Stick It Live. These are all $9.99. Rat, Out of the Cellar. Judas Priest, Hellbent for Leather. Judas Priest, Unleashed in the East. Whitesnake, Saints and Sinners. And Kingdom Come, self-titled. These are all $9.99. Pink Floyd, Animals, sold to Mark Fallon for $9.99. That's sold to Mark Fallon. And then over here, we have Stevie Nicks, Belladonna, Mr. Big Bump Ahead, Rat, Reach for Sky, and Rat, Dancing Undercover. I'll read off some more in just a second. Everything in here is buy it now, best offer. Robin Trower, Long Misty Days. Robin Trower is $19.99, Long Misty Days. Robin Trower, Twice Removed from Yesterday, $19.99. Robin Trower, In City Dreams. A Robin Trower trifecta, all $19.99 each. Our next auction is going to go up right now, and that is this. And that is Roxy Music. Excuse the nudity on this one. Roxy Music is a 75 USOG Presswell with the original inner sleeve. VG Plus, Roxy Music, a $15 start. $15 start on that. Debbie Winston wants the Stevie Nicks cassette. That's sold to Debbie Winston for $9.99. Thank you on that one. Also, Tubes Love Bomb. Tubes is $24.99. Prince is $24.99. and that's called Let's Go Crazy, a 12-inch single. Also, Robert Palmer Pressure Drop. We had one of those earlier tonight. $19.99 on that. Robert Palmer, Some People Can Do What They Like. That's $19.99. Roxy Music has a bid for $15. Our next auction is going to go up right now, and that one is the Scorpions Tokyo Tapes. The Scorpions Tokyo Tapes is a 2 LP, a 78 US Indianapolis OG. It does have some cover damage, wear and tear across the cover, VG minus jacket, but not too bad. Scorpions is a $15 start. Roxy Music has a bid for $15. Roxy Music has another bid for $15. Steve Miller Band is $24.99, and Journey Evolution. Journey is $19.99. Humble Pie Smokin' is $19.99. And John Mayall, The Turning Point. John Mayall is $26.99. Okay, here's some more great cassettes for $9.99. Queensryche, Here in the Now Frontier, Poison Native Tongue, Poison Open Up and Say Ah, Scorpions Blackout, The Best of Vandenberg and Y&T live, Yesterday and Today live. All those cassettes you just seen are also $9.99, which was Y&T, Vandenberg, Scorpions, Poison, and Queensryche. And then in here we have Naz 3, $19.99. So Thomas, you're out on Roxy Music. Cameron's bid came in first. Cameron's also first on Scorpions at $15. Willer Dunham gets Humble Pie for $17. Hoopy on Y&T for $9.99. That's so to Hoopy. Thank you on that one. Hoopy31 over on Twitch. Here's some more cassettes for $9.99. Quiet Riot, Condition Critical, Poison, Flesh and Blood, Queensryche Self-Titled, Triumph Classics, and Queen News of the World. Those are all $9.99. Roxy Music has a new bid for $16. Scorpions has a new bid for $17. Mountain, Go For Your Life. Mountain's a gold stamp promo for $19.99. The Best of Marmalade, $24.99. Queensryche Self-Titled sold to Hoopy for $9.99. Thank you on that. Also, we have REO Speedwagon, $19.99. Clean looking copy here of that self-titled album. Nice. Terre Haute, $19.99. Right now we got M for $15. J Nutria sold for $15 on that one. Mountain is done. Here's a few more cassettes for $9.99. Ace Frehley, Frehley's Comic, Live Plus One. White Snake Self-Titled, White Snake Come and Get It. Wings Greatest Hits, and Quiet Riot Mental Health. Bang Your Head. Those are all $9.99. Also, Red Rider Neruda, $14.99 on that. So Roxy Music's at $20. Thomas Hujar and everybody else is out. The Scorpions is with Vintage Gentleman at $22, and everybody else is out. Willard, you were second on Mountain at $15. Donovan, Sunshine Superman, In Shrink. Some cool songs on here. Season of the Witch. Beautiful vinyl. It's not an OG, but that's a vintage, nice orange, like epic label there. $14.99 on that one. Robert Plant, Shaken and Stirred. Robert Plant is $19.99. And Linda Ronstadt, To the Beat of a Different Drum. Linda Ronstadt is $9.99. Orange Capel label. Linda Ronstadt and Stoney's End. Linda Ronstadt and the Stone Ponies, $9.99 for Linda Ronstadt. Kenny Rogers and the First Edition's Greatest Hits, $19.99. And Les Paul and Mary Ford, The World Is Still Waiting for the Sunrise, $14.99 for Les Paul, Mary Ford. Mott the Hoople, Brain Capers, $19.99 for Mott the Hoople. And Christine McVie, the legendary Christine Perfect album, $24.99 for Christine McVie. Scorpions is at $22 of Vintage Gentleman. The bidder before him was Cameron Koenig, I believe. Somebody. Cameron's out. Scorpions about to sell for $22, and Roxy Music's about to sell for $20. I lost Thomas Hujar. Want to make sure Mr. Thomas has plenty of time to bid, but time is ticking. James Allen on Donovan for $10. I like that Donovan. I like Donovan's music. That's sold to James Allen for $10. And then here's the last, before I show any new cassettes, here's the last ones. Scorpion Savage Amusement, Scorpions Love at First Sting, White Snake Live in the Heart of the City, Steelheart self-titled, Pink Floyd Relics, and White Snake again self-titled. Those are all $9.99. He's still bidding on Roxy Music. Thomas Hujar has it for $21. Yes, this is a best offer crate. This is a buy it now or best offer crate. Buy it now or best offer crate. That is correct. That is correct. All right. Let me get those off. So now I have plenty of table room. I'm going to balance those right over here. And here we go. All right, so let me move this down. Roxy Music 21, he's out. And now we have Steve Miller Band, Brave New World. Steve Miller Band, $24.99. And Elton John, Greatest Hits, VG, $14.99. Prince, sold to Craig Thomas for $16. Thank you. REO Speedwagon 9 Lives, VG $9.99. Vanilla Fudge Mystery is $19.99. Vanilla Fudge Self-Titled, You Keep Me Hanging On, $19.99 for Vanilla Fudge. And Savoy Brown Jack the Toad, $19.99. All right, time for some new auctions. Scorpions Tokyo Tapes is sold. That's sold a Vintage Gentleman for $22. Thank you on that one. Let's go ahead and put that away. And let's sell Thomas Hujar the Roxy Music for $21. And now we're ready for brand spanking new stuff. And Christine McVie was $24.99. Christine McVie, $24.99. Anybody want to make an offer on the Sweet 45? Little Willie and Man from Mecca. That was $10 OBO. All right, next auction is, let's do, all right, let me get a good look at what's still left in here. I still got, here's probably a pretty pricey record. Yeah, the 2019 20th anniversary 3 LP of Jimmy Page and the Black Crowes, the 20th anniversary audiophile edition, remastered, $125 start, $125 on that. REM is sold, yes. So right now I have Black Crowes, Alice in Chains. Here's Prince, Let's Go Crazy. Isn't that what we just sold? Here's a promo in VG condition, an 84 OG promo in a promo sleeve, a $5 start. Prince, a $5 start. That's now up for bid. Next is this. We have Greetings from Tim Buck 3. We had a VG copy earlier. That's a nice copy there, $19.99. Another Robin Trower, In City Dreams, $19.99. Emerson, Lake and Palmer Trilogy. Looks clean to me, $14.99. Mellencamp, Lonesome Jubilee, $19.99. And Angel City, 2-minute warning. Angel City's $14.99. So Prince, a $5 start. Jimmy Page and Black Crowes, $125 start. And I still got, what do we have over here? Let's see what these are. I got some Blu-rays and DVDs here. Let's see what this is. Okay. Kiss, live, Long Beach, California, 1974, $14.99. Scooby-Doo and Kiss, Rock and Roll Mystery, original movie. I didn't know that existed. Where was I at when Scooby-Doo and Kiss did a movie together? $19.99. Guns N' Roses, Welcome to the Videos, $6.99. Blu-ray, Led Zeppelin, Song Remains the Same, $14.99. Pink Floyd, The Story of Wish You Were Here, $14.99. God Bless Ozzy Osbourne, Blu-ray, $14.99. Blu-ray, Queensryche, Mind Crime at the Moor, $49.99. $49.99. Alter Bridge, Live at Wembley, $14.99. Blu-ray. Blu-ray Metallica, Quebec Magnetic, $14.99 for Metallica Blu-ray. And Appetite for Democracy, 3D, Guns N' Roses Blu-ray, $19.99. All right, back to the best offer stuff here. The Screaming Blue Messiahs, Bikini Red, $19.99 on that one. Also, Shock and Blue Classics, Shock and Blue, $24.99, essentially a compilation. Bob Seger, Smoking OPs, $49.99. The cover does have some damage, $49.99 on that one. Jason Fornerat on Zepp Blu-ray. That was Led Zeppelin, The Song Remains the Same. That's sold to Jason Fornerat. Vintage Gentleman wants the GNR videos for $6.99. That is sold. I still got Kiss, Pink Floyd, Ozzy, Queensryche, Alter Bridge, Metallica, and the other Guns N' Roses. Those are all still available if anybody wants those. Moving with Nancy Sinatra, $34.99. Nancy by Nancy Sinatra, $34.99. And Dick Clark, 20 Years of Rock and Roll with the insert book, $29.99. Prince is a $5 buy now. No, wow, can't believe I just said that. And Jimmy Page and Black Crowes is $125. 3 LP, those are available, okay? Now, this is awfully crazy to be putting this up this time of night, but one sold yesterday, literally on Discogs for $1,400, and another one sold for $1,400 out of Japan. And I have mine right here for a late night Colectco customer deal. I have the Beatles in mono box set, the Beatles in mono box set. This is a 2014, and this is an essential collection. I think y'all know about this, right? I think y'all know about this. I hope everybody has a copy. Probably everybody doesn't, but this is amazing. This is the 2014 Beatles mono box set, and I'm asking a starting bid of $1,275. Everything is near mint. Has the original dust sleeve jacket here on it. The Beatles in mono. It is beautiful. I think that come from one of these high-end collections, and it was basically unplayed. You know, it's just kind of one of those things. I know some people say, Chad, I play that all the time. And I think some people have them, and they're still in the original shipping box because they're such a great asset. They're such a great thing to have in your collection. The Beatles in mono, $1,275 starting bid. Pretty crazy to be putting this up at $1,230 unadvertised, but that's what I'm going to have for it, whether I'm selling it now or whether I'm selling it tomorrow at 8 o'clock. $1,275, the Beatles in mono. That is a good one, okay? Oh, so before I answer your question on that, Travis Woods gets the Guns N' Roses Blu-ray. That's sold to Travis Woods. The Dick Clark is sold to Willard for $21. John Cassidy gets the Prince for $5. John Cassidy gets the Prince for $5. And then Jason Fornerat, then Vintage Gentleman. Moving with Nancy is sold to Thomas Schwartz for $25 on that one. And then the Long Beach. Yes, Long Beach is a bootleg DVD. That's an unofficial $14.99. Long Beach, 1974. Okay? All right. Here we go. The Dirt No Bid was an unofficial orange vinyl, which are dang pretty good sounding records. And a lot of people like these unofficials, kind of like the music on vinyl, because it's one LP. The newest ones in print are 2 LPs, and I've had some people say, Chad, I don't like flipping that record twice. Can they not put it on one disc? Of course, the more LPs, usually the better mastering, but these orange vinyl unofficials that was in circulation for years sound pretty dang good. $75 OBO. Okay, moving on. Buy it now, best offer. Atomic Bums, 0 degrees. Atomic Bums is $14.99. The Beatles is $1,275. Uriah Heep, Wonder World, $19.99 for Uriah Heep. Utopia, $9.99. Casey and the Sunshine Band is sealed, $19.99. Utopia, Oops, Wrong Planets, $9.99. The Moody Blues, Call 5 Plus Live, a 2 LP promo sticker, nice, beautiful copy. That's $19.99. Scooby-Doo Kiss, $15. What do we have that marked? $19.99. Sell this to Willer Dunham for $15, okay? Sell that to Willer Dunham for $15. Alice in Chains is sold to Alex Miller for $65. Sell this to him for $65. That's sold to Alex Miller. Thank you. $65 sold. Also, Village People Can't Stop the Music. Village People's $19.99. Moody Blues sold to Debbie Winston for $14. And the Patsy Cline Story, a 2 LP, $29.99. Also, we have Joni Mitchell, Don Juan's Reckless Daughter, $34.99. And Dolly Parton, All I Can Do. That's pretty clean. That's pretty nice. Wooey woo. There's Dolly. Holy moly. $24.99. $24.99. I would get me distracted in a hurry. I'd be like, I'm sorry I forgot my name. Who are you now? Dolly, $24.99. We have Raymond T73 on Emerson, Lake and Palmer. And this is right here for $10. And that was for Trilogy, right? That was for Trilogy. Right here. This is sold to Raymond for 10. And Debbie said, Dolly, are you going to take my Dolly away? Dang it. She'd say, hey, I'm interested in buying some records. And I'd be like, That's sold to Debbie for 18. Patsy Cline is sold to Willer Dunham for 21. If anybody wants the Beatles, it's only $1,275. $1,275 on the Beatles in mono. Just go ahead and say, Chad, I'll take it. That's all you got to do. Chad, I'll take it. Oh, my gosh. Oh. Hold on. Chad's got a cramp. Too many monsters, not enough water. Too many monsters, not enough water. Oh, gosh. Oh, man. Okay. What do y'all want to see? What do y'all want to do? What do y'all want to see? It's 11:34. What do y'all want to do? What do y'all want to see? Here's our next auction. Alcatraz, Disturbing the Peace. Alcatraz is an 85 OG and VG Plus condition. A $15 start. Alcatraz, Disturbing the Peace. $15 start. That's now up for bid. Alcatraz, Disturbing the Peace. Next is going to go up right now. And this is the Rolling Stones Metamorphosis, a 75 UK in EX edition. The Rolling Stones is a $35 start. That's now up for bid. A buy now, best offer rock crate. Man, I feel like I've been through a bunch of those tonight. We've been through 2, 3, 7, 8. This was the 8th one tonight. But I'll go ahead and do number 9 if I can find one, okay? This was the 8th buy now, best offer vintage rock crate. I guess we'll go into number 9 if I can find one. I mean, I know they're over here, but golly, we've been through a lot tonight. A whole lot of rosé. Ta-da. Ta-da. A whole lot of rosé. Vertigo swirls. We got them. Let me make sure they're still over here. Make sure I know where they're at. Yep, they're right over here. There's so much stuff stored in different places now. All right. All right, let's find some records. Nice rainy night. Nice rainy night outside. Okay, here's some more DVDs. Pink Floyd Pulse, $49.99. Kiss, $19.99. Houston, 1977. Kiss, 1979, $19.99. Kiss San Francisco 75, $19.99. Kissology, $34.99, Volume 3. Kiss Symphony, $14.99. Guns N' Roses Use Your Illusion 1, 1992 in Tokyo, $9.99. Pink Floyd Wall, the movie, $14.99. Boy, that's some good DVDs there. Sorry, I had to move those to basically get to the next crate over here. Had to move those to get to these. All right, let me put that right there. So, she's a heartbreaker, love taker. Bada man. Oh. She's a heartbreaker, love maker. Let's see, the 20th. When was the 20th? Okay, we already went through all this. I think. Golden Earring. Let's see what this is. You know, we need to price some stuff is what we need to do. Have we already gone through these? Man, golly. What's this right here? I'm going to put these CDs over here. The what now? The wall. Okay. The Rolling Stones. You have the high bid on the Rolling Stones. It's a 75 UK original. A 75 UK original. And I'm selling it to you for $35 unless I misspoke and I said something wrong. 1975. That's sold to you for $35. Okay. And thank you, Buck. Right? Yes, Buck. Right. Alcatraz did not get a bid. Alcatraz is $15. Alcatraz is $15. Disturbing the Peace, sold to Eric Van Leuven. Now, Rafe was first on Pink Floyd The Wall. Jay Neutral was next, and then Willard Dunham. That last stack I just had Pink Floyd Pulse, Kiss, 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 and Guns N' Roses. Trying to find the next best vintage crate to go through. And I'm going to try to do a half off one since we can knock that out tonight. Let me see here. What was I looking at? The date. It is, come on, the 25th. Okay. So these then, have I shown these twice? Let me see what's going on here. All right, let's do this crate half off. All right, it's a check condition crate, so they're already kind of marked a little less, and now they're going to be half off. We'll do this. We'll do this, and then I'll probably just price stuff live. I'll price stuff live, and we'll try to do other miscellaneous stuff. I got all kinds of stuff around here, okay? This might be... this is going to be great, though, because two reasons. A half-off crate. I still got the stuff up front that I priced live last night, and I got stuff still to pull out of that, and then we'll mark other stuff live, okay? So these are going to be, this is our nightly selected half-off crate. Red label on Stones. You sure it's UK? Well, it was marked by Laura as a 75 UK copy. Yeah, London, UK, German. It's got a stamped matrix XZAL-13897-P-2W. XZAL-13897-P-2W. She has a 75 UK original. Right, and we still got stuff to auction. Plenty, honestly. So I've got Rolling Stones. The Rolling Stones is a 78 USPRC Richmond OG. Uncensored cover. VG, the Rolling Stones, a $15 start. And we have Hawkwind. Dormi Fa Sol Latido. Now, I'm pretty sure I did not read that correctly. Lemmy Kilmister plays on this one. It's the non-foil cover that's damaged. No feelable marks, but heavy scuffing. Hawkwind, just a $5 start. $5 start on Hawkwind. Here we go. Half off, no more, no less. Michael Jackson Thriller, EX 1650. It does mention co-produced by Michael Jackson. A solid copy, 1650. This girl is mine. The doggone girl is mine. She's mine. I don't understand the way. CCR, Creedence Clearwater Revival Pendulum, VG $6.50. Hawkwind has a bid for $6, going once, going twice. Stones is a $15 start. The Byrds Greatest Hits, VG $5. $5 on the Byrds, VG. More of the Monkees, VG, also $5. Nazareth, close enough for rock and roll. Nazareth is in VG condition, $7.50. Crazy Horse, Crazy Moon. Crazy Horse is in VG Plus condition, $10. And the Association Live, a 2LP, VG condition, $5. Preston Rose on the Byrds. Sold to Preston Rose. Raymond over on YouTube on MJ. Michael Jackson in this case. And then Hawkwind has a new bid for $8. Jan and Dean, the little old lady from Pasadena, VG Plus $7.50. The Association's Greatest Hits, VG Plus $5. Never my love. Never my love. Never my love. All right. I don't understand the way it's done. Saying yours, not mine. All righty. Human League Dare. The Human League is VG Plus $7.50. Steely Dan, The Royal Scam, VG $7.50. Tommy the Who. See me, feel me, touch me. VG $7.50 for Tommy the Who. We have Rafe, you're out on Hawkwind. DEA. DEA for Thomas Schwartz. DEA. The Association's Greatest Hits, okay? I think that's what DEA was supposed to be. That's so to Thomas Schwartz. Debbie Winston on Steely Dan. And Rafe on Tommy. That's what happens when I sing. We start selling. The Best of Manfred Mann. EX, $9. The Best of Manfred Mann. Sugarloaf, Spaceship Earth. Sugarloaf, VG $7.50. Rafe, let me know if you want to bid again on Hawkwind. And the Rolling Stones is a no bid. And Hawkwind is going to be a the Rolling Stones is a no bid. It is a $15 buy it now. $15 buy it now on that. Okay? And that's sold to Chris Knapp then. Hawkwind, Chris Knapp sold for $8. The Jan and Dean is the little old lady from Pasadena. VG Plus $7.50. What is the Rolling Stones at? You can buy it right now for $15 if you want it. Next auction is Debbie Harry, a 1981 U.S. sealed copy of Cuckoo. An 81 U.S. sealed copy, $15 on Debbie Harry Cuckoo. Also, Nazareth Loud and Proud. Nazareth is a 73 UK copy. VG $10 on Nazareth. And Elton John's Greatest Hits. VG Plus $12.50. VG Plus, original label too. Don't let the sun go down on me. Don't let the sun. Rolling Stone sold to Lit Schlitz for $15. And then James Hicks gets the little old lady from Pasadena, sold for VG Plus $7.50. Grand Funk Live, VG Plus $10. Mac the Knife, Ella in Berlin, VG Plus $7.50. The Young Rascals, that's VG $7.50. It is in mono. There's some writing on the front and some writing on the back. VG $7.50. Sealed Debbie Harry. Does have a clip corner down there. $15 start. Next auction is Saxon. Anybody here remotely interested in Saxon denim and leather? Well, congratulations. You've got a chance to buy it. It's an 81 U.S. Terre Haute OG. VG Plus, also a $15 start. $15 start. That is also now up for bid. The Edwin Hawkins Singers, Let Us Go Into the House of the Lord. VG, $5. Also, Bob Dylan's Greatest Hits 2. VG, $7.50. Dust Gray on Elton John. I'm a rocket man. Look at my little avatar. Rocket man, burning down his fuse half as long. They say Mars ain't a place to raise your kids. In fact, it's cold as hell. And there's no one there to raise them. If you did, boom, 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 boom. All the science I don't understand. Boom, 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 boom. It's just my job 5 days a week. A rocket man. Rocket man. The Electric Flag, long time coming. EX, $14. The 10 Commandments, sealed for $20. Also, we have Jesse Colin Young, $7.50 together. The Who Hooligans, $17.50 for the Who Hooligans. Vandenberg Alibi, $13.50 for Vandenberg. Debbie Harry did not get a bid. Sealed copy, $15 buy it now. Saxon, James Hicks gets Saxon. Has Saxon for $16. Debbie Harry, a $15 buy it now. I'm a rocket man. Rocket man. Pat Travers, Making Magic. Pat Travers, $10. That means that Brian Stern, you've been outbid on Saxon. Let me know if you want to bid again. 38 special, no condition notes, $11.50 for Special Forces. $11.50. So caught up in you, little girl. 38 special, Tour de Force, $12.50. 38 special, Strength of Numbers, $12.50. James Hicks gets Saxon for $16. Saxon, so did James Hicks for $16. Done, sold, see you later. Rush, Grace Under Pressure, 100, 100. SOS, $17.50 on Rush. The Who, Meaty Bitty Big and Bouncy. I Can See for Miles and Miles, $12.50 in shrink wrap. This is a great compilation. $12.50 on Meaty Bitty and Bouncy. Boy, I can't explain. The kids are right. Happy Jack wasn't tall. I can see pictures talking about my ass, Timothy Leary. He couldn't help me either. They call me the seeker. Anyway, anyhow, anywhere. That one's tough to sing. Pinball Wizard. Y'all know that one. Legal Matter. That's oh, that's a wild one. That's John. Is that John Entwistle on vocals on that one too? No, Pete Townsend singing that one. Boris the Spider. That one's John Entwistle. Boris the Spider. Too much magic bus. Substitute me for him. Substitute. Boy, there's so many great songs on there. That's a good, probably my favorite Who record to listen to there. Meaty Bitty Big and Bouncy. $12.50 on that one. Pat Travers, Crash and Burn. $10 on Pat Travers. This is all-time jukebox favorites. 26 tracks, $8.50. Long Cool Woman in a Black Dress, $8.50 on that one. Mr. Bojangles by Nitty Gritty Dirt Band. Fleetwood's Come Softly to Me. That's a 2 LP. Dust Gray on the Who. I Can See for Miles Too Much. I was born with a plastic spoon in my mouth. All time. That's one of my favorites. The Best of Peter, Paul, and Mary. $5 for Peter, Paul, and Mary. The Kinks' Greatest Hits. And on the flip side is the Yardbirds' Greatest Hits. You Really Got Me Going. You Really Got Me Going. Sunny Afternoon. A Well-Respected Man. Boy, that's got all their best songs right there. $10 on that one. Also, we have Human League Crash. Human League is $12.50. And Golden Earring, something heavy going down. Live Golden Earring from the Twilight Zone. $12.50 on that one. Thomas Schwartz wants the jukebox hits. You got it. I Can See for Miles and Miles. Legal Matter. That's a tough one to sing. I can't. That's a weird key or tune or something. Even tough for me. A great vocalist such as myself would have trouble singing A Legal Matter by The Who. It's more like Pete Townsend, like talking. Boris the Spider. Boom, boom. Oh, creepy calling, creepy calling. Y'all know all those songs, right? Surely. Surely I just didn't educate you on some new music there. I'm a weird key. Thank you. Asia. It was the heat of the moment. Something in Asia. An 82 Japanese press, near mint minus and pristine. A $15 start on Asia. Soul Survivor. Come on, that's a classic. $15 start on Asia. Only time will tell. Heat of the moment. Give me a break, folks. Jesus. Come on. Surely somebody needs that. And then we have Crocus, the Blitz. And Crocus is a sealed 84 OG. $15 start. Sealed 84 OG. $15 start on that one. Oh, gosh, what a great stretch that was. Okay. Here we go. So Brian Stern got the Vandenberg. Sold out to Brian Stern for $13.50. My crate's almost full. We have ELP-EXs. I'm not for sure what that is for. Asia has a bid for 15. Here's what's left in here. CCR, 650. The Monkeys, 5. Both of those were VG. Nazareth, also VG, 750. Crazy Horse, VG plus 10. The Association Live, VG, 5. Human League Dare, VG plus 750. The Bastard Manfred Man, EX, $9 on that one. Do wah diddy diddy. I don't know why they don't put Quinn the Eskimo on more comps. Sugar Loaf, Spaceship Earth, VG 750. Nazareth Loud and Proud, VG $10, a 73 UK copy. Grand Funk Live, VG plus 10. Asia 16, Asia 16. Crocus is sealed, by the way. Still at $15 with Hoopy. Also, Mac the Knife, that's Ella Fitzgerald, Ella in Berlin. VG plus 750. The Young Rascals is VG 750. Edwin Hawkins Singers, VG 5. Bob Dylan, VG 750. Electric Flag, EX 14. The 10 Commandments was sealed for 20. Jesse Colin Young of the Youngbloods, 750. The Who. Oh, more Who I can sing. Oh, man. Teenage Wasteland. It's only tea. Mama's got a squeeze box she wears on her chest. Who are you? Who? I can't explain. I can see from my... There's some good ones on here, too. That's a 2 LP. More music on that one. $17.50 on the Hooligans. Pat Travers Making Magic is $10. 38 Special. A trifecta coming up. That one's $11.50. Tour de Force was $12.50. And Strength of Numbers was $12.50. Rush was $17.50. Wow, I can't believe no one's got that. There is a stain down here, but man, beautiful. OG Grace Under Pressure. Another Pat Travers for 10. The Best of Peter, Paul, and Mary. Puff, the Magic Dragon. I'm leaving on a jet. If I had a hammer, I'd hammer in the morning. $5 on Peter, Paul, and Mary. The Kinks and the Yardbirds Greatest Hits. $10 back to back there. Human League $12.50 and Go Near Ring was $12.50. Final chance on those. So Asia over here is at 17. Larry, you tied them. And Paul Cruz, Hoopy already had Crocus for 15, so you tied Hoopy. So you're out. You'll have to either say out or bid more than 15. And then Asia and Steve Riley wants Peter, Paul, and Mary. Got it. Yep, Puff the Magic Dragon. And if I had a hammer, I like that one. I'll tell you who I've been listening to a lot of. Gordon Lightfoot. Oh, man. Just if I find one laying around, it's going to the turntable. Gordon Lightfoot, man. Golly, what a voice. Sends shivers down my spine. In the early morning rain. Oh, gosh. Gordon Lightfoot. Oh, gosh. A haunting voice from Canada. We have Golden Earring, sold to John Cassidy. Sold. Crocus, 19. Larry Gonzalez out on Asia. Final call to James Hicks for 17. The early morning rain. If you could read my mind, girl. Thinking. All right. Y'all feeling a bundle deal? Or this would make some great 9 a.m. vintage discount stuff. I know that. In the early morning rain. That's the only part of the song I know. With a something, dun dun dun. You could read the Canadian Railroad Trilogy. Wow. The Canadian Railroad Trilogy. Wow. Unbelievable. You know, Jake's got a button over here for me now where I can change my avatar. So we got, here we go. Boom. I'm back, baby. Shout it, shout it, shout it out loud. Crocus, still getting bids, but Asia is sold to James Hicks for $17. Okay, that's done. I'm going to put that over here in this other crate as well. And we're going to see if anybody wants these for a bundle. Now, these are really good titles. I'm not really in a hurry to bundle anything in here. But we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 23, 24, 25, 26. If anybody is interested, there's 26 records here. I'll take $185 for them. $185 for 26 records. Who wants them? Great titles, all bundled together. That's about $7 a piece. The Human League, the Kinks, Yardbirds, Pat Travers, Rush, 38 Special, 38 Special, 38 Special, Pat Travers, The Who, Jesse Colin Young, 10 Commandments, Electric Flag, Dylan, Edwin Hawkins, Rascals, Ella Fitzgerald, Grand Funk, Nazareth, Sugarloaf, Man for Man, Human League, Association, Crazy Horse, Nazareth, Monkeys, and CCR. All about $7 a piece. Paul Cruz, you're out on Crocus. Hoopy has it for $22. Next auction is going to go up right now, and that is Triumph Stages. Triumph is a double LP, an 85 USOG EX edition, a $15 start on Triumph. $15 start on Triumph Stages. That's now up for bid. A 2 LP. Okay. Shock me. Make me feel better. Bump. Bom, 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 bom. $185. Okay, now here's the next thing I'm going to do. The best next thing for y'all and me, and yeah, y'all and me, is to go over here, find great stuff that's never been priced, and price it right here in front of God and everybody. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to pick records out. We're going to bring them over here, and we're going to mark them. And that's the best thing to do right now. I mean, literally, I can't think of anything else better than to do something like that right now. I'm not joking. I'll take the Tesla Forevermore. Crocus is sold for $22 to Hoopy. And Triumph is a $15 start. Anybody, if it's not, I'll use some of these for a bundle tomorrow. I'm going to seriously make that the last record there. All right, it's time to do it live. Y'all ready? It's time. Here it is.
I can't do it. Okay. We'll do it live.
Okay.
We'll do it live. F it. Do it live. I'll write it and we'll do it live.
Okay. That's what happens when I run out of stuff to show. We're going to do it live. Triumph, final chance, and then nobody on this. Craig, the Tesla, Craig Kirchhoff, somebody already bought the Tesla. We may have one tomorrow. We may have one tomorrow. We may have another one up tomorrow, but the one that was for tonight already sold. The one from the bonus crate, okay? And let's put this right over here. All right. No hurry to really bundle those too cheap. That's great stuff. And yeah, let's grab a crate. Oh, yeah, let me go over here. So let's get started with the ones I marked last night. And a lot of y'all didn't see these. Man, I've been tagged. Y'all know how many people text me, called me, tagged me on Facebook, text me when Metallica announced today they were playing at the Sphere. And when I realized it was real, I was like, holy crap. But man, I had so many people. And I think I've already had like 3 different sets of customers, like say, Chad, if we do this, can you come out here with us? And I'm going like, I can't move to Vegas for a month to see Metallica. But I had 3 different customers basically said, Chad, I want you to come with me to Vegas to this show. And I'm like, man, y'all going to have me in Vegas every weekend to see Metallica. And I bet that one of the guys are probably watching right now. No, he's probably asleep, but another one for sure probably is watching. And then of course Seth. So, you know, I've got like family that wants to go and me go out there with them. I got friends, and then I've got customers that are basically saying they'll chauffeur me if I go out there. We go live tomorrow at about 5:30. Okay. All right, so here's some stuff that sold this morning out of this crate. We sold Queensryche, White Line, Ace, Black Sabbath, Dirty Honey, Dawkins, Toys, Ace, Queensryche, Tom Petty, Kiss, Creed, Quiet Riot, 3 Days Grace, Toys, Freely, Danger Danger, Whitesnake, Dangerous, AC/DC, Prince. Golly, okay. Like everything in here. So first thing is Creed's Greatest Hits. Creed's Greatest Hits is $29. Creed Greatest Hits is $29.99. That's so to Joe Steels. Thank you, Joe Steels. That's so to you. Nobody bid on Triumph. Who wants it for $15? Who wants Triumph for $15? That's a no bid. We are Central Time. We go live Central Time, 5:30 for Thursday Night Metal Night. It's going to be one of the best shows we've had in a long time. Dangerous Toys, Greatest Tricks. Dangerous Toys is $24.99. Dangerous Toys, Greatest Tricks. That's so to Michael Snared. Thank you, Michael Snared. That's so to you. Over here we have AC/DC, Shot Down the Big Easy, live in New Orleans. $34.99 for AC/DC, live in New Orleans, a 2 LP. This is so to Blaine Zapnick. Thank you, Blaine Zapnick. That's so to you. We had Quiet Riot, Alive and Well, a 2 LP silver vinyl. Quiet Riot is $29.99. And Quiet Riot at $20.99 is so to Rick Hall. Thank you, Rick Hall. That's so to you. Danger Danger, this blue vinyl unofficial. This is $39.99. Danger Danger, blue vinyl unofficial. This is so to Steve Little. Thank you, Steve Little. That's so to you. Dangerous Toys Pissed. This is so to Sean Drake. This is so to Sean Drake for $29.99. Thank you, Sean Drake. The Dang Yankees is sold, and that was sold over here to Amenities, and he got that for $89.99. Crazy Licks, Riot Avenue. Crazy Licks is $99.99. $99.99, and that's still available. $100 on Crazy Licks. Chevelle, Wonder What's Next. Chevelle is a 2 LP unofficial on colored vinyl. $34.99 for Chevelle. And Chevelle is so to Brian Call. Thank you, Brian Call. That's so to you. And then Queensryche, The Verdict. That is so to Nick Galetti. Nick Galletti got that. That was blue vinyl for $39.99. Crazy Licks New Religion, $149.99. Queensryche Promised Land was sold to Paul Cruz, $29.99, sold to Paul Cruz. Ace Frehley Greatest Hits Live, $29.99 for Ace. That's sold to Sean Drake. That is sold to Sean Drake. This is Tom Petty's Greatest Hits, 2 LP, $29.99, sold to Cameron Koning. That's sold to Cameron Koning. Also, we have Kiss Creatures of the Night, $29.99. That's sold to Joe Steele. Thank you, Joe Steele. Ace Frehley Anomaly, a 2 LP yellow vinyl, and that one was $49.99 for Ace Frehley Anomaly, and that is still available. Also in here, we had Ace Frehley Live, the Record Store Day, $29.99, and that was sold to Scott Corcoran. Thank you, Scott. That's sold to you. Also, we had Ace Frehley Now Playing. That was on Cobalt Blue Vinyl, $24.99. 3 Days Grace Explosion. 3 Days Grace was on Yellow Vinyl, and that is $19.99. That one's still available. Some of these are still available, just FYI. Also, we have 3 Days Grace Self-Titled, $19.99 on 3 Days Grace Self-Titled. And 3 Days Grace Self-Titled was sold to Joe Steele. Thank you, Joe Steele. That was sold to you. Ace Frehley Spaceman was sold to Sean Drake. Thank you, Sean Drake, $24.99. Dokken Now Playing, Red Vinyl, $19.99. That's sold to Cameron Koning. Thank you, Cameron. That's sold to you. White Line Fight to Survive is sold to Sean Drake. Thank you, Sean Drake. That was sold to you. White Snake Flesh and Blood, $29.99 for White Snake Flesh and Blood. That's sold to Carla Brecky. Thank you, Carla Brecky. That's sold to you. We have Dirty Honey. That's sold to Cameron Koning, $19.99. Prince The Hits Volume 2. That was sealed on white vinyl for $99.99, and Prince was sold to Stephen Reeves. That's sold to Stephen Reeves. And we have Black Sabbath 13. Black Sabbath 13 is sold to Cameron Koning, and that's sold to Cameron for $29.99. Okay, so everybody got what they wanted. Well, no, not everybody got what they wanted. There was a lot of people that were backups on stuff. And everything's been tagged, though. So here's what's left. 3 Days Grace Explosions, gold vinyl, $19.99. Ace Frehley Now Playing, $24.99. Blue vinyl sealed. Ace Frehley Anomaly, $49. Crazy Licks, $150. And Crazy Licks, $99.99. These are DVDs, and they're all for sale. This is Guns N' Roses, Use Your Illusion 1, $9.99. Kiss Symphony, $14.99. Kissology Volume 3, $34.99. Kiss San Francisco 75 Bootleg, $19.99. Kiss 1979 Media Collection Bootleg, $19.99. Kiss Live in Houston 1977 Bootleg, $19.99. Pink Floyd Pulse, $49.99. Kiss, this is $14.99. Live in Long Beach 1974, $14.99. Metallica Quebec Magnetic, $14.99. Alter Bridge Live at Wembley, $14.99. Queensryche, $49.99. Ozzy, $14.99. Pink Floyd, $14.99. Now, Craig Kirchhoff, you're looking at a crate that wasn't advertised for tonight. Now, just so happenstance, we had a second Tesla that was sold tonight, too. The video where you've seen all those records, Tora, Tesla, Wasp, all those hair metal bands, all of that is for tomorrow night. It says Thursday Night Metal Night. Thursday Night Metal Night is on Thursday nights here starting at 5:30 p.m. Central Time. And for 5 or 6 hours straight, we'll do nothing but advertise or auction those records that were advertised. So you guys start watching at the very beginning, and we'll run 2 or 3 at a time for about 5 and 6 hours. There will be multiple other records not advertised that will be sold. It will be an epic night. We do this every night. We sell stuff from beginning to end, all night, every night. Thursday night is really focused on metal, although when we buy a lot of big, incredible collections, we got to go through it fast. And some nights we have metal every night. Making of Wish You Were Here, that is sold to TSO Houston for $14.99. Reel to reels. Let me bring some of those out for Michael Butler. And we're going to price stuff on the fly. I had to go through that crate to get those tagged and so we could start doing some stuff on the fly over here, okay? Michael Butler, I got you. You fell asleep last night on me. Let me find some of these. I'll look them up and we'll figure out what we can do on them, okay? All right, here we go. Let's do this right here. Let's do... I doubt we do. No, well, there won't be any Vertigo swirls tomorrow. That will have to be a special night, probably reserved for next week. Okay, that'll be a special night for next week. Angela, Ed should have sent you a message. Let me know if he didn't, but he should have sent you a message. Let me know if he didn't. Check your messages on Facebook. Check your emails. He should have sent you a message. Johnny Cash, America, 3 3/4 inch per second, $24.99. Johnny Cash, America, $24.99. Michael Butler sold on Johnny Cash, $24.99. $34.99. 3 3/4 inch per second. Dylan Greatest Hits Volume 2. $34.99 on Dylan. $34.99 on Dylan. Greatest Hits Volume 2. Johnny Cash, A Thing Called Love. Dylan sold to Michael Butler, $34.99. $24.99. Johnny Cash, A Thing Called Love. 3 3/4 inch per second, $24.99. Johnny Cash, A Thing Called Love. Pass on that one, pass on that one, pass on that one, pass on that one. Those are not as good titles, but I'll mark them here in a minute. Johnny Cash, Greatest Hits, Volume 1. $24.99. Johnny Cash, Greatest Hits, Volume 1. Nice. 3 3/4 inch per second. Kenny Rogers and the First Edition, Transition. Kenny Rogers and the First Edition, Transition. This is 3 3/4 inch, reel-to-reel 4-track, $24.99. Michael Butler on Johnny Cash sold for $24.99. Let's see here. That's labeled weird. There we go. Yeah, it's like it's almost upside down. It's upside down. It's on the wrong side and backwards. The Kenny Rogers is. All right. The New Seekers, We'd Like to Teach the World to Sing. Sorry, I'm using voice to text over here. I'll do this one for $9.99. The New Seekers, $9.99 on that one. The New Seekers, $9.99. This might be pretty good. You're So Beautiful. Express yourself. Yeah, I had a feeling this one. There's none active. Yeah, there's no. Did I spell it right? Charles Wright. You're so beautiful. Yeah. Let me go over here. Research. Yeah, this is a tough one here. No record of this one. Let me pass on that one. That's probably pretty rare. It's Charles Wright and the Watts 103rd Street Ribbon Band. None active, none sold in the last 3 years. Are these on Discogs? Let me see if these are on Discogs. I think they are. They do reels on Discogs, don't they? This is WST 1904 reel. There it is. Yeah, it's on Discogs. 5 people have it. 77 people want it. None have ever sold. Yep. That's pretty rare. That might have to pass on that one unless you're absolutely interested. I think that could be. I mean, I don't know about some of these. I've sold some before in the hundreds on eBay, but let me see what else I got here. The Elvis Presley story. Hope I'm in the wrong search engine, but that's okay. This will help me either way. Give me one. I'm still pricing vinyl, everybody. And Travis, I see your question. Give me 1 second, though. Let me do this right here. Me search active. And then sold. Okay. All right, this one sold promo $399.99. Okay. Chris Knapp, I would not go to bed, buddy. You're about to miss out on some incredible vinyl. You're about to miss out on some insane vinyl. Yeah, there's only one of these that's ever sold. Or there's one of these that's sold for $399.99. I better run this one on eBay too. Unless you want it, I'll do it for. Let me find that one more time. Yeah. So the only one that I see sold for $400 on eBay. That's that one. I'll put that over there with that. And then, let's see here. Stand by. Mystic Moods, Quadraphonic. Real. Did real didn't get put in there. That's why. Real. And sold. Mystic Moods. I'll do this one for $39.99. $39.99 on that one. 7.5 inch per second quad. Mystic Moods. 39. So 24, 24, 9, and 39 on that one. Is there a reason why these are priced so high? Would you do both Crazy Leaks for $150? You're asking why these are expensive? You'll have to ask Discogs.com. You'll have to ask them, not me. This is what these were selling for when we looked them up last night. I'll show you again. So here is Crazy Licks Ride Avenue. I've got some more, Michael. Let me see if that other box is over here. So, Brian Stern, if you want to go buy this right now on Discogs, there's only one in Germany for sale for $116, and there's one in France for sale for $118. So that's the only two for sale right now. The other ones recently sold for $93.52, and that was about a month ago. So I have actually the cheapest one for sale, pretty close to what the last one sold for, and then this one's in the same situation. So that's just what they sell for. They're rare and they're out of print, probably low print run. This one is New Religion. These are for sale right now. The only two active is 178 and 191, both in Germany. So you can order those from Germany, but one's going to cost about $190. The other one's going to cost about $180. And there's one that did recently sell for $120 in the United States. So I'm at $250 for both of them. And that's kind of what they sell for. They're just pricey records. They're low production and out of print. All right, let me go get some stuff over here out of these tubs, and let me see if I can find more reel-to-reels. There's little pockets of high-end stuff just laying everywhere around this building. Yeah, here's a whole nother box. Young Rascals, Herbie Mann, Ozzy, Randy Rhoads Tribute, Randy Rhoads Rare Bootlegs, Randy Rhoads Unseen Photos and Extremely Rare Recordings of Randy Rhoads, Ozzy Demos of Randy Rhoads, Extremely Rare and Never Seen Before. And then this box says Very Rare Randy Rhoads, Unbelievable, Incredibly Rare, Never Seen Before Randy Rhoads stuff. Golly. We won't worry about that box tonight. We'll try to focus on something else. But I don't know what's in that, but it sounded pretty dang cool. That sounded pretty dang cool. I don't know what all that was. That was wild. That was wild. I don't know what all that stuff was. Heaven's Edge, GTR, Slash, Guns N' Roses, Slash, Helix. Let's see, some of these I can mark now. Some I'm going to ignore your request because they're not going to be sold tonight, but you're welcome to try. That a price right now. I'll go ahead and mark that right now. Golly, look at all this stuff. I'll mark that right now. Great White, Iron Maiden, Iron Maiden, Great White, Iron Maiden, Great White, Iron Maiden, Great White. Holy crap. Slash, Porcupine Tree, Metallica, Pride and Glory, Warrant, Whitesnake, Guns N' Roses, Slash, Judas Priest, Jackal, Judas Priest, Jackal, Keel, Judas Priest, Ace Frehley, Rage. I don't know. Yeah, this is a pretty insane collection. Let me grab some out of here. Some of the stuff I can mark, some of it I can't, just for the fact that, you know, and everything, and craziness and psychotic and, you know, just really, really wild, crazy, just insane, just absolutely just crazy, psychotic, just things going on. I'm crazy and psychotic. You are too, even if you don't want to admit it. And just a lot of crazy, just wild things are happening right now. So let me grab all this. I got some more reel-to-reels. Here we go. And let's do this. Okay. So. Oh man, here's another box. Incredibly rare, unheard Randy Rhoads recordings. Blizzard of Oz era, unreleased album. Ozzy canceled. Better than the original versions. Golly. Whew. That's some pretty wild sounding stuff, isn't it? Travis, I'm glad you commented 3 dots. I forgot about your pulse question. Give me 1 second. But we got some awesome stuff right here I'm about to mark live, probably for the next 30 minutes or half hour, so don't go anywhere. I have right here, sealed for opened, red vinyl, Slash, featuring Miles Kennedy and the Conspirators 4. Red vinyl, $19.99 for Slash. Slash, $19.99. Yeah, evidently there's a whole album that Ozzy and Randy Rhoads did. Great music, never released. I got sitting over here no one's ever heard before. It's got songs like Bigger and Better Than Crazy Train that the world's never heard before. Unreleased Randy Rhoads music. Can you imagine? And I've got it sitting right over here. The world is just shredding Randy Rhoads solos that no one's ever heard before. Just incredible, like mind-blistering, face-melting, just crazy stuff. Slash is $19.99. Let's take a look at Pink Floyd over here. Pink Floyd Pulse is $49.99. This is, in fact, the restored and re-edited Blu-ray. This, too, is more Blu-ray, music videos, concert screen films. Yeah, this is nice. It comes with a book. That's pretty nice. Yeah, that's probably why that's $49. It has the flashing light, but you can replace the batteries. Pulse is $49.99. Okay. Could you imagine? What would Jeff Brent do? I have an unreleased Randy Rhoads, just like hours of him just demo shredding. Just da-da-da-da, just all those like Crazy Train solos. Sold for $45 to Travis. Let me go ahead and get this off of there for you. There you go. You got it. That's gonna be awesome. Will Blu-rays play in what's the newest? I got the newest Xbox, even though I never use it. Would a Blu-ray play in that? I need to take some of these Blu-rays home and watch them this weekend if they don't sell. Greta Van Fleet is $19.99. $19.99 for Greta Van Fleet, Anthem of the Peaceful Army. Greta Van Fleet, $19.99. What is the newest X? 1X? What is it called? Yeah, that's what I have. I need to play that Metallica. I guess I got some stuff picked out I can watch. There's been a Harry Potter game on my Xbox for 2 years since I moved to Lebanon. Since I bought a house up here. Greta Van Fleet, $19.99. I bought the Harry Potter game. And I bought a Harry Potter game, and I was like, man, I'm going to play this in my free time. I played it for a couple months on the weekends, and I put a lot of time into it, and it said I wasn't even 1% complete yet. It's that newest Harry Potter, just incredible, you know, huge game they made. Open world. It's crazy. I've got to mute my mic for 1 second. All right, got my guitar. Jake says that's the actual signed Ace Frehley guitar that we have. Oh, wow. Hogwarts Legacy. All right, I just ordered some of these. I know how much these new cost. They're not cheap. This is $39.99. Oh, never mind. It's a picture disc. This is why you always got to look. Harry Potter. Yeah, I love it. Hogwarts Legacy. Yeah, I think I played it every other Sunday for about 3-4 months. And when I realized I wasn't even 1% complete, I was like, yeah, I'm cooked on this. There's no way I'll be able to finish this. But Iron Maiden, a picture disc version of Flight 666, $44. I love that shirt. I would like to get one of those. Look at that shirt. $44.99 for Iron Maiden. Flight 666. Picture disc. That's the picture disc. Iron Maiden's got their own jet. You need one if you're going to be flying all over the world selling out stadiums. It makes sense to have one financially. Yeah, the potion. Oh, gosh. There's so much cool stuff. Whew. I think I got to the point where I just started learning how to, like fight. You know, like... I would just walk in rooms, Jason, and just like look around. I'd walk in those rooms and all the detail. You know what I'm talking about. It's like, gosh, how did they make all this? It's just incredible. I mean, just you look around and it's like all the details in those games. I'm like, gosh, it's like you're just in your own dimension, which I guess you are. You're inside of a video game. Bruce Dickinson flies the plane. Really? Bruce Dickinson flies the plane. I think I've been told that before. That's a big plane to learn how to fly. That's not a Cessna there. That's a real deal. Jack Russell's Great White Silver Vinyl Tribute to Led Zeppelin, $24.99. I have never been to Universal Studios. As a Harry Potter fan, I probably should. Turn to page 447. Silver Vinyl, Great White. So to Christina Curtis. Thank you, Christina. So do you. This has never sold on Discogs. Wow. Italy, Sweden, Greece, United States. One for sale. Right. $44.99. White Line main attraction. This is a limited edition 1500 on silver vinyl. White Line is $44.99. Michael Butler, are you still on? I got some more reel-to-reels. If you've gone to bed, we'll save them for tomorrow if you don't reply. If you do reply, I'll price you a couple other ones. I found a few more over here. All right, Mike is working. So Crazy World of Arthur Brown, I give you Fire. That is $59.99. Carole King Tapestry. This one is 7.5 inches per. I was about to say this one's got a lot more tape on it. It's because it's a 7.5. Sold 88, 57, 59, 75. I'll do Carole King for $59.99 too. Carole King. Here's the last sold. Wait, there's more. But wait, there's more. 124, 88, 50, 62. Yeah, 90, 90. $59.99 on. That's a classic album. Arthur Brown sold to Michael Butler for $55. You got it. There's Carole King Tapestry. Huh. Well, I bet some of these are going to be pretty rare. I don't even know this band. I mean, it looks interesting, but I've never seen this on vinyl before. Golly, look what Leonard Skinner sold for. The Leonard Skinner sold for $1,405. Black Sabbath. Some of these are really pricey. Right now, I'm trying to find Kangaroo. This is what I'm looking up right now. Kangaroo. No luck yet. Filter category. No, nothing music related. Let me go back, Terapeak. Money laundering. I see people comment that anytime something expensive sells. I don't know if it's necessarily money laundering. I think it's people who have a lot of money and they're trying to figure out something to buy with it. Some people have a lot of money. They're like, what can I spend all this money on? I'm bored. Yes, give me a Leonard Skinner. How much? It doesn't matter. Give it to me. Yeah, I don't see any record of this selling in the last 3 years. If anybody else finds a comp on eBay, let me know. But that only thing that's popping up is a bunch of Captain Kangaroo. The only thing that's popping up is a bunch of Captain Kangaroo view slides. So let me put that in my eBay pile. That one might be 2, 3, 4, 500, 8, 6, 7, 9,000. Who knows? You just never know about that kind of stuff. You just don't know. Well, let me check Discogs. Hold on a minute. We can check Discogs too. Let me put in the catalog number. I forget about Discogs for these. Discogs wouldn't be my go-to source for this stuff, as far as value. It'd be my go-to source for research or basic information, but not. There it is. One person has it, 12 people want it. Folk rock, psychedelic rock. Nope, that's a cassette. Hold on a minute, that's a cassette. CD, there's the vinyl. Filter, format. 3 and 3, there it is. 3 and 3 inch. There is a Discogs entry. There's one for sale on Discogs for $69.99. Okay, there's the comp. So I'm going to say $59.99. There is one on Discogs for $69. $59.99 on Kangaroo. But it sounds like I need to put it on an eBay auction. Doesn't look like one's hit eBay. There could be somebody have that in their eBay want list for the last 5 years and it's never come up for sale. And they don't buy on Discogs. I see that happen a lot with 45s. There's a lot of international people that don't use Discogs, and they have stuff set up on their eBay want list. So the Frost, music. Real. This is a good album. I've listened to this before. Okay, there's one active for 159. Let's see here. Sold. None has sold, so we can't go by that number. Selling. Let's go 3 years back. We're talking about the Frost Music Real. And we have one sold for 34 back in 2023 plus shipping. Okay. I'm going to say then $39.99 on the Frost. The Frost, $39.99 Frost Music. Could use a good cleaning. Pretty dang dusty there. Looks a lot better now. $39.99. Captain Game Room, 50. Okay, sell these to Michael Butler for 100. You got it. Those are sold to Michael Butler for 100. Okay, and then Frost is $39.99. Okay. All right, let me do one more, then I'll price some vinyl, okay? Sorry. These are pretty time-consuming, but I have a whole box over here of them. Let me do this, and I'll jump back over to vinyl for a second. And this is... Nothing. Did I spell everything right? Human ball. Michael, don't apologize. We're selling more of these than we probably would be vinyl, so that's okay. $39.99 on this one, too. The McCoy's Human Ball. Rick Derringer. Okay. That's two I wouldn't expect to see. Let me go ahead and take this stack over here. All right, let's take that stack over there. Pulse, reel-to-reels. Whoa, almost knocked all that off the table. Don't want to do that. Why is that slipping? Let's cut this stack in half. There we go. All right. That looks like that's about to fall too. Let me fix that before that's a disaster. Okay. All right, back to a few LPs. Let's do it. Oh, Discogs. Whitesnake, Slip of the Tongue, 30th Anniversary Edition, $34.99. The 30th Anniversary, that was a big album for them. Slip of the Tongue, $34.99. Whitesnake. Don't forget about White Line in there, too. Okay, 2 LP. All right. Let's knock out a bunch of these here. I think this original version's always been pretty dang desirable. Let's check it out right quick. Close, reopen, scan, barcode. Thank you. Yep. There's Great Zeppelin Tribute. That's volume 1, $34.99. Christina might need that one to go along with her volume 2. $34.99 for Great White. Can you take me back where I came from? Can you take me back? Can you take me back where? Brother, can you take me back? Can you take me back? Green. Wow, not many, none for sale on the blue one though. November. $34.99 on this one. Jack Russell's Great White, once bite acoustic bites. What? Jack Russell's Great White, once bitten acoustic bites, blue vinyl. None for sale right now. One sold back in November for $35 plus ship. I'm going to put $34.99 on this one. And Christina said, give it to me. She's talking about that one right there. So to Christina. Can you take me back where I came from, brother? Can you take me back? Can you take me back? This one will be $29. Great White Recover, red vinyl, $29.99 on that one. Just a little bit cheaper on that one. So White Snake, Great White sold, and then two more Great Whites here. Stephen Douglas, you're next. So let me know if you want the acoustic or Recover. And let me step right over here and see what else is in this box of. There's a box over here. Because I'm out of vinyl. We got to pick out some more. And. Ooh. Ah, man, that's going to be some good ones right here. Let's grab these right here. Some good ones here. Groovin'. Is this the whole album? Man, that's awesome. Let me look this one up right here. Oh yeah, you asked about that, didn't you? The Oasis. Yeah. Give me 1 second. Let me look this one up. This is a good one. Okay. Wow. It's pretty tough to get. $149.99. All Things Must Pass. George Harrison. Sunrise doesn't last all morn if not for you. Isn't it a pity? Stephen Douglas on Recover. Thank you on that one. And then, yes, the Oasis. And the no bid pile. In the no bid pile, we got Triumph, Debbie Harry, Jimmy Page, Black Crowes. And here is Oasis. So Oasis was What's the Story? Morning Glory. A 30th anniversary sealed, $75. Michael Butler grabs the George Harrison before I change my mind. Make sure that goes in for $149.99, $149.99, please. This one's got to be pretty good too. Probably not as good as that one, but it could be. Could be. Now, y'all know they made some of these in the 80s, as late as the 80s, and they're really rare. I think they made, somebody may know, or you might can find it on Discogs. I think they made a reel-to-reel of Van Halen OU812. Wow. I think that exists. There's a reel-to-reel that was sold through the club of it was never made for retail, of Van Halen OU812. Now, how strange would be to see? Just like they made an 8-track of U2, The Joshua Tree. Golly, 1987. This is sold to Jason Fornerat for $65. Thank you. All right, this next one I'm looking up. Okay, so sold for $69.99. Active, 129, 118, 124. Those are obviously a little high. I'm going to match that one at $69.99. The Doors Soft Parade. And that is a 3 3/4 inch per second. $69.99. The Doors Soft Parade. Debbie Harry, give me 1 second. What happened to my pricing gun? There it is. Get the dust off this. Get a love a better bitty bottom dumb. Sold to Michael Butler. Don't even put a sticker on it. Sold to Michael Butler for $65. Done. Okay. Debbie Harry. We had Triumph didn't get a bid. An 85 USOG for $15. Wow. And then Debbie Harry Cuckoo. And Debbie Harry Cuckoo's an 81 USOG sealed, $15. All right. Those are probably decent. This is probably the next best one right here. This is the next best one right here. Let me look it up. Credence. Cosmos. Real. Sold, please. 69, 49, 129, 65. Okay. Beautiful condition. Ringware on the box. $59.99. $59.99 on that one. Cosmos Factory. Okay. All right, let me grab some LPs over here. Shout it, shout it. Oh yeah, I forgot about this stuff. This is some good titles right here. Dun, 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 dun. Don't forget the Joker. Bom, bom, bom. Ace of Spades. The Ace of Spades. Cosmo 55. I like the way this is going. Sell this to Michael Butler for $55. You're going to buy my whole collection over here. Let me price a couple LPs right quick. Pull back up the old Discogs app. See what color this is. I know how much these are new. They're not cheap. Yeah. Oxblood Red. Volbeat, $49.99. Gods of Angels Trust. Oxblood Red colored vinyl. Volbeat is $49.99. Ooh. Ooh, great neck adjustment there. Volbeat, $49.99. The Triumph was called Stages. Stages. So this is something that originally came from us. It was sold back October 3rd, 2023. Let me see what it sells for now. I'm going to guess more. Yes, Triumph's a 2LP. No barcode skew. Wow. Hawkwind Space Ritual. That didn't work out. Let me try a different voice to text. Hawkwind Space Ritual. And this is a 2023. Wow, is this not on Discogs? Cherry red, maybe? Unbelievable. Why isn't this showing up? Verse 3. There should be a lot of versions of this. Filters, year 2018. Well, I don't see this on Discogs. Wow. The last entry for a Hawkwind Space Ritual is 2018, which is not this one. I don't think this has ever been recorded into Discogs. No barcode. Let me try eBay. Okay, there's one on eBay for $202. And none is ever sold. Let me go back 3 years. And let me type in that barcode. Over here. Researching takes a long time. I know this is why we have to have 4 or 5 people full time looking stuff up. There it is, but they sold back like 2 years ago for what they sold for new. Yeah, I don't know on this one. I mean, here's kind of what they've sold for. 100 back in October. Might be almost a good. Evidently, it's colored vinyl. Evidently, it's orange. They don't say anything about being colored, but evidently, they're all orange under this askew. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, if I would say, I'm going to put $99.99 on it. There's no Discogs entry from what I can see. And there's only one on eBay for $202. So I'm going to say $99.99. And James Hicks got the Triumph for $15. Okay. Sold to him for $15. Triumph Stages. Let's price out another reel-to-reel. Really couldn't get away too soon. Oh, no. $24.99 on Groovin'. Groovin' down a crowded avenue. This is $24.99. I'm going to put it over here with the other $24.99 pile. Hawkwind Special Edition, $49.98. Now, how did you find that? You sure that's the same version? The Young Rascals Groovin', $24.99. Janis Joplin Pearl, Real. 2 E's. Busted Flat in Baton Rouge. $39.99 for Janis. $39.99 for Janis. Waiting for him. Diesel Dan. Look how the Black Sabbath lights flashing on the CDs over here. It's October 2021. I don't think that's the same version. I could be wrong, but Herbie Mann live at the Whiskey A Go Go. It's good enough for me and my Bobby McGee. Well, none have sold on this one, but prices are high, but that doesn't mean anything. $340 and $60. I wouldn't think Herbie Mann demands that kind of money. He typically doesn't, but these sometimes can be outliers based on collectability and rarity. There we go. Yes, sold for $13.30 and $19 or $9. So let's average those, and that would put it around $19.99 on Herbie Mann, live at the Whiskey A Go Go. Okay, another reel. Herbie Mann. Let's get that turned right there. It's good enough for me and my Bobby McGee. Okay. Still got the Beatles mono box back here too. Oh, I didn't do all these other cassettes. God, we have cassettes galore. We'll have to do that tomorrow night or something. Whew. Didn't even get to them all. $29.99. The Offspring's Greatest Hits, and includes a turntable mat. That's pretty cool with their logo. The Offspring, $29.99. Got to keep them separated. Hey, hey. The Offspring, $29.99. Back through a couple pieces of vinyl right quick. I'm going to go pick out some more I seen over there. Some reel-to-reels and vinyl. Good enough for me. Good enough for me and my Bobby McGee. Offspring, Soda Stanley Richmond. Self-Esteem. La, 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 la. Bump, 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 bump. Bump, 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 bump. I turn around for the 10th time. Y'all know that song? Nirvana Unplugged, purple vinyl, $29.99. $29.99. Nirvana Unplugged, opaque purple vinyl, $29.99. So that's unplugged as a single LP on purple vinyl from Target. Great price at $29.99, sealed, unopened Nirvana. I burn my bandana. Oh, my ho. Oh, just me and my Bobby McGee. Ooh, that's a good one there. Let's do 4 more right here. Golly, how many boxes? Oh my gosh. Michael. Oh my gosh, Michael. I've got, holy moly. I've got 2. Wow, look at some of these titles. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24, 26, 28. And then that's another, well, if that had 20. So I've got another 50 or so reel-to-reels. And I just opened one box and I got dizzy. Oh, man. I saw some B-E-A-T-L-E-S. I saw some B-A-E-A-T-L-E-S. Holy moly. We might need to price a few more records and then just work on all of these reel-to-reels. As long as Michael hadn't went to bed. Golly, I just saw a mother load over there. Whew, you never know what you're going to find in this building. Good gosh. All right. So Discogs. This one here is pretty dang cool too. And somewhere Michael Manning just had a stroke. Michael Manning just went, what? 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 Buck's watching too. No, that's Spin Cycle. Spiky. Is Spiky on here? Spin Cycle is. I see Spin Cycle and the Bucks handle, and I get y'all mixed up. A Blizzard of Oz reel-to-reel. Probably. We can find out with a quick search. That one would be rare if it exists. I think this thing I'm holding right here is rare too. I'm trying to find a price on this one. I've got a couple reel-to-reels here if anybody's interested. John would have to go through them. But $99.99 on this. Look at this. Wow. $99.99. Marvin Gaye and Tammy Terrell United. Ain't No Mountain High Enough. Wow. Yeah, they're spiky and spin. I get y'all mixed up sometimes. See? Y'all can't see. Can y'all see it? Well, no, Buck shows up here as Buck. Up here, spin cycle. But I see spiky and I see spin. I'm like, okay, is that Tracy or is that Buck? Is that Tracy or is that Buck? This one, there's none active right now for this one. No, zero active right now for this. One sold in April of last year for $104 at auction, and one sold in October 7th for $100 plus 14 shipping. So the last two sold was $104 and $100. One was at auction, it looks like with multiple bids, and I don't know about the one from almost 2 or 3 years ago now, so that one's pretty rare. Marvin Gaye and Tammy Terrell United. Listen, baby, ain't no mountain high, ain't no valley low, ain't no river wide enough, baby. If you need me, call me, no matter where you are, no matter how far. Don't worry, baby, just call my name. I'll be there in a hurry. You don't have to worry, 'cause baby, there ain't no mountain high enough. Ain't no valley low enough. Ain't no river wide enough to keep me from getting to you, baby. Remember the days and thing I could always set you free. On, I made a vow. And the basis who want some ways. I'm doing pretty good from memory on these lyrics right now. I hope y'all are impressed. Ain't no valley. That was all from memory right there. 34.99. The Beach Boys Wild Honey. $34.99. $34.99 is reel to reel. Marvin Gaye is 3 3/4 inch, and the Beach Boys is also 3 3/4 inch. From that day on, that's such a good song though. Marvin Gaye, golly, man, holy crap! Throw me a bone here. I love some Motown. Sign me up. Whew. Baby, baby, where did our love go? Okay, this last sold for $65 and $49. I'll mark this one $59.99. Quicksilver, Just for Love. That's pretty cool. Just another hit of fresh air. Wow, that's a good one. And this is 7.5 inches per second. Jeff, I don't see any Aussies that's ever sold reel to reel, but lots of expensive Black Sabbath. I think there's a Black Sabbath quad reel that's really expensive. Let me see if I can find that. I think, yeah. So Black Sabbath, yeah. Here's where a self-titled sold for $400. Creedence Clearwater Revival, Pendulum. $74.99. It exists. Yeah, I'm telling you, they made these. They made reel-to-reels up through the 80s. I've had an old catalog before, you know, like a Columbia Club catalog or whatever. Ed had one, and like there was albums, you know, and it had Van Halen, and I remember looking at the Van Halen section, and it's where you could order it, you know, on cassette. Some of them was offered on CD, of course, vinyl, and reel-to-reel. And I was like, dang. And it went all the way up to Van Halen, OU812, and it said vinyl, cassette, and reel-to-reel. And it was like 3 and 3. And I was like, wow, a Van Halen OU812 reel-to-reel. I was like, that's got to be like something that would sell for $1,000. That's got to, they had to have made what, 50 of them maybe? They couldn't have made many. 25? There's no way they were selling a bunch of those. I wish I still could find that catalog, because there was some crazy stuff on there that I wouldn't even imagine. I wouldn't even think that would be on reel-to-reel. Just like Beatles 78s. Seeing the Beatles on a 78 out of India, I'm like, what? I'm like, what? Yeah, there's Kiss reel-to-reels. I've had those before. Yep. Oh, buddy, here we go. Let's do this monstrosity right here. This has got to be a good one. Oh, my. Oh, my. This is going to be fun looking these up. Oh, my. I have hit a mother. This is like where somebody put all the best ones into one box. Oh, my. This has got to be a good one. Okay. Let's take out that right there. Let's take out a couple keywords, make it better. There we go. And then we need to go to sold. Nope, not sale, sold. All right, is this the same inch per 7.5? Okay, active. Golly, these are expensive active. Good gracious. I could be, unless there's a big difference. Is this the 7 and this is 7, isn't it? Hold on. Let's see. Yeah. All right. $149.99. The Allman Brothers at the Fillmore East. 7.5 inch per second. $149.99 on the Allman Brothers. And let me get some of these straightened up here so we can make sure I keep stickers on them in case we need to go back. So that's exactly what the last one sold for, and then they get really expensive active. Let me, okay, so Quicksilver was 59. CCR was 74. Beach Boys Wild Honey, I didn't put a price on it. It was $34.99. That's what I was making sure, because I'm taking this time to do this. I don't want to have to go back and do it again. All right. I don't know why some of these are like crisscross. This makes it OCD freaking me out. They're like all different directions. To get the spines lined up, they all have to be different directions. Herbie Mann was $19.99. Janis Joplin was $39. Is there any particular reason they're all backwards and stuff? I didn't price the Young Rascals. It was $24. Young Rascals was $24. Okay, and then I priced Kenny Rogers. He was $24, right? Nope, there's no price on him though. And then Johnny Cash was $24. No price on him. That's freaking me out. There we go. And that needs to be marked right here. Okay. All right. Now, the spines are all lined up right. That looks better. It's kind of freaking me out there. That way, if somebody hops on, they can still see what we're doing. And then this is sold to Michael Butler for $140. Okay. All right. Let's move on. Anybody ever seen an autographed reel-to-reel? I'm sure they're out there. Spin cycle, I would stand by, okay? I would stand by. Okay, is this inch per square? Inch per square. What? 7.5. $69.99. McCartney. $69.99. Maybe I'm amazed at the way you love me all the time. Maybe I'm amazed with you. Do-do-do. A fully signed Beatles reel-to-reel. You would have a item. You would be bringing out, like, there'd be top people on earth reaching out to you to obtain that. If I knew you had in your possession something signed by all four of the Beatles, and I knew it was authentic, I would be on a plane to LA in the morning, Jeff, and I would not leave there until it was in my possession if you were seriously about selling it. That's how serious I would be about seriously obtaining it. Okay, now it looks like this depends on what inch it is, determines the price here. So a lot of 7. This one that sold for a lot more is the 7. This is a different size than most. Let's go over here to Terapeak. They don't call it Terapeak anymore. It's just eBay's 4-track. Why is this one a lot different? Okay, there's a 3. Yeah, these are all over the place, man. I'm going to say $49.99. They're kind of all over the place. Folsom Prison. $49 cash at Folsom Prison. And Spin Cycle did get the McCartney. This is sold to Spin Cycle. Thank you. And there's Folsom Prison. Sorry, that one took a while. That one's kind of weird. It is a 3 3/4 inch. This has got to be a good one. Golly. Imagine all the people Oh boy. Does this not have a label? Okay, there it is. Let's see. Hold on, let me fix this one. The label wasn't showing. Let me fix this one. All right, yeah, 7. Okay. Okay. Yeah. This is $299.99. The Doors LA Woman, $300 on this one. Active right now, $325.50 and $292. And sold $269. Just to give you an idea. But there are only a couple listed for sale right now. 7.5 on that one. Ooh, I bet this is a good one too. Wow. Oh boy. I've never seen this one. $99.99. Love DiCapo. That's Da Capo, not DiCapo. Da Capo. Active 120 and 185. So there's only 2, and there's only one that sold for 105. So this one's pretty below market. Pretty below market here on this one. Let's see. CCR was 75, right? CCR was 75. Beach Boys was 35. 80 for both. Local pickup. 75 and 35. 110. 110 plus 80. It's 190 divided by 2 is 95. Let's do 90. That's better for you than meeting in the middle. Okay. Ooh, I bet this is a good one. I have a feeling when a lot of people ask for these, the people that ask for these a lot are probably asleep right now, and they're probably going to be, you've got to be kidding me, Chad. I've been asking for reel-to-reels for 3 years, and you bring them out at 1:30 a.m. You just never know. You just never know here, man. Boy, I like this one. This is just a great display piece. Oh, they make Japanese reel-to-reels too. Dang. They make Japanese reel-to-reels too. The world of collecting never stops, does it? Just when you think you've bought them all, oh, I can get them all on Japanese too, and they're like $500 a piece. $99.99. The Beatles Yellow Submarine. A Japanese one sold for $496. 7.5 inch. $99.99 for Yellow Submarine. We all live in no matter what you are. I try to you don't to know me. No matter what you are. I was always to be. Do 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 da da. All right. None for sale. The only one sold was $119.99. Badfinger, no dice. If you could figure out what I was singing. No matter what you done, I will always be with you. Do da, do dee da ba da da. That's a good one. $119.99 on that one. Here we go. Pretty cool to see this one. You definitely can see the Kiss DVDs. Give me 1 second. Pricing out some really incredible, rare reel-to-reels here. I've been meaning to do this for a long, long time. One active for $125, none sold. So I'll mark this one $99.99. Ringo Starr, Buku of Blues. Only one active for $125, none sold. $99.99 for Ringo. $99.99. No matter what you are. Sold a Spin Cycle. That was fast. Last two sold was McCartney and Ringo. Kiss DVDs. Yep. Let me knock those out right quick, and then we still got plenty of reels to price. This is Kiss live in Long Beach, California, 1974. It's a bootleg, $14.99. Kiss live in Houston, 1977. That is a bootleg, $19.99. Kiss, the 1979 Media Collection, that's a bootleg, $19.99. Kiss in San Francisco, 1975, that's $19.99. Kissology Volume 3, that's $34.99, Volume 3. And Kiss Symphony, the DVD, $14.99. So Long Beach, Houston, the 79 Media Collection, San Francisco, 75, Kissology 3, and Symphony, the DVD. $85 deal. And that was for CCR and the Beach Boys, right? Okay, I think it's a heck of a deal, but I'll do it. Get some of these sold late here tonight. So let's see how we can put these in. Put this one in for 20. Okay, put Beach Boys in for 20 to Dale, Bark Knoxville, and put this one in for 65. That sounds pretty good to me. 65 and probably 20 from the Beach Boys is about right, I guess. I don't know, but they're gone. All right. Okay. Got some other cool stuff here. Let's do this one. These are always hard to look up because of the name of the band. The Doors was $299.99. Love was $99, Yellow Submarine $99, and Badfinger $119. There it is. You will always be with me. No, girl, you won't. Dun, dun. Yeah, this one's pretty good too. This is the band, self-titled. 3 3/4 inch. $149.99. Up on Cripple Creek. Robbie Robertson wrote that one. All right. So first is Kiss Symphony. That's sold to Christina Curtis. And The Doors is sold for $275 to Michael Butler. Thank you, Michael. That's sold to you. Awesome. Very fair on that one. Oh man, I kind of am afraid to look this one up, but here we go. I don't see any monkeys. There's some other Beatles and Beatles solo stuff coming up, so don't go anywhere. And I'm going to go crack open the lid on that other box and see what else is in there. I have a feeling this is going to be good. I mean, I would love to get a reel-to-reel plug up and listen to this. $149.99. Here comes the sun. Do, 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 do. Look at that image. It's a very crisp, super clear image on there, even though it's got a little wear. Wow. That's like one of the nicest, cleanest. Probably a pretty high quality source, and then they didn't have to really blow it up, so it's got a lot more detail, it looks like. That's really clean, really crisp. $149 on that. Do, 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 do. Here comes the sun, and I say, shoot me, boom, boom, shoot, boom. Come on, flat top, come do no. Oh. Holy roller, hair down to something in the way she moves, boom, 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 like no other lover, boom. Something in the way she moves me. Dun 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 dun. Do 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 do. Somewhere in the smile, she knows. All I have to do is think of her. This is tough to find because of the key words. It's kind of like looking up the stuff. Looking up stuff from the band is very frustrating. It's just like, I was like, couldn't y'all name yourself anything else? Because when you just search the band, it pulls up all this other stuff, and it's like, golly. Same thing for this group. I've always had trouble looking their stuff up. I'm just going to guess at this one. Some of theirs are pretty pricey. It needs to probably be $99.99. That's the Animals Animalization. Bum, 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 bum. Don't bring me. That's some good songs on here. Inside Looking Out. Don't Bring Me Down. Oh, CC Rider. I love their version of that. The Animals, $99.99. Okay, let's see what's happened in the chat here. We've sold some stuff. Yeah, for some reason, animal stuff, it's not a good keyword. Okay, so we have Abbey Road sold to Michael Butler. Thank you. Very fair offer and sold $135. The Marvin Gaye is Marvin Gaye and Tammy Terrell United, $99.99. I still got the McCoys and the Frost as well. Marvin Gaye's $99.99. Animals is $99.99. And then Christina wants all the Kiss DVDs except Kissology. Great. Thank you, Christina. All these are sold to Christina. All the Kiss bootlegs DVDs. Those are all sold. And Christina Curtis also wants the Janis Joplin reel, Pearl. All right. We're picking up speed all of a sudden. We are picking up some speed. Oh, man. I just messed up a box. I just ripped a seam out on the band. Dang it. I picked that up and my thumb went like, boom. Shoot. Well, now I'll discount it even more. I just messed up the seam on that one. You got to be careful picking these up. Don't pick them up by those edges. They'll tear. I've done that before with plenty of collectibles. For the most part, these boxes are solid. They're going to need a little bit of cleaning, They do have some wear and tear, but for the most part, they're pretty solid. I've seen some just absolutely crushed and, you know, broken. And thank you, Christine, on Janis Joplin. And I have a feeling this one's pretty obscure. Well, none have ever sold. Let's see what they're active for. Starting lowest first, 180, 215, 250, 298. But they've never sold. So we'll undercut by $80 and we'll match it for the same price as the other Ringo. $99.99 for Sentimental Journey. None have ever sold, but it seems like they're a little high compared to Buku of Blues. So we'll mark that one for the same. The cheapest one for sale right now is $180 on eBay. Ringo Sentimental Journey. 99 on that one. Okay, and then let's do... This is pretty sweet. Yeah, I've been skipping over this one too, but let me go ahead and price it out. By the way, there's about 40 minutes left in the feed, but we'll be able to get through a lot here in 20 minutes. Okay, I think we got a pretty good one here. Up there with the Doors as far as desirability and rarity. Let me think about this before I price it. Because there's two different versions, it looks like. Let me check over here. Okay, if you look this one up, you'll see that there's one that they put it all on one tape, and then there's one where they've split it. And the one where they've split it into two different boxes is very pricey. Almost a times and a half. This is $349.99. It's the White Album, and the one where it's split into two separate 7.5 per inch. There's one that sold for $370 back in October, and then there's one that sold for $358 in what happened to that one? 372 back in February of last year, about a year ago. So yeah, that's a good one there. That's the White Album. And it seems like the one that's split into two here, that comes in two different boxes, is a much more pricier set. Okay. Yellow Submarine was $99.99. We already sold Abbey Road for $135, $100 on Yellow Submarine. The White Album, $350. And if you see what I'm talking about, there's other versions that's expensive. Like that's the one I have. But you see, right there's where it's just on one tape, and that's still sold for $300. And there's another one where it's just on one tape for $400. So, you know, that's a pretty good one there. I don't know if I want to discount that one that much. I'll do it for $95. I think any other time of the day that would have been a fast sale. I'll do it for $95. That's a good one. Yellow Submarine, reel to reel. Man, that's a good one. Wow, the White Album on reel to reel. Didn't expect to have that tonight. You just never know here, though. Dale's probably like, dang it. He don't even have a reel to reel player. He don't even have a reel-to-reel player. He's like, oh, dang it. Dang it. It's all too much. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, dun, dun. Here's a bargain one. $24.99 for the Chambers Brothers Shout. $24.99. The Chambers, they're not all $100, you know. The Chambers Brothers Shout, $24.99. Okay, let's see. Let me find that on Discogs, Spin. Hold on one second. Yeah, if you find an active or sold and it's similar, we can work on something. Yellow Submarine. Yellow Submarine is sold for $85. And that's sold to Bart Knoxville. Dang it. I didn't really want to see that one go, but there it is. White Album is $349, Michael Butler. Yeah, I just looked that one up. The one that's split into two is much more pricier, it looks like. Let me check Ringo on Discogs. eBay, he's not cheap, but none have really sold. So let me see if I can find that. Ringo, and that was 3365. That's the Apple catalog number. Real. Okay, so one sold for $50 in March, and one sold for $50 in April of last year. Is it 7 and 7? It is. Details. It's got a lot of ratings. 20 people. See, that's just not a good source. Because I bet the first person, whoever listed that, put it on there for $50 and somebody bought it. Then somebody got on there and looked it up and they put theirs on there for $50 and somebody bought it. Now, what would have it sold for on there if they would have put it for an auction? It could have sold for $50, could have sold for $100 because 44 people have in their want list. But if you want it, I'll take $60 for it. Mine would be the only one listed for sale. It would be $99 or best offer. So I'll do $60 on it if you want it. The White Album is sold to Michael Butler for $325. Man. Sold to Michael Butler for $325. And Spin Cycle, I'll do it for $60. I've always said if Discogs had auction results, like if you could put something on Discogs and auction it, man, you would see these prices increase by 20, 40% because some rare stuff, somebody lists it and they get on there like, holy crap, $50, I would have paid $100 for that. Buy. And the person who listed it, obviously, that's why I like auctions. But anyway, that's sold for $60. It doesn't matter. Whatever gets it to the right person for the right price. Thank you. That's always my reasoning, though. I'm like, dang, it's the only one that was ever listed. And, you know, somebody just got on there and poof and bought it. All right, here's another cool one here. Here's another cool one. And we're almost done with this box, and I think there's another one. Y'all are getting some great stuff. I mean, these are good. I see a lot that are just bad. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Probably a lot of people that collect these know there's a lot out there that are just horrible titles. Like, I see them all the time. Or they're copies. It's where people made copies of tapes. It's rare to see these kind of titles. The Band, Badfinger, Love, McCartney, Beatles, Beach Boys. Usually they're just kind of junky, just horrible titles, you know. Ooh, this is a good one. $149.99, Hey Jude. Man, I love the music on that. Golly. Rain and Paperback Writer back to back. Dear sir or madam, will you read my book? It took me years to write. Won't you take a look? It's based on a novel by a man named Lear, and I need a job, so I want to be a paperback writer. Paperback writer. It's a dirty story of a dirty man, and his clinging wife doesn't understand. His son is working for the Daily Mail. It's a steady job, but he wants to be a paperback writer. Paperback writer. Paperback writer. Okay, that's not reel to reels. Those are books. Okay, I've only got one more box that has about 5 in it. The other thing over here is a box of books, which I'm sure some of y'all are still interested in. But so we've almost priced them all. We probably can knock them out in the next 10 minutes. Okay. This one just catches my eye. I don't think it's going to be expensive, but well, you never know, right? Poe. And this is real. And what an interesting one here. We got an offer on Hey Jude and a close-up on Hey Jude. Michael Butler has bought a lot tonight. I usually keep that in mind when negotiating. Whoa. All right, let me see. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if this thing is really pricey, but okay, there we go. Yeah. There is one that's horror that's really expensive. This is $34.99. Edgar Allan Poe, Poems and Tales, read by Basil Rathbone. $34.99. Poems and Tales of Edgar Allan Poe, read by Basil Rathbone. That'd be pretty cool to listen to. I've listened to those. That's on vinyl. I've seen that exact thing on vinyl before, especially that one there, the Raven. All right, let's sell Hey Jude to Michael Butler for $125. There it is. And 7. I've been checking to make sure they're all in here too. Yep. Apple, Abbey Road. That's sold for $125. Okay. $34.99 on EA Poe. All right, trying to get to the best ones here. So let's see. I don't know who that is. I know who that is. I know who that is. This one here has caught my eye. I think this one's really cool. Let me look this one up. This one's really cool. Just the cover. And I want to check on this one. It's very light. All right, this one's also $34.99. Really cool here. The Batman theme by the Marquettes, $34.99. The Batman theme, $34.99. This looks pretty cool here. It's got some box damage though. That's a weird looking one. Yeah, let's see some ones you don't know. $24.99, Three Dog Night Naturally. Joy to the World, Three Dog Night. That one's only $24.99. let's see. And then these, well, yeah, let's see. The Seekers, let me go ahead and put a sticker on that one. It was just $9.99. There's the Seekers, Three Dog Night. And I think this Mystic Moods Quad was $39. Yeah, Mystic Moods Quad was $39. Clear Light, the Mystic Moods. And then the Frost and the McCoys. The McCoys was $39. And I'm going to be able to price all these out because some of these I think are going to be a little bit faster. I try to double check, you know, the $150 and $200 ones, but some of these last ones, except for the couple I don't know. I know this album. None active though. Okay. Oh, it's pretty pricey. 57, 49.49. Graham Nash, Songs for Beginners. $49.99 for Graham Nash. Songs for Beginners. And here's some jazz, actually. Focus. Stan Getz. Real. This could be really inexpensive or super expensive. I could see it either way. 68 and 59. $59.99 Focus, Stan Getz. $59.99 on that one. None active, 2 have sold. 68 and 59. 59 on Stan Getz. That's 7.5 inch. Nothing left in that box. Okay. Let's knock this one out right here. Here's one I don't know, I don't think. If it is, I don't recognize the cover. I don't know this one. Okay, yeah, I've seen the 45. Yeah, now that I think about it, I've seen the 45. $19.99 White Plains, My Baby Loves Lovin'. Yeah, I've seen that 45 before. The album recently sold for $30. This exact one sold $19.95 plus shipping. White Plains, My Baby Loves Lovin'. That one's in really good shape, box and everything. Fifth Dimension. So before Facebook cuts off, hold on a second. Facebook's already cut off. Facebook's over. Dang it, I forgot to tell them. They probably thought they ended, or I ended them. Yeah, Facebook just cut off. I knew I was getting really close. We have officially been live for 8 hours and 2 minutes. Facebook's over. So if you're not on Facebook, we're down to YouTube and Twitch. Facebook's done for the night. Let's go ahead and price out these last few. $19.99 on Fifth Dimension Portrait. $19.99 on Fifth Dimension Portrait. The Band Stage Fright. No, we're on X too. Just almost nobody watches on there. Almost nobody watches on there. There are 2 people on X right now. $74.99 for the Band Stage Fright. We gave up on TikTok because you couldn't interact. You couldn't interact much on TikTok for some reason. There's the Band Stage Fright. Coin, knife, and next door sale. Coin and knife. I've been mixing in, as you know, a lot of coins and knives here during the show. But the next store walkthrough will probably... We're working on buying 2 U-Hauls. I told y'all about that guy that dropped off all the stuff that's basically sealed in boxes. He bought all those packages and stuff. Does this have an insert? This comes with an insert. Wow, look at that. $99.99 on Crosby, Stills, and Nash. $99.99 on Crosby, Stills, and Nash. And it comes with the insert booklet. I feel like these have gone up a lot in value. I mean, I've been buying and selling collectibles. I'm 30. I remember buying some of these at yard sales. You know, maybe junior high. I remember picking some up and flipping them on eBay. I feel like these have really went up a lot in value. I mean, of course, vinyl has too, but I feel like these have really gone up in value. Do you agree, Michael Manning? I feel like a lot of these are a lot more pricier than I remember them. Or anybody else that's been collecting these, Michael Butler, if you're still on. I feel like a lot of these have really went up in value. Because I remember, like, I bought some, you know, 10, 12 years, 15 years ago. They were pricey, but I don't remember, like, Crosby, Stills, and Nash selling for $100 or $128 like I just seen. I guess they've kind of maybe... A lot of audiophile people have really went after these lately. They've definitely went up big time. You're right. I guess it's because they've really catered to the audiophile people. These have went up big time. I mean, I just don't remember them selling for the. I remember I bought like I would list them on like $10 auctions. They would sell for 20, 10, 30. You know. Okay, here's the last one, and I'm struggling to find it. Well, it's got box damage. We'll say 30. There's only one active for $62.99. $39.99 for Diana Ross and Supreme's Love Child. That's kind of at a bargain because of the box damage. But that is true. Everything's up. Inflation. People's like, new LPs are $40. And I'm like, well, that's what they cost back in the 80s if you adjust the value of a new LP. That's what it would have cost back in the 80s if you adjust it for inflation. Maybe $30 for a single LP, you know. Get off my lawn. Get off my lawn. And, of course, I had these over here that were pretty rare. The Elvis, which I found one that sold for $400. And I couldn't find this one at all. Now, I did not check Discogs. Yeah, I did. There's none at all. There was no comp at all on that one. So, Charles Wright, those are going to be eBay bound. So are some of these other ones. So, okay, a quick recap here. Hot pictures, yes. Let me see what Laura sent me. Laura sent me a lot. Let me see if I can airdrop them over here. Does anybody want to make an offer? We're in the selling mode, obviously. Quicksilver Messenger Service, Herbie Mann, Rascals, Kenny Rogers, Johnny Cash, Love, Badfinger the Band, Marvin Gaye, Animals, Chambers Brothers, Edgar Allan Poe, Batman, Diana Ross, Love Child, Crosby, Stills, and Nash, The Band, Fifth Dimension, White Plains, Stan Getz, Graham Nash, The Frost, The McCoys, Mystic Moods, Three Dog Night, and The New Seekers. And we've sold a plethora over here. And I'm about to go move them over here on the table. Let me go to my library of photos. Let me airdrop these over here. And let me airdrop them to Mini Mac. There's my Mini Mac. All right, Mini Mac. And then let's open up this over here. Accept, save to downloads. All right, and then we're going to open these up. Open with preview. Full screen, please. Let's get my keyboard woke up first. Stupid mouse. Stupid mouse. I need a mouse pad, Jake. This is hard to get to over here. All right, then we need to jump to this. Oh, man. Well, nope, I won't be able to show it. I'll have to show it on my phone. Sorry, you won't get high definition. Here we go. Maybe y'all can see that. Aussie, 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 Aussie. Bullet Boys, Guns N' Roses, Iron Maiden Extreme, Twisted Sister Poison, Hurricane Mr. Big Wasp, Firehouse Aussie, Trickster, Motley Crue Aussie, Warrant, Great White Aussie, Junkyard, Takedo, Danger Danger, Britney Fox, Cinderella, Dangerous Toys, Doc, and Motley Crue Tour, Queensryche, Aussie, 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 Aussie. There will be over 100 bonus auctions not advertised. There might be a flip video, but there'll be nearly 100 bonus auctions not advertised tomorrow. How many was that? That's 30. That's 36. We're going to have about 100 not advertised. Chad, how about the MJ for 23? MJ for 23. Michael Jordan, Michael Jackson, Megan Mark, MJ. Who is MJ? There's two MJs, and they're arguably two of the most famous people that's ever lived in the modern era. Michael Jackson and Michael Jordan. They've possibly reached more people than the Beatles. I love beef jerky. Oh, Michael Jackson is $33.99. No discount on that. That's a new sealed record. Michael Jackson is new and sealed. There's no discount on that. That just came out a couple weeks ago. $33.99. Sorry, can't discount that one. Not happening. I paid more than $23 for it. My cost on that is more than $23 from wholesale. Sorry you're having to hear me chew, but we're in the last minutes and I'm hungry. I am really, really hungry. All right. Anybody else? Facebook's already expired. We've been live for 8 hours and 11 minutes. This show is coming to an end. Anybody else? Speak now or forever hold your peace. All right. I'll see y'all tomorrow, 5:30 Central Time. We'll do this all over again. thank you. Thank y'all for buying all the reel-to-reels. Michael, Spin Cycle, Dale, anybody else. And that's it. Any altar bridge? I got one altar bridge right here. Live at Wembley, Blu-ray, $14.99. If you want it, just let me know. Fill out the first-time buyer form.